Good morning, everyone. It's so lovely to see you all here. And welcome to the 5th Cleantech for Europe Summit. As you can see, the lights are on, the stage is set. It's time to talk Cleantech. My name is Bianca Dragomir. I am director at Cleantech for Ribera, and I'm thrilled to be your host for the day. We all know these are high stakes, high gains for Europe now. A Europe facing daunting challenges: the climate emergency, competitiveness, and security. 3 challenges, all 3 with Cleantech at heart. As President Ursula von der Leyen recently reminded us, what we now need is to be faster, smarter, and more EU. But will Europe's biggest failure be called delay? Will we hand over our strategic value chains to others? Will we choose to be victims or architects of our decisions? Ladies and gentlemen, to lead or not to lead the industries of the future, that is our mantra for today. Because just as business as usual is not an option anymore, leadership as usual isn't either. And I know something for sure. Every single person in this room is a leader. You are the ones who make Europe's Cleantech future real. So let's give ourselves another round of applause for this extraordinary purpose we share. Who said Cleantech in Europe is not alive and kicking? So what makes this edition so special? Well, first, we have a stellar lineup. We bring today investors, innovators, philanthropists, policymakers together. We will tackle the defining challenges facing Europe at a pivotal time in its cleantech innovation story, at a pivotal time in its industrial, financial, and trade policy. And by the way, we are live streaming this event, so warm welcome to those people connecting online. Then our interactive breakout sessions will take us deep into some of the hottest cleantech sectors: batteries, grids, green molecules, geothermal, critical raw materials, energy storage. So expect the conversation to get heated as we're hosting an unfiltered exchange between CEOs and members of the European Parliament. We'll also hear how member states are shaping cleantech policy into action and are leading the way. And stay tuned for 2 exceptional keynotes. We'll have Teresa Ribera, Executive Vice President for a Clean, Just, and Competitive Transition, who will join us soon after lunch. And later on today, Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero, and Clean Growth, Wopke Hoekstra, will be on stage with us. So I encourage you to bring all your energy today to this conversation, and to focus not so much on how Europe has been falling behind in cleantech manufacturing, but actually on those actions that will catapult us into the future. We have crafted today's program in formats that ignite true collaboration, genuine collaboration, between policymakers and cleantech leaders. Think of it as a co-creation, and let's move from thought leadership to bold action leadership together. And speaking of bold leadership, there's no better way to kick off this summit than with someone that embodies it like no other, someone that is the beating heart of Europe's cleantech community. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcome our Executive Director at Cleantech for Europe, Jules Besninou.
Thank you so much, Bianca. Thank you for giving life to this summit today. We're incredibly lucky to have you with us. Good morning, everyone. It's really, really delightful to have you all with us today. My name is Jules Besninou. I'm the Executive Director of Cleantech for Europe. We're the initiative that represents what we believe is the next generation of European industry, the startups, the scale-ups, the investors that are developing and deploying clean technologies all across Europe. And this annual summit is the gathering between this cleantech community, between the businesses, the CEOs, the investment partners, and the politicians here in Brussels that are crafting industrial, trade, financial policy that impacts everything about clean technologies. And I feel like this summit is especially needed this year because we're still in the midst of a war on our continent. We have a new trade war that has started this year. We have economic stagnation. And so what Mario Draghi calls the slow agony has in some ways never really felt closer. But in every agony, there is space and there is opportunity for a renaissance. And the message that I come to you with today is that I believe this renaissance is happening in Europe, despite the bureaucracy, despite the market fragmentation, despite the sky-high energy prices. We are seeing signs of this renaissance in Europe. And just to give you a few concrete examples, Ineratec opened its Era 1 e-fuels eSAF plant in Frankfurt earlier this year. I think Tim is with us here in the room. Tim. Mariano. Only last week, Skeleton Technologies inaugurated its more than 200 million euro supercapacitor factory in Leipzig. I think Arno is with us today. I don't know if I see him in the room. One of the first long-duration energy storage plants in Europe is now being commissioned in Sardinia, in Ottana, thanks to the extraordinary team at Energy Dome. Do I see the Energy Dome team here? Yeah. Vercor, next week, is inaugurating its gigafactory in Dunkirk, and we'll have Philippe Chan with us later today to tell us all about it. Yeah, let's give them a hand. And finally, our very own green steel king in the north, Stegra, despite challenges, is on track to inaugurate its first green steel plant in Europe, again in the course of next year. And we're delighted to have Henrik Henriksson with us later today. Let's give him a round of applause. And so, in a way, the message from all these pictures is not that all is well for European clean tech, because all is not well for European clean tech. But the message is that with our collective action, we have agency into the future of Europe. And this is why we decided to call this summit To Lead or Not to Lead. Not because we are all ready for leadership, but because we want to be. And what we wanted to say is that this may seem like an obvious choice, but it's not such an obvious choice, because leading, takes sacrifice, it takes effort, it takes change. And change, unfortunately, is sometimes painful, and change is not necessarily what we're the best at here in Europe. But what I wanted to say today is that not leading also has huge costs. It has economic costs for Europe, losing its competitiveness, losing industrial sites, losing jobs. It has social consequences, it has political consequences, as the social democracy model of Europe is then unsupported. And so I want you to kind of be aware of these dual costs, the cost of leading and the cost of not leading. And for all of us today, this is, in a way, our mission is to try to set Europe on a path to leadership, however challenging that may be, to at least by the end of the day know that all of you in this room are working together, and to form a Team Europe that can deliver this leadership. And so to paint an initial picture of what that European leadership might look like, I'm beyond excited to now call on stage Julia Reynaud from Breakthrough Energy. For years, Julia, you've been pushing this clean tech ecosystem in Europe. You've been pushing policymakers, you've been pushing the envelope, basically never allowing us to settle for less than leadership. And so we're delighted that you're the first speaker to come on stage today.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Jules. Thank you so much, Bianca. Thanks for inviting me to say a few introductory words. So my name is Julia Reynaud, and while I see many familiar faces, I'm equally glad to see some new ones. And since we're nearing Christmas, and Jules last night wore a wonderful Christmas sweater, and so did a few others, a time where surprises are encouraged, I thought I'd share one surprise that might even be a surprise for those who know me well. A few years back, and now that I'm raising some children, I come back to sort of thinking about memories of what I did when I grew up. And so I used to be a singer in a rock band. And so I had many men engineers who were singers, who were the instrument players behind me. That was really important to me. That's what I lived and breathed. But as Joule said, you know, while I certainly miss that period, the creativity, the energy, the rhythm, today I'm driven by another mission, which is just as energizing and frankly far more urgent. Because the rhythm I care about is the rhythm of Europe's Cleantech, how it pulses and how it transitions, but equally how it grows. The tempo at which we innovate, the pace at which we scale, and whether Europe can keep the beat or fall behind. It's about Europe's ability to remain an industrial continent. And as Joule said, this summit asks one key question: will Europe build the clean technologies and industries of the future, or will we end up importing them from countries that move even faster? Reindustrialisation is not a slogan, it's a strategic choice. Clean tech leadership is not a climate question, it's a sovereignty question. And the choices we make in the next 2 years will determine whether Europe leads the global clean industry race or falls behind it. And I think all of us here today are here to make sure that Europe leads. But allow me some bluntness before I turn to some songs. While Europe debates, others build. While we pilot, others scale. While we consult, others capture the markets we invented. And we know that story, and that's what we need to change. Execution is the name of the game. And to execute, allow me for a few songs. And I'm not going to sing, let me just say that because it's live streamed, so I don't want any. To execute, Europe must make 3 major shifts. The first, I'm not sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Make Europe the easiest place to scale clean tech. And so no better lyric to this being David Bowie, changes. Europe needs to change, and we know this. Right now, innovators thrive here, but scaling happens elsewhere, and we'll hear some of that testimony today. More than 60% of the European clean tech scale-ups go to scale in other countries. Battery, hydrogen, sustainable fuels, heat pump manufacturers, even energy storage. Projects are shifting because permitting and regulatory signals are too slow or too fragmented. And that's a competitiveness red flag. The principle is simple. Europe must be the fastest place to go from prototype to plant. Predictable rules, clear timelines, a scale-up environment designed around delivery, not delay. If Europe wants to keep its technologies, its jobs, its leadership, we need changes, not to our ambition, but to the system holding the innovators back. Then, use capital strategically, spend for outcomes and not processes, and we'll also have great speakers that explain how they've done that. I want it all and I want it now. No better, again, singer than Queen. This is not excess, this is urgency. China deploys clean industrial investment at an unprecedented scale. Meanwhile, the EU Innovation Fund, and something that Jules and I have been discussing a lot, received over 100 billion in requests, awarded 10 billion, but only 480 million are dispersed. Europe does not lack capital. Europe lacks the capital that moves at market speed. We need an energy resilience control room, and I'm hoping Anne will also speak about the work that she did in that regard. We don't need another committee. What we need is a control room where we're a structure that is empowered to fast-track strategic industrial projects, cut duplication across member states, share risk with industry, deploy capital swiftly where it strengthens competitiveness. Capital must be catalytic, not stuck in processes. Companies are ready to build. Jules, those pictures were impressively rewarding to see the efforts and the people that we've seen grow over these past years. Europe needs to match that readiness with decisive, strategic, fast-moving investment. Allow me the third song. We need to build the energy system industry needs, not the one bucking under pressure. No better song here than Pressure Pushing Down on Me. Again, Queen and David Bowie are 2 of my favorites. Europe's grid is under pressure from all sides. Industry, electrification, AI, EVs, record renewable growth, all hitting a system not designed for this century. Across Europe, CEOs are hearing, yes, we can connect you to the grid, but in 2031. And that's incompatible with industrial policy. It's incompatible with AI timelines, and it's incompatible with the serious reindustrialization strategy. Europe will need between 60 and 80% more electricity by 2031 if we want to meet our electrification goals. Yet grid expansion still follows the 20th century timelines. Over 500 gigawatts of clean energy projects, and that not just on the supply side, but also on the user side, are waiting for connection. This is not an engineering problem, even if we're very good engineers in Europe. It's a political and administrative problem. There's a difference between policy and politics, and I would argue that the politics are also holding us behind. The principle is clear. Reliable, abundant, clean energy must be treated as economic policy, not just energy policy. Accelerating planning, digitalization, cross-border expansion, many of the words that many of us hope to hear next week in the Grid's action plan. Because when the grid is under pressure, so is Europe's competitiveness. Allow me with the closing. Enough diagnostics. Now we execute. Don't stop me now should be the motto. We have produced enough diagnostics, and many of them were quoted today, the Draghi report, the Letta report, even our Cleantech for reality checks. Enough studies, enough consultations, although don't get me wrong, I'm very much in favor of consultations, but we need to act. The missing ingredient is not insight, it's execution. Execution on keeping the companies in Europe, execution on spending that actually unlocks scale, execution on an energy system capable of powering a modern industrial continent. Companies are ready, investors are ready, technologies are ready. Now Europe must be ready too. The next phase is not analysis, it's delivery. Don't stop me now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jules and Julia. That was truly music to our ears, I would say. Well, we all know that there's no magic formula to make the EU a global clean tech leader. But Jules, Julia, I guess that your insights come close to it. We'll be working to cracking the code of clean tech made in Europe throughout the day, so please stay with us. And now, let's move straight into the opening debate. I would like to invite here my colleague Victor van Hoorn, Director at Cleantech for Europe, who will moderate the session, the opening debate, Can Europe Lead in the New Joule Order? Victor, over to you.
The microphone, you can hear me all very well. Good morning, everyone. Victor van Hoorn, Director at Cleantech for Europe. I'm delighted to be here. It's my first edition of this Cleantech Summit, so it's it's an exciting moment for myself, but certainly exciting looking at the panelists we have this morning. And we wanted to start off light, as Bianca said. Can Europe lead the new Joule order? As Julia alluded to, we had a little bit of a Christmas get-together yesterday evening with a couple of people. The two gentlemen on the panel were present as well. I can tell you they were fired up and ready to fire off good arguments and in good mood. So I promise we'll be, we'll keep it very interesting for you. I think also what's important, we agreed at Christmas dinners, families. They tell each other the truth. They have a retrospective of the year, and they're quite honest with each other. So I think that's what we're going to try to do throughout the day. Also, I would say, and maybe that's in the moment of Europe leads or doesn't lead. I think it's always good. I spent a year studying in the United States. It's always good to have a good American in the morning to give you some optimism again and get us excited again. So with that note, I'm delighted to welcome both our panelists this morning. First of all, I'd like to call on stage Jigger Shaw. I think Jigger, you probably, wouldn't need much of an introduction in a clean tech crowd, but for everyone, Jigger was the former director of the Loan Programs Office under the Biden administration, long-time clean tech innovator, investor, so welcome Jigger. And the second speaker of today is James Goodman, strategist at the Carlyle Group. And James has, amongst other things, actually coined the title of the panel, The New Joule Order, in some of his seminal reports that has been widely read amongst policymaking circles in this town, I can tell you. So both of you, welcome. As I promised the audience, you're fired up as of yesterday's dinner. So let's get straight in. And maybe to start straight in, I'll go over to you, James. As I said, you authored earlier this year this seminal report, I think, The New Joule Order. And I think what was quite interesting, at least when I read it, what I thought fascinating is, energy security might be a stronger lever for decarbonization than maybe climate policy for energy poor continents. And also, we look at Europe. Europe is energy poor. We're not well endowed. So it does seem like the only way forward for us is to go from fossil molecules to green molecules, or actually electrification. So over to you. What's the strategy now for Europe to lead in this new dual order age?
Is this working? Thank you very much for your very kind words. So from my perspective, security, national security or strategic security and energy security are the same thing. Historically, vulnerability on energy supply lines, that's a point of contact. That is where wars are, that is why wars are fought, that is how wars are fought. And Europe is, in many respects, energy poor. The reason why we have this dependency on fossil fuels is because the only realistic way to move energy, in size, across time and across space, is through fossil fuels, through coal, through oil, through gas. Because Europe doesn't have its ability to produce it domestically, it imports energy, and this energy becomes a dependency. Technology changes that. So when we talk about Europe being energy poor, I'm not sure that's true. The wind blows, the sun shines. The sun shines all the time. The wind blows all the time in the North Sea. And if you look at geothermal, for example, which I know is still a bit of a few years down the road, there's incredible opportunity. So the point here is to focus, in my opinion, on the security implications of moving Europe away from traded energy. It happens to be the case that traded energy is also carbon. So you're solving two problems at the same time. I think it's important to focus on what the most immediate and pressing concern is, because we're facing two existential dilemmas. As I was walking here this morning, our friendly neighbor to the east is reminding us that he's just very happy to go to war with us. We are at war. I mean, I don't know how much more transparent it could be. That is our first existential crisis. The second existential crisis is climate change, and it is very real, but it is also over the horizon a little bit. And we can solve both of them by reducing our energy dependence. Reducing our energy dependence means not importing oil and gas. Not importing oil and gas, or reducing that, means reducing our carbon emissions. That's how we get there, and that's why we get there. And with just one final point, the purpose for the people in this room, I think, is substantially threefold. For all of the investors and the CEOs and the engineers, you need to solve the problem, right? For the bureaucrats in the room, you need to find a way to clear the weeds, get out of the way, signal, help to coordinate. And for the politicians in this room, it's literally right there. You need to lead. Every time I sit down and speak with people in the US or in the UK, they're telling me about what the polls are saying and therefore what the politicians should do. And that's crazy. That's the wrong direction. The polls are telling the politicians whose opinions you need to change. You need to tell people why it is important. Then the polls will change. Don't let the people tell you what to do via the polls. That's not leading. So those are the three agendas that I think the people in this room need to think about. I went on too long. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I promised the audience a hard-hitting comments from the get-go, so thanks, James, for that. Jigger, over to you. I mean, my question would be, we in Europe, I think it's your third visit to Brussels this year, and I think on previous occasions you told me, it's funny, like you're so gloomy in Europe, and I think we constantly complain about, we can't scale clean tech, we lack venture capital funding, we have high energy prices, we're getting outcompeted. So my question to you, first of all, is are we too gloomy about Europe? And Europeans can be quite good at that. And the second question, if we are too gloomy, where do you see opportunities actually for Europe to lead in this space?
Yeah, I woke up this morning and it said the sunrise was at 8:23 a.m. So I can see why some folks are gloomy. Look, I think, when you think about what we've accomplished in such a short amount of time, right? I mean, I think that, we've talked a lot about the electro-tech sort of revolution. There's a lot of reports that have come out by Ember. Everyone's read James's extraordinary report from the New Joule Order. But I think that part of the challenge I have right now is, what are we telling investors, right? Because Europeans deployed 10 gigawatts of batteries this year, right? Roughly 64 gigawatts of solar this year. A small reduction for the first time in 10 years, but still pretty good. I think that the real challenge in front of us now is the electric utilities have not been told what they're doing, right? Like someone needs to go to them and say, we are moving, as per the New Joule Order, to local resources, right? Once you make that decision, then you actually have to be able to move an extraordinary amount of electrons from the North Sea to, Bavaria, or to, Spain, or to other places, right? Then you say, well, how is that possible? We have advanced conductors where you can convert existing transmission lines into the same right-of-way can transport 2 to 3 times as much power. Oh, we manufacture those cables here, right? Grid enhancing technologies, dynamic line ratings, all those things. Then you've got batteries, right? And so you say, well, gosh, batteries are actually a form of transmission, right? When you're generating too much power in the North Sea, you store them in the batteries. Then when you need them, then they export power, right? These are all things that can be done, right? Oh, we have a challenge with distribution grids, right? Yes, you do, because electric vehicles are allowed to charge unfettered, right? When you have a 5 to 20 kilowatt load, right, that gets turned on and off, it's not the same thing as an espresso machine, right? It's not. And so it has to be controlled, right? People can plug it in whenever they want. It doesn't have to charge at the same time that it plugs in. It should charge when the utility actually has excess power. All things that, by the way, the app on the electric vehicle already does, right? So now the question becomes, why can we not take full advantage of it? Well, because the software that the utility uses doesn't have the full capabilities. Telemetry is not in place. All things that can be solved. And so one of the things that I find challenging is that when the invasion of Ukraine occurred, we had existing institutions, whether it's the Atlantic Council or CSIS or our Center for Global Cooperation at Columbia, were ready, right? And Germany was like, we can build an LNG import terminal in 7 months, right? And we got it all done. Why? Because those people all know each other and got a deal done in 7 months, right? What about the new set of instructions to our electric utility companies to build the electrostate? Was that done in 7 months? No. And so I'm optimistic because I do not see a single place where the technology is missing. I don't see a single place where the technology is expensive. In fact, I think it's quite cheap. I think the supply chains are there, and Europeans have partnerships with many of these countries, not just China, but also India and Turkey and Jordan and Ethiopia and many places that manufacture a lot of this equipment, right? And so now the question becomes, if you want to execute on what James is saying, there actually has to be a signal, and that signal has to be loud, it has to be clear, right? And it has to align with the national security interests of the continent.
Thanks for that. You've actually approached on you mentioned the C word, which is quite often in this town being talked about now, China. One would argue, James, if we follow your line of reasoning and we shift completely to the electrostate, that Europe would be swapping its fossil fuel dependency for a technology and critical minerals dependency on China. How do you see that? And maybe, do you have any thoughts about, what is the long-term strategic play for Europe, in its relationship vis-a-vis China?
That's a great question. I think the first objective would be to see tomorrow. And in order to see tomorrow, we need to keep the lights on. So we need to get the energy as reliably and as effectively as we can. And I don't really see how we're going to avoid China in the supply chain. Am I worried about a dependency on Chinese supplies of critical minerals? Absolutely. Chinese technology? Yes. Manufacturing capacity? For sure. But importing molecules is a dependency where you feel the pain immediately once it's curtailed. Importing Chinese clean tech technology, at least you've got some runway so you can try to find a way out of that. The second thing that I'd emphasize is that we don't have the molecules here, so we have to bring them in. We have technology. We have capacity to build factories. We have capacity to figure out solutions for processing critical minerals, for processing these rare earths. The problem isn't finding them. The problem is having the courage to make really tough choices about extracting them. The reason why the Chinese dominate the mineral space is because they are willing to take the pollution. Like, they're willing to do it, and we're not. Okay, we have this phenomenal research base. We export mountains of minerals embedded in electronics to Africa and to India for recycling. Why can't we make hard decisions about improving the recycling capacity in Europe? Does this happen tomorrow? No. It happens in 5 years. Okay, let's get going, because we've got 5 years. That's a different kind of dependency than the one that we need to worry about with fossil fuels imports. And I just want to emphasize, I'm not trying to say fossil fuels good or bad. I think that we get locked into this like ideological conflict between, this is green and this is brown. Oh, no, you're not really that green. You're really kind of brown. Whatever. It's energy. It's joules, right? The key characteristic is, what are the costs and benefits of that energy source? Oil's really useful. I can store it. I can move it. It's energy dense. Find me a solution that doesn't have the consequence, like the environmental consequences, but that's storable. That's energy dense. That's the way that we get to replace all of these fossil fuels, and then we can solve the next problem, which is weaning ourselves off of a dependency on China if it happens.
Thanks for that. Pivoting slightly back to you, Jigger. I've been now for 15 years in this town, and one of the things you always hear about is how do we mobilize that private capital, because we can't fund it from the public purse. And I think that's, for me, certainly one of the paradoxes of Europe, at least if you talk to non-Europeans, is if you look at the statistics, we're an incredibly wealthy continent. We're unbelievably wealthy, but we just don't seem to be able to mobilize that capital in all the places that it matters as good as it could be. And I think what's interesting for me is your work that you did under the Biden administration with the Loan Programs Office, as well as other things the United States did. You seem to have at least much better cracked that equation in the US. So my question would be, you were at the steering wheel of a lot of that. What are your lessons that you want to share with the crowd here, and the kind of key takeaways that we should implement as fast as possible to lead in this space?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question, and one that I think has a lot of parts to it. So I think the conversation about the Loan Programs Office is really about innovation and commercialization of that innovation, right? So it's about building first-of-a-kind facilities. We have all this great technology in Europe around synthetic graphite or processing of this, that, or whatever, and how do they build their first facility here, right? So now the question becomes, okay, if you go to China, you know how that works. You go to a province, you give them your technology, they give you 2% interest money, they build it, it's done, right? Now, if you want it to not go to China because you want to keep your technology, great. Now you decide where you want to go. You have Australia, you have Canada to choose from, you've got the US to choose from. In the US, you have the Loan Programs Office, right? And so in the Loan Programs Office, you'd come, we'd provide up to 80% debt, you'd have to raise equity from people, you'd have to get offtake agreements. We signed a law in place in the US that mandated that the auto companies buy critical minerals from non-Chinese sources, the foreign entities of concern. So now those companies could get offtake agreements, right? And so there was an ecosystem that was building, right? Great. Now the question becomes, what has Europe decided to do in that same ecosystem, right? So you're a company in Europe, you want to do this. Now you have the Innovation Fund. Everyone knows the Innovation Fund really is just a recycling of carbon credits, like back to industrial companies who then hide that money and don't actually use it to like build projects. So it's sort of, only drawn $470 million, right? So, dead end. Now you've decided to go to the EIB, right? The EIB says we're not allowed to take any risk, and so we need the EU to give us dedicated money to do that work. Great, give them dedicated money. The Loan Programs Office already exists. They can copy the Loan Programs Office, give them the mandate to do so. Has not been done yet, right? So now you say, great, no EU-wide solutions to this problem. We are now going to go to the countries, right? So we're going to go into Germany, we're going to go to France, and then some of the countries have country-level economic development dollars, right? And those can be put in. But those dollars are limited. So if your project is $100 million, you might be able to get money there. But if your project is $1.8 billion, then you're going to Canada, as one of our companies has done out of Europe, to do synthetic graphite because they actually can provide $1.8 billion, right? So I think that the question for Europe is, on that front, is not a question of attracting private sector capital. You clearly have it. The question is, what is the theory of the case, right? I mean, it's been 20 years. We've all talked about this for some time. What is it that you're suggesting these entrepreneurs do? And I think the answer is nothing, right? So now on this side, you have the deployment of technology. On the deployment of technology, there are lots of solutions, right? So you have feed-in tariff programs that have been put in place that has attracted huge amounts of money. Some of that has been funded out of the electric utility industry. You then had securitization of loans, right? So the KfW in Germany bought all the loans from local banks and then securitized those loans. So there are a lot of options on the deployment of technology that the Europeans have frankly perfected for many, many years, whether it's renewable heat or whether it's a contract for differences structure or whatever it is. So there's a lot to be hopeful for on the deployment side of the equation. I think there is less hope on the industrialization side of the equation. I think those solutions have not been very carefully constructed and rolled out.
Great, thanks. I think we're nearly at time, I've been told, but I want to ask one final question very briefly to both of you. You're working for Carlyle, big investor, you talk to investors. What are the signs that you're going to be looking for that Europe is leading and is changing? What are the signals you're looking for? Can you summarize that?
Sure, in many, but in a nutshell, don't tell us what to do. Don't tell us how big of a check you want. We want you to write. Everybody's going to say, sure, give me money. That's fine. I'll take it. And no, you don't know what the answer to the problems are going to be. Ask us questions. How can we help you in order to deploy the capital and to restructure a company so that it can operate more efficiently and it can achieve scale? The reason why China dominates, it's not because they're better at figuring things out. It's because they're bigger. And to be quite honest, the reason America dominates, for all of the wonderful aspects that the US has, it's scale. And the funny thing is, we're bigger. Economically, we're bigger than both. And we should be able to deploy that scale. So when the politicians are walking up to, private equity, and they're saying, how can I help you take that portfolio company, scale it up by having better access to a supply chain or to a demand offtake, so that you can now start to see size, then I know you're serious.
Jigger?
I think Europe needs to stop telling itself what it can't do, right? Because it's not, frankly, fun for me, and it's certainly not fun for you. I think it needs to start being confident about what it can do, right? I think that on the electrotech state, right, it can deploy a huge number of electric vehicles. It can. It can fully integrate them. It is taking public, a huge company, right, called Kraken, that is basically an orchestrator of a lot of the DERs and other things around Europe. they don't have a lot of contracts in the US, right? So those contracts are in Europe. And so clearly Europe is doing a lot right. And the question becomes, is it going to see it all the way through? Are we going to actually continue to decarbonize the grid? I think we will. Are we going to continue to electrify everything? Maybe, right? And we have a lot of good tools by which to do that. So let's get it done, right? Let's continue to roll out all those things. If in the future Europe wants to manufacture here, there are tools that we can share with them around how the US has done it, how Canada has done it, how Australia has done it, et cetera. But if it doesn't want to do it, I mean, I think Ethiopia is good at what they do. So is Jordan, so is Turkey, so are India, so are others. Just procure from non-Chinese sources, right? And actually, like, just diversify your supply chain, right? Like, I don't know that, like, Europe needs to, like, constantly be in the state of, like, you know, we are not as good as other people or whatever it is. I think it needs to just start to lean into the stuff that it's extraordinary at and attract a huge amount of private sector capital in those areas and support all of these extraordinary entrepreneurs who are here, who are ready to deploy at scale, because the technology here is ready. It's ready to go. It's cheap. It's far cheaper than importing LNG at $14 a million BTU, right? And so now let's get to it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we promised a hard-hitting talk, so I hope it warmed you up for the rest of the day. Thanks, Jigger, and thanks, James.
Thank you very much for a lively conversation and for so sharply setting the stage for the new global order emerging from this tectonic shift that we are living in energy as we speak. Now, also thank you for the dilemmas that you've painted on Europe at the moment. And this is particularly what we're going to talk about in this second opening panel, about our dilemma, the dilemma of the day, to lead or not to lead. So I would like to invite Alice Hancock on stage. She is the moderator of this opening debate. Welcome. Alice is the EU correspondent in Brussels for the FT, covering energy and climate policy. And Alice, you have become a regular at our Cleantech for Europe summits, and highly appreciated presence, I would say. Thank you very much for moderating. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's a delight to be back here. I think I've done it. Is this the third year? Third. Wow. Yeah, there you go. And I was going to say, I think every time I say it's such a pertinent time to be here. What good timing, because it's such a hot topic. But I think actually this year I was this morning I was up early writing about the EU phasing out Russian gas. Next week we've got things on the grids package. We've got the Industrial Accelerator Act. There's all sorts going on, and it again feels, you know, this is really a time that we should be talking about all these topics. So I'm delighted to be here to chair this panel with people who are eminently more expert in this than I will ever be. I'd like to welcome to the stage MEP Lydia Pereira, who is Vice Chair of the EPP and a member of the, I'm going to say this wrong, Cleantech Friendship Group in the European Parliament. I want to get that right. Welcome. Francesco Tarace, partner at EQT and former CEO of Enel, who I hope is here. There we go. Excellent. Anne Mettler, who is co-chair of the Energy Resilience Leadership Group and chair of Carbon Free Europe. And I believe Henrik Henriksson, who you all know well, CEO of Stegra, will be here shortly. He's just on the way from the airport. Oh, he's here. Oh, Henrik, brilliant. Hello. Super. Very important. Get the caffeine in. Excellent. Well, I'm delighted to have you all here. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I actually wanted to kick off with you. Now you've got your coffee. You've long obviously been quite vocal about Europe's progress in clean tech, and you've got experience in the Commission from way back as well. So I just wondered if you could start us off with a bit of a reality check. You know, where does Europe really stand on clean tech and clean industrial competitiveness at the moment? And is it sort of just a challenging situation, or are we talking existential without being too dramatic?
Well, yes, let me not mince my words. I think the situation is pretty bad, and I am honestly very disappointed when I look at the political consensus that we had around the Green Deal and really all the momentum that we had around 2020. We have very little to show for, right? I mean, so I am overall disappointed, I have to say, because that was a huge opportunity. Let me tell you, as someone who's been in public policy a long time, there was really a strong strong ambition to be a leader. And this is after, of course, a big failure in digital technologies. We were going to go all in on clean tech, on climate tech. And I think it's fair to say on balance, it hasn't worked, right? Because nothing is scaled. We already came across this in the previous session. So on this issue of leading, we cannot lead if we face these kind of dependencies. The previous panel spoke about it. In fossil energies, close to 60% of our energy needs are imported in the form of fossil energy. We used more natural gas last year than we did before the war. So we missed a huge opportunity. After the war in Ukraine started, the price of natural gas shot up 8-fold. Our industry was in free fall. That's when we needed to say, we really need like a green Manhattan project or something along these lines, right? We missed that opportunity. It was said earlier, what we did instead is build LNG terminals really quickly. I mean, you honestly, from a policy perspective, catastrophic. So that's on fossil fuels. We are a resource-poor geography. We don't have it. In clean tech, we have almost near dependency, full dependency in several domains on China. We are not de-risking at this point, right? So the point that I'm making, and it's really important that you ask this question, to lead or not to lead. It is simply impossible to lead when you face such dependencies. And energy is like the central nervous system of any society, economy. So we need to take this seriously. So what I am advocating is really for a strategic pivot in how we approach the energy transition. To not only view it as a climate objective, which of course it continues to be, but to really look at this from the perspective of security, resilience, competitiveness, industrial policy, all of the priorities that are coming now. The next couple of years are going to be totally dominated around the rearmament of Europe, right? Hundreds of billions of euros are going to be spent. I think it is our job to make sure that energy is part of that discussion and these deliberations. And if I can just say, we need a couple of things urgently. We need to price in security, dependencies, need to price in loss of industrial fabric. You know, the way we have thought about economics is we bought cheap natural gas, cheap stuff from China. I'm sorry, this is not cheap. This is extraordinarily expensive in the long run. So we need more sophisticated economic models also in our public procurement. This is a matter of urgency. We need to rethink trade and competition policy. I don't understand why our markets are so wide open with a country we have no trade agreement with and that doesn't reciprocate that openness. It makes no sense. We have, by design, we have high standards. But if we have these high standards, by definition, we cannot compete on price. So what are we competing on? De facto, we have priced ourselves out of every global market, including our own. We can no longer afford, oftentimes, our own products. So we need urgent changes in economic policy and how we do our policy planning. Trade, competition, I already spoke about. Let me say a little bit about what's coming up, and then I'll wrap up. We need the 28th regime as a regulation, and not only for startups, but for all companies. It is pathetic how difficult it is to do business across the EU. We need to start using our single market strategically, including the access to that market. This is what puts us on the map. This is what gives us power. This is what gives us sovereignty. We don't have hard power. We don't have an army, but we have that market. Let's use it strategically. Made in Europe is coming up in the Industrial Accelerator Act. I want to start buying European stuff. I really want to start buying European stuff. I don't want to use our purchasing power to prop up autocracies. Let's have confidence in our companies, have confidence in our entrepreneurs. Let's buy their stuff. Let's make sure that we give them a chance to scale. And lastly, the Scale Up Europe Fund. For me, this is a big opportunity. Scale Up has finally arrived on the European agenda. And people say, oh, it's not a big fund. It doesn't matter. It is what it stands for. Finally, we will have a vehicle that will really step in where we need it, which is in the commercialization in the scale-up phase. It's a huge opportunity. It's the first time we're crowding in institutional investors, the first time we're going to foundations, we're going to family offices. Please give this fund a chance. This is hitting the spot, and we urgently need it. Oh, I actually wanted to end with a quote, but I need to look at it to remember. Here, Albert Einstein. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Anne. Very impassioned way to start off the debate. Thank you. Francesco, I wanted to bring you in here. You have very, very long experience in the energy industry, and I just wondered if you agree with many of the points that Anne made there, particularly these points about dependencies and Europe's need to actually buy some of its own stuff, celebrate its own good things, which also we heard on the panel before. Does it have the industrial capacity and the kind of nous to get to where we want it to be? Does Europe have what it takes to lead? You might need the...
I kind of resonate with what we just heard on the shortcomings that we have in Europe. But let me also maybe throw in a little bit of a different flavor. The example that you just brought up, what happened to the utility industry in Europe is an example where the utility industry of Europe demonstrated resilience, capability to change and innovate, and also, if you want, willingness to change. Quite unique for the industry worldwide. The utility industry worldwide is very, very conservative and extremely difficult to accept anything coming from outside of the industry itself. So it's a bright spot, if you want, in Europe. Worldwide, what happened to the utility industry? I should say that this is in itself good, and it demonstrates that if we want at European level, we can do things that are significant and can show others around the world what to do. It didn't happen in other industries, and I don't want to get to that detail. But what I think we should remember from, say, the last decade, so the 2010-2020 period, is that innovation that was there was scaled up in a big way. It was scaled up at a cost, obviously, but let's say it was more an investment than a cost, because the results are now that thanks to the efforts of those years, we have reduced our dependence as far as electricity is concerned from fossil fuel significantly. And the derivative, so the direction of travel, is that this will be phased out in the next decade. The issue is therefore not anymore, and I'm sorry to say this because the discourse has been 90% on generation and 10% on demand at the energy level in Europe. The technology drivers that triggered that transition at that time, 2010, still are working now. They are a combination of the increased capacity of computing power, which enabled designers to simulate things in a most effective and fast way, and also advances in material science. The reason why solar PV and wind are competitive is because of these two forces together, nothing else. Then scale did it, but scale was a consequence. So are these drivers working? Yes, they are, and they're working elsewhere. They are working, for example, at chemical level in batteries. Why batteries are now so hot as an investment team? Because these drivers improve the performance and reduce cost of batteries to the point that today they are an investable team at infrastructure level, not at venture level. So in Europe, we have this. Maybe we're not conscious about it, but we have this. And we've been very good at combining these two things. So I think it's time to be conscious, because otherwise, you do things, but others benefit from it. So it's time to scale up, and it's time to strategically scale up those things that we really need to scale up. And that example of the industry continues now, because the industry has digitized network almost everywhere, with some notable exceptions being Germany, but it has improved. I mean, there's reasons for that. It's nothing. It's not genetic. It's an issue of. Okay. No. It's coming from a very distant past. It has improved a lot in demand, and the issue is that today the transition is working at changing the way in which we use energy. No more how we produce energy. That's ongoing, and it's inertially directed. But how are we changing the way in which we use energy? And basically, this works in two fields: transportation, being electrified, heat, being electrified. If you think about it, these are the two reasons why you use energy most of the time. And when I say we, I don't mean we as individuals. I mean the industry and the economy. And today we have, for the first time since about 5 years, I would say, parity or even better economies with heat pumps, with heat temperature ranges from 300 degrees down, which means entire industrial segments are open to this change. We're talking about textile industry, all the metamechanic works, food processing, most chemical applications, cosmetics, you name it. So huge industrial segments are shifting. Are we conscious about it? Not that much. Is it difficult to understand? A little more than production was. In the world you have about 10,000, no more than 10,000 generators of electricity, of which 3,000 make 80%. And of those, 200 are significant. So it's not a difficult universe to map and understand. But on the demand side, we're talking about millions and millions of industrial outfits. So that's a much more complex process. And I think policy is much more effective and important in that field. And it requires capacity, understanding, and also some willingness to lead. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Lydia, I'd like to turn to you now. Obviously, you're very active in Cleantech, as we said, and you're also Vice President of the EPP. I'm just wondering, Anne mentioned some of the things she's looking forward to. What are the kind of most politically realistic options that the EU has for addressing some of the concerns that we've heard in the panel before and this one now?
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me and to have the opportunity to share the panel with these distinguished friends, I would say. And I would start by saying that it's very funny because me and Anne, we've been in several panels, sometimes on different matters, but I guess Cleantech is equally relevant as Capital Markets Union, that we've been you've been for the past decade, I think, pushing for, and here we are. Pushing for something that is so relevant and so important as clean technologies in Europe for the reasons that were already explained. We don't have resources in the continent. We need to innovate and to find alternative ways of energy. In terms of politics, and I think I would like to give a quick overview on where we are and what I see in the Parliament. And I think compared to 2019 or 2020, the political landscape is more complex. It is very much captured by the national agendas. And this has a consequence, because when we have to choose to lead or not to lead, the European objective or the European vision sometimes is captured by the national politics and the national debates. And this is relevant because it is very clear at the moment in the European Parliament that sometimes we are confronted with this. But at the same time, it's been possible to progress on a number of things. I think most recently, and I had the honor to be part of the team that was working on the 2040 target, we have delivered. So even when circumstances are tough, we have delivered in the Parliament. Now, I still think that there's huge obstacles coming from the European Council. And if we have the national agendas capturing the European long-term objectives in the Council, there has to be more commitment from the leaders that sit there every once in a while. And I do know that domestic issues are very concerning and that it is difficult to combine the European objectives and the national interests, but we are talking here about the one and only European interest, which is energy, which is also national interest. We need to have we need to source our energy. We are still dependent from third countries, and until we resolve that, I think we will be having these discussions now. I mean, we are in the process for the ceasefire and the peace plan in Ukraine, and we hear what Ukraine is doing on decarbonization, for example, because they know they need it, and then here we are sometimes trying to progress, but finding so much resistance that we really need some national leaders in the European Council pushing for the European objectives. This is crucial, and I think it is very positive that we have President von der Leyen pushing for this agenda, but she needs support. She needs the backing of not only the European Parliament, where, as I said, things have been a little bit challenging, but still we've been making our way through, navigating through the complexity. But then in the European Council, there is the need of this backing, and I don't see that very often, because every time we discuss about the Capital Markets Union, for example, I mean, there is some steps forward in the union, in the Savings and Investment Union, but the Capital Markets Union is still there, and it's because the national capitals are kind of blocking it. So when I hear, oh, the energy markets in Europe, they're so fragmented, yeah, well, let's fix it. Let's bring a solution at the table, and but now because we have the nuclear power plants, and it's fine, but what's the options? Like, we need to scale up, because otherwise we don't deliver for our industry. And then and it's, for me, it's very refreshing to hear voices like James or Giga. And Giga was saying we have to look at the bright side of life, almost, or the European side of life, which we don't cherish much. There's so much innovation and research in our universities. We just have to enable the conditions for those innovations to be transferred to the real economy. And so, to conclude, and I think there is still a lot of margin within the European. I mean, the European Parliament has been fairly committed to the agenda, but obviously bringing here the simplification element, because even if the Green Deal was deployed in the sense of the Fit for 55 package, there are a few things that have to be corrected to be easier for businesses to be able to scale up. So we are fine-tuning those small little elements, but the ambition is there. So my message in the EPP group has always been like, okay, pragmatism, but with ambition. And I think the core of what is of the processes of the omnibuses or the simplification part, the core when it comes to, for example, on climate, it is still it is safeguarded, but the conversation has to be on the other way around. And the other way around is we need energy, we need cheap energy in general, but we need reliable suppliers. And on top of that, if we can actually keep contributing more for the climate goals, that's the best of both worlds. And I do see that I've been attending the Conference of Parties, the COPs, in the past years, and what I do see from the engagement from other delegations across the world is that they look at Europe as a reference. They look at Europe as, okay, there they can do it. So from a climate perspective, if we can shift eventually the conversation that it is about energy security, it's about energy autonomy, and on top of that, we are delivering on our climate goals, that's the best that we can do. And the Cleantech is, I think, the pillar to deliver on these objectives. So there's still, I think, a momentum. We will keep working. I mean, I believe in this agenda. I think it is crucial for the future generations. I want the younger generations to live with the realm of prosperity that the generations before us had here in Europe. I mean, Europe is the best continent to live in the world. We still have so many people wanting to move here. So we are doing a lot of things well done. We just have to be a bit more proud, and we have to enable the capacity for entrepreneurship and pioneers here in this continent.
Super. It's actually great to hear how many people are saying Europe does have something good. You know, we just got to believe it. So maybe that's a good message for today. Henrik, great to have you here, and it was great to hear about your new plant right at the beginning of this morning. And of course, you've recently got a grant from the Swedish government, but you've really got the on-the-ground view here. And I wondered if you could just walk us through some of the real challenges that Stegra has faced in the past year, and talk about how, you know, what Europe can do to help counter some of those challenges. And I think we all sort of slightly have Northvolt in the back of our mind, and how much can Stegra avoid some of the risks that Northvolt faced?
Yeah, what we have done so far in Stegra is that we have raised a little bit more than 6.5 billion euro as a company. So you can say that we are a larger part of a scale-up. And we have been working with a project now in northern Sweden, which means producing then green hydrogen, green iron, and green steel, so 3 technical platforms. We are roughly 65% into the project. We're doing 1% completion per week as we speak, a little bit slower during the winter. We had -20 last week. It's a little bit tough to build, and we have 4,300 construction workers on site every day. So it's one of Europe's largest construction sites at the moment. Yeah, if we keep the timeline, we are a little bit more than 1 year away from starting production, and then it's going to take us roughly a year to 1.5 years to ramp up and certify all the products and get the machine sort of running in a good way. We have already sold 75% of 70-75% of all the production on 7-year contracts. So what we can confirm is that there is a market for green steel. Our customers are not buying because they're going to use green steel in branding or marketing. It's pure economics. They know that the legislation is coming in, and brown steel will be more expensive, and therefore they are keen on getting in early to the market to buy the green steel. But if we come to the challenges for a company like this, is of course that when you build first of a kind, something like this, green hydrogen in large scale is going to be the world's largest green hydrogen production site, 100,000 ton of green hydrogen per year. Eventually there's going to be a bigger one in Saudi, but and then it's the first time big scale green iron and green steel. So even if these are sort of established technologies, there's a little bit of sort of tweak and new spice to it all, and it's either size or it's a little bit tweaking the technology. But the challenge, I would say, is first of all in funding. It is that there is no pockets for this kind of sort of big. We are too big for venture capital. We are too early for private equity, and we are too much risk for infrastructure. And those are the 3 buckets of capital that we have most in the world. So we need to sort of find a new definition of capital that is this big industrial startup for this to happen. Now I think we created a model. And the model was based on using then offtake agreements from our customers, 7-year long take or pay as a security for banks to fund the company. But I would say that is one hurdle. I think permits is another one. But I think we got all our permits for actually double the size of what we're building now in less than 12 months. And we did it by working proactively with the authorities in parallel processes. We spend a lot of money to sort of prepare for what will be the questions coming next week. And when we get the new questions, then what is the question coming after this? So be proactive, and I think that way we saved a lot of time. Then, of course, having this a little bit of a new one, sort of first of its kind, is, of course, do we estimate the cost in the right way? And there we missed. When we're coming in now to the project and I've done 60%, we see that we're going to have an overrun of around 15%. I spent 25 years in the heavy commercial vehicle industry. If we had an overrun of 15%, yeah, maybe I wasn't too happy, but I wasn't too sad either. In big projects like this, it's 15% is not out of bounds. And if we look at our business case, it's still extremely strong because the market is there for green steel. The premium has gone up based on the legislation that's come in place. So I think from that point of view, there is a lot of sanity still in the project. So what we need to do now is raise an additional €1 billion. And it's difficult to do that in the middle of a project, but we have good backing from our existing shareholders, and we are currently now with the backing from them coming in with sort of a big part of the capital that is needed of this €1 billion. We're also renegotiating with our banks, and then we have a project finance structure, so it's 37 banks. So twice a week we have a call with them. It's around 350 people on the call. And some of the conditions in project finance, you need to have all consent from all lenders. So this is, of course, something that will take time, and this is going to bring us into sort of the first half of next year, probably beginning of Q2 before we have that concluded. But then we're good to go, and part of this money is needed for overruns, but part of it is also cushions and contingencies that the banks need to be able to support a project like this, which is still, of course, a risk. But I would like to iterate, though, still that, I mean, we are almost there. And I think we have confirmed that it's possible to fund a project like this. There is a market for these kind of products, and there is technology to make it happen. But we would not have existed if it wasn't for the policy that has been in place in Europe over the last sort of 10 years. We are a result of that. Without a single market that Anne was into, this would not create us sort of like the market to assess. If it wasn't for the price on ETS, that we have a price on carbon, our customer wouldn't be able to sort of look at, okay, what am I willing to pay for this green steel? Which in a car, 1 ton of steel is roughly €200 for the final consumer. It's like 2 winter tires, and then you get sort of green steel in the whole car. But that's thanks to the ETS. And now with the CBAM and with the phase out of free allowances, that is important for us in our industry, and also the new benchmarking rules that then allows new technology like we come to be part of the system. Then you have a system to go. So our message to the policymakers is just hold the line. Do not start sort of wobbling now, because a lot of our customers, a lot of our companies that we buy the equipment from is mainly coming from Europe and Germany. We have all sort of turned right, and we are all on that road now, and it's too late to start wobbling. So our message is just you design a really great system. It works. We are a result of that. Please hold the line.
Thanks, Henrik. That's actually also a really great portrait of, a scale up in Europe, and great to hear about the permitting as well. And just to pick up on some of the points that Henrik was making, particularly, steel is obviously a strategic sector for Europe. You were talking about the need for defence, scale up. How should Europe do this? Should it, focus on specific strategic sectors? We've only got so much capacity. So when we're talking about sort of scaling up technologies, where should we focus the resources that we have?
I think this is a twofold question. I think number one, we need to look at the existing industrial base, because right now we are deindustrializing at a time when we know we're confronted with hybrid war and potentially an even worsening of the security situation. So as much as I want to speak about new sectors, it's very important that we not lose our productive and manufacturing capacity at this point. And then you go to the emerging sectors, right? And here, my proposal is to look at the rearmament as a way to see, can we not help scale some of these ventures and start doing the right thing, right? Because apart from having a lower carbon footprint, this is also homegrown, right? I mean, this is where I think the emphasis needs to be now, to understand how do we lessen dependencies, what is homegrown. Yes, it is a little bit more expensive, but boy, is it worth it, right? Because we're not only becoming more secure, but we're building out new markets. It's a big deal. So we need much more strategic thinking here. Last night over dinner, we had an interesting discussion about synthetic fuels, because Europe is all in right now, new fighter jets, new tanks. I'm like, what the hell do they run on? Right? Duh. So, so we need to think about, what may happen in a worst case scenario. We may be cut off from fossil fuels, and then all of that stuff we're investing in won't run. So what I'm expecting is really much better policy planning. Really sit together across teams and look at, here's the industrial policy piece, here's maybe the climate piece, but here's the security piece. And I know from experience, this is not easy, but we got to get there, because unless we have this more holistic view, not lose the industrial base we have, and it is in free fall, let me tell you. I mean, if I look at Germany, I get very concerned. How do we keep what we have, and how do we stand up new technologies, such as what Henrik just talked about, but also in other domains, and make it part and parcel of what is not only the rearmament of Europe, but really the last opportunity to regain competitiveness and to be able to lead again.
Thank you. I've actually amazingly been told I only have a couple of minutes left. Thank you. But I did want to ask you all briefly, and I know the Cleantech guys were keen to hear this. What is the one critical policy lever that Europe could pull in order to scale up Cleantech, to get some of this stuff going? I don't know if, Lydia, maybe we start with you.
Well, I think when it comes to I was referring to simplification. It has to be simple just to choose to scale in Europe, and to avoid situations as a lot of we hear this all the time, that a lot of big companies that in the end they look for other locations in the world to be able to scale up. Even on the tech industry, this is very common. So we still have a few that are that have their main address in Europe. But I think the most important thing is that we work on simplification, on the still existing barriers in the internal market. And if I may say this, I don't think anyone has quoted yet Mario Draghi's report at this panel.
I almost got through a whole panel.
We're holding, so it will be me. It will be me. So there's been a lot of reports issued. There was Letta's report on the internal market last year, Mario Draghi. I think everything has been said. I think it is really time for implementation, and I would insist on. It's very good to hear Henrik saying that the process for permitting was rather quick, which is not often the case. Like, we hear a lot of business owners that struggle to get their licenses across. So the main policy, I would say, it is simplification, but with a European vision, not just nationalize the conversation on simplification.
Excellent. Rapid fire, Francesco.
I think we should have clarity on the fact that it's in the interest of Europe to get out of this dependence that we have on gas. Get out, I mean get out, really out. And that can be achieved today, provided there are policies that push demand into the right direction. Otherwise, demand will do it, but it will take just longer time, and it will happen in a fragmented way. So any policy that shifts industry from heat, burning fossil fuels, to using heat pumps or stuff like that, positive. Any policy that moves transportation into electricity, positive. Stuff that work at demand level, okay? And second, I would push players at European level to integrate and merge to create large companies. We have too many small companies in Europe. And I'm talking about the fact that we have that because of design problems at European level on how we define competition. I think it's time that we face it. Competition must happen at world level and not within the single market at European 28 country level. That is self-inflicted damage. So push companies to merge or disappear. I think these two things have to happen for Europe to actually be able to scale up. You know, we as EQT are very active in the Scale Up EU fund. It is very important. It's just the beginning. It's a small fund compared to what we have in front of us in terms of scale-up appetite, but it's a good start. And I think it's really fundamental that we apply it on the right environment, and these policies could create the right environment.
Super, thank you. Anne, quickly.
Yes, I already mentioned it. We need a strategic pivot in the energy transition. That doesn't mean take it away from climate, but move it squarely into security, resilience, competitiveness, and industrial policy. That means you broaden the church. That's a good thing. We need more people involved. Secondly, diversification. It was mentioned by Giga. So we cannot be overly reliant on any one country, nor any one source of energy. So that means by definition that a lot of the emerging clean technologies need to be scaled. Because the way it is right now, we are too dependent. And this is really the opportunity, is to broaden that debate and make them much more strategic.
And finally, Henrik.
Yeah, I just want to mention, by the way, it's not only the fuel side. I think that also when it comes to a product like ours, we don't need any import of coal or coks or gas or oil. We only need sort of the rivers to flow and the wind to blow, and then we can produce steel for the defense industry as well. So I think that is also part of the resilience. What I would ask for, I think, is maybe not more policy, but more sort of to get the lead market initiatives going. It was been mentioned before, and I think just one example that I recently picked up, which I think is good, because I think we need to look also at cross-sector, cross-industry initiatives that are sort of where you can create the win-win. And one of those is a proposal that's out now from the German sort of steel makers, but also the German automotive industry, which is then that you, if you actually buy green steel and put it in your vehicle, that you can use that then to offset some of your fleet emission targets that you have. And I think that if you create those interdependencies, you can actually find clever ways to sort of get double up for the double bang for the buck in a way. And I think that those kind of initiatives within the frame of lead markets, I would propose.
Perfect, great. So simplification, electrification, scale, diversification, and lead markets, I think, in summary. Thank you so much for joining me. Great panel. Thank you for having us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much to our moderator and to the panelists for this insightful debate. As Lydia mentioned, time for implementation at Europe's independent moment, when rearmament can be looked, as Anne mentioned, from the scaling ventures perspective, which is a must now. And talking about scaling ventures, we know capital is key here. And not only capital, but particularly patient capital is paramount. And this is why we are going to also bring in philanthropy now with the next moment. So I would like to call on stage again, Jules, please, for the fireside chat, Philanthropy Leading the Way. Over to you, Jules.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bianca, and obviously a bit challenging to come after this panel, but we'll make the best of it. All right, so we've brought the topic of leadership quite a few times now, but we've also all been able to recognize that public policy and public funding sometimes moves a bit slow, and I think a lot of you experience this in Europe. But a lot of policymakers also often come to us and ask us, what are some of the success cases that you can point to? What are some of the examples that you see out there that we could replicate, that we could amplify? And so
today we wanted to bring a bit of a new topic to this summit, the topic of philanthropy, with this idea that philanthropists sit in a bit of an interesting middle ground, right? They have resources that they can put to work. They can work at speed. They can collaborate across different types of ecosystems, and they can bring really interesting success cases and try stuff out that policymakers and public funders can then use. So to have this discussion today, I'm thrilled to welcome two people on stage. The first is Agathe Freeman, general partner at Norsken VC. Welcome, Agathe. Thank you. Welcome. Please take a seat. And the second is Heba Agib, board member of the BMW Foundation. Welcome, Heba. Take a seat. All right, so Agathe, you're one of the founders and the leaders at Norsken, and specifically Norsken Venture Capital. Norsken is an organization that was set up by Nicholas Adalbert, the founder of Klarna, really with this idea of accelerating impact entrepreneurship in Europe and now in Africa, as well as I hear. You're also one of the leading early stage impact investors in Europe, and we'll come to you in a minute. And Heba, you're an engineer by training and a researcher, and in 2019, you took the leadership of the BMW Respond program, which is a tech accelerator that you'll tell us a bit about. You've been a member of the BMW Foundation board since, I think, 2023, and very recently you launched a new scale-up acceleration program that I hope you'll also tell us about. But maybe let's start with you, Agathe, and especially again in the spirit of what can public policy learn from the initiatives that you run? Maybe you raised, I think, what is Europe's largest early stage impact fund. So can you tell us a bit about this? What learnings do you take away from this? And more broadly, how can policymakers learn from the Norsken story?
Absolutely. It's interesting, like the story of Norsken VC is a story where really philanthropic capital and private capital comes together. Today, as you mentioned, we're Europe's largest early stage investor in impact companies, which primarily means climate and health. We are fully financially driven, commercial. Today, we're backed by some of Europe's most savviest financial investors. But that's not where we started. We started 8 years ago with the idea that we want to invest in companies that can become $1 billion companies, but at the same time that these are companies that also have clearly measurable positive impact for the world. When we went out to raise our very, very first fund, that's now 9 years ago, we talked to a lot of traditional capital and we said, we're investors, we're entrepreneurs, and we think that there is a gap in the market where we can invest in companies that will become billion-dollar companies, but at the same time have clear, measurable, positive impact. And back then, a lot of people said, wow, love, what an inspiring pitch, what an inspiring story. But yeah, we're not sure that financial returns are really there. So no, come back when you have a little bit more track record. And that's where philanthropy, or I would even extend it into like catalytic capital, plays a huge role, where our very, very first backers were tech entrepreneurs who said, yeah, you know what? No one has really done what you have done, but I'm willing to give you capital to try to prove that you can do it. And if you can do it, that can enable you to scale that and actually bring in private capital. And actually, BMW Foundation was also part of those really, really early movers that really believed in what we wanted to do and gave us capital, a chance to prove that we can really kind of walk the talk. And again, now, 8-9 years later, our latest fund was oversubscribed. We are delivering top-tier financial returns. So by now, we stand on our own legs. We don't rely on philanthropic or catalytic capital because we have proven that you can be financially driven and still generate positive impact. So I think the story here, kind of coming back to your original question, is really how we can create a lot of change. We need those early movers, that philanthropic or catalytic capital that says, I love the idea. No one has done that before, but here I'm willing to take a chance and let you prove that actually there is something that later can be driven by market forces.
Excellent. Maybe before we go to Heba, can you tell us a bit about the broader Norsken story and the other areas that you work on besides venture capital?
Yeah, there are two distinct parts. There is Norsken Foundation, which is purely non-profit. It was started by one of Europe's most successful entrepreneurs, Nicholas Adalbert. He's one of the founders of Klarna. after more than 10 years of building Klarna, he sort of realized that there is so much blood, sweat, and tears that goes into building companies of this magnitude. So why are we building companies that don't move a needle in the positive direction for the world? He himself would openly say that, is Klarna net positive for the world or not? So instead, the goal of Norsken Foundation is to really champion, to really plant seeds in the minds of every entrepreneur that if you are about to start a company, it better be a company that also has some kind of net positive impact for the world. So our ultimate goal is that any first-time entrepreneur just about to graduate, when he or she thinks that I'm going to start a business, that he or she would say that it's going to be an impact business. Or the same with serial entrepreneurs. If a serial entrepreneur is about to start his or her next business, that we're there, the goal of Norsken Foundation is that we're there at the right time, at the right place, give them resources, community, and platform to increase the chances of that next business being an impact business.
Excellent, thank you, Agathe. Maybe, Heba, over to you. Could you tell us a bit about the story of the BMW Foundation and specifically how it got into the tech acceleration space and what you take away from these, I think, whatever, now 6-7 years of experience?
Thank you, Jules, and so inspiring to hear. I remember the 7 years ago when we talked the first time, I think, when we said like impact tech as a new imperative. There's no way to make money if it doesn't have impact in the core. And this is the core of what we were thinking when we started Respond. So the BMW Foundation decided to build that global platform for entrepreneurs and to strengthen innovation and innovators as the leaders of change in doing their business, having in mind that environmental impact, economic impact, and societal impact have to go hand in hand, and that there's so much potential for that, and clean tech innovation is at the heart of that. You can build competitive businesses that are leading to clean, secure, and affordable energy, and at the same time, be implemented so that society sees what is possible if it's being done. And we wanted to accelerate that. Respond is an accelerator program now running for the 7th year. A call of application for energy entrepreneurs is running now. And it's about energy systems, innovation, integrated energy system, energy storage, how to implement and build, like you mentioned, the networks, the ecosystems, and the infrastructure for entrepreneurs to be able to scale their innovation. This is now, it's developing, it's evolving over the years, and we see how vibrant the European ecosystem and entrepreneurs are, how much clean technologies and innovations are in place, and how much needs to be done to connect the dots and connect the leaders across sector. And this program has a lot of business coaching and a lot of innovation focus, but we, as a leadership-focused foundation, saw how important it is to strengthen leaders in their role as entrepreneurs and in their role as leaders of organizations, that we be stronger and have an impact, and that leaders behind systemic change have a lot of challenge and a lot of burden compared to maybe tech entrepreneurs who don't have this challenge. So this is a focus of the program and absolute USP for it.
And maybe can you tell us a bit about how you decided to kind of take this from the early stages of company acceleration, right, or getting started, now more to the scale-up phase?
So we're trying to close these gaps along the innovation cycle. And 7 years ago, it was even hard to do early stage startups support. And this is where we focused. And then we've seen how necessary it is to follow up and support startups at the later scale-up phase. So closing the scale-up gap become even more important, and the commercialization and making economic benefit of the innovation and the entrepreneurship energy that is in Europe is even more essential. And this is why we decided to partner up with IFC, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, to bridge that scale-up gap. We started a pilot. We are always building out-of-the-box collaboration. It's not it's not so classical. And we decided to focus on scale-up. I think Anera Tech was mentioned very often today. They're part of the current cohort. Traceless, Kraftblock, Scilab you see later on stage. And this needs a different kind of attention. It really needs everyone to be in the room to focus on these innovations and their pilots and their large-scale implementation and see what are the barriers that are stopping them from implementation and from making this technology exist. It has a lot of network, global stages. We bring the entrepreneurs of scale-ups on the Munich Security Conference, Energy Security Hub, because we believe that these are shaping the industrial transformation in Europe, and that this is a high-level issue that needs to be tackled on a meta-level conversation, but with practicability and showcasing on the ground what is possible.
So let's move maybe to the policy topic. What are some of the biggest policy challenges that your companies face, and what can policymakers learn from your experience in building these programs?
Yeah. Not generally, again, the perspective that I can bring here today is very much bottoms up from the startup perspective. We've talked a lot about the bottom or top down. Generally, bottom up makes me very optimistic about Europe. I don't think we have lack of innovation. I also think that our capital markets have matured to a place where early stage companies are getting the funding that they need. And every now and then, you're still going to hear we don't have enough capital in the early stages or not enough innovation is being funded. I'm a bit contrarian in a way that I disagree, and I also would, as cynical as it sounds, not every innovation deserves to be funded. And from what I can see from my seat is that the innovations that really do deserve to be funded are getting funded. So I think as Europe, we have sorted out the early stage. I see that the ecosystem is working. But again, the elephant in the room, and I'm not saying anything new, and that's builds on what you were saying and builds on a lot of the earlier speakers today, is that scale up is a challenge. Scale up truly, truly is a challenge. If you look at in early stage, 80% of the capital that's funding early stage companies comes from Europe and 20% comes from US. In the scale-up stage, the best performing startups, 80% of the capital comes from US and 20% comes from Europe. Again, I know it's probably not news to anyone. The only thing I can do by saying that is just reinstating that huge sense of urgency. And I also understand that it's hard, because to truly scale these technologies, the numbers are getting bigger, so that money still come from somewhere, but it is a clear issue. The other thing on policy, if I can add, is that we've also talked today a lot about energy. And again, energy is innovation from a startup perspective, is also something that inspires a lot of confidence. It's been fun to watch it over the last 10 years. And it's, in some ways, again, when it comes to policy, there is a lot of sense of urgency in this room. And there's also a lot of sense of urgency that, we're behind. I don't want to take away from that sense of urgency, but I also want to install a small bit of hope that, I think we are going 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And I think energy and energy innovation is a really, really good example of that. 10 years ago, there are certain climate technologies we could just not fund. There's no way that market forces could lift these technologies. 10 years later, the technology has matured. We've talked a lot about clean energy. The cost of that has come down by 90%. And today we've reached a tipping point where a lot of that can be driven by market forces. And what I'm saying by that is that we have seen that it works. Like sometimes we need policy, catalytic capital to give innovation the early push, but ultimately the goal is for then the market forces to take over. And I actually think clean energy is the absolute best example of that. But what's stopping the companies that I'm invested in is that it's fantastic. Solar is cheaper than your electricity bill. But at the same time, in a number of European countries, including one of the main ones, Germany, we're cutting energy bills, which is basically ruining the household solar math, which is that, for me, it also sort of blows my mind. For years, we were subsidizing these technologies so that they can become cost competitive. Today, they actually are cost competitive, but what do? We start to subsidize the fossil fuels. I mean, to me, it makes no sense. We did the hardest part. These are competitive technologies. They're cheaper than your average household bill, but now we're putting in place things that actually make them not cost competitive. So there is kind of a lot of contradiction that we need to fix.
And on this question of investment from the US, do a lot of your portfolio companies end up kind of getting scale-up capital from the US?
Yeah, they do, and again, like it's the bar is higher to get attention from a U.S. investor. But in some ways, like I think what makes me sad about it, and now especially in the AI era where we're really seeing outsized outcomes we've never seen before, I'm just really sad that all those profits and all that money is not coming back to Europe. There are extremely successful companies in Europe, in let's say if we talk about today's topic has not mainly been AI, but we're just sending those profits away. These are European entrepreneurs building companies in Europe, but Europe is not profiting from their success, and that's just sad.
What's even sadder, it's a point that's been made by Martin, I think he's in the room from the GET fund, is that actually the capital that the US funds are using also sometimes comes from Europe, because we put a lot of our savings into US funds that then kind of reinvested.
No, exactly, and that's the other thing that we do. It all comes down to capital. We have scale-up capital issue. We have venture capital issue. I mean, in Europe, less than 1% of pension fund goes into venture capital. In US, that's more than 10%. So it's again, and I've seen EIF, working on that, doing roadshow around Europe, talking to pension funds and trying to educate pension funds that actually European venture as an asset class is not underperforming. It's performing really well, and in certain areas where the European venture returns are better than the US venture returns. But like and again, I'm not naive. I realize like how incredible amount of work it takes, but like we need a lot to unlock a lot more capital to win across different pockets.
Heba, based on all the experiences from Respond and these scale-up programs, what's your key messages to policymakers?
I want to underline this point. We need more European private capital to go in European innovation, and this is essential. And I think we all have to work on that and to create the financial and policy frameworks that motivate and encourage that, because these are facts, and there are ways to stop that. I think for me, and also listening to today and most of the discussions we're in, we always talk about the strength of Europe in innovation, the strong industrial base, the large corporations, the theoretically single market, the entrepreneurship energy, and the great research. And what we see is happening is that the potential of these components or ingredients of success are not connected at all. It's every challenge is describing a silo that is disabling great innovators to have the right industrial partners, or build the pilots, or have private capital encouraged to come in. This is the story of the current situation. And if we want to move in this era of implementation and of really making the realization and the showcasing on the ground and at scale, we need to bridge these gaps. We talked yesterday in the dinner very clearly about the necessity of alignment and cooperation. And this is the leader, not to lead. I think the next question is how to lead. And you cannot lead if you're not aligned as leaders. European leadership needs to align and focus on clean tech innovations, that this is the potential for competitiveness, for economic prosperity, and when it all works well, even at scale, to save the planet. This is what it's about. And coming back to being an engineer, it's all solvable, really. It's not that difficult. You put a challenge in the room, and we sit all together. If you talk to investors, they tell you why you're not investing. If you talk to entrepreneurs, they tell you why they're not scaling. And this is what we're trying to do in our partnership also, and with the ERLG. We have to prioritize, to be pragmatic, and to build these partnerships where we act focused and to stay on it.
Yeah.
Because
maybe tell us a couple of words about that. So you were one of the key supporters behind the Energy Resilience Leadership Group, within that frame, you enabled a lot of partnerships between startups and or scale-ups and large industrials. But we're also now trying to think about how do we broaden this to a more systemic policy impact. What's the importance of these linkages between large industrials and younger companies?
I think it's very important to define the challenges that we need to tackle. We talk a lot, Anne, about energy security and energy resilience. You started with Christian Bruch, and then we joined Helmut Schöneberger, Unternehmertum, and us, because we thought this is the Energy Resilience Leadership Group needs all sectors to be at the table. Let's bring in the civil society's voice and the need of society for change. Let's bring in the entrepreneurs. Let's bring in the industry and policymakers. And we create different rooms for different conversations that we have a responsibility as a philanthropy to connect and to curate towards a solution. We decided very clearly that dialogue is the start, debate is a little bit coming a bit later, but then we have to go together to collective action. And we see how the different formats and initiatives and programs lead to different progress in different environments. So the LG is a great example to focus on Europe. Respond, and the Respond Scale-Up program is getting really into the implementation and deployment of innovation. We do a series called Workshop of Change, actually. It's called in German Werkstatt des Wandels. We started it with the German president 2 years ago, and we decided after the collaboration ended to continue it. And this is a very important thing, if you learn something, to take it into the next level and build on it until you have an outcome. And we focus on energy, and we go to places where Burghausen in Germany for chemical industry. What's happening? What's the transformation needed? And how do we make sure that society is on board with the change? Because we tend to forget that markets is society, that elections are society. If we don't showcase, it's not going in a good direction. And social cohesion and economic transformation currently are so much linked. We have to be conscious and aware of that.
We're going to have to close in a minute because a number of members of European Parliament are coming here to have some really open brainstorming sessions with all of you. If you had one message for policymakers, MEPs, Commission officials for today, what would it be?
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. I would just say engage in a dialogue. I mean, last night we hosted the Henna Virkunen, EVP of AI policy in the parliament, together with some of the top AI founders. And my only message is that we're very, very willing to all be part of the solution and work together and engage in those discussions. So if anyone ever wants to collaborate with us, we're always open. And in the end of the day, private and public sectors have to go hand in hand.
I think it would be to focus. We know where the priorities are. The discussions have been done. We heard it all the time. And real European leadership that benefits Europe and the world lies in alignment and in a strategy and a master plan that is holistic, that brings everyone on board. The strengths will be from the collective intelligence of the sectors and not anyone on their own.
Thank you so much, Sheba. Thank you all. And over to you, Bianca.
Thank you very much for this conversation that gives us hope. It's great to hear from Agad that capital markets have matured in the EU, at least for the early stage. That's good news. Let's keep going. And also, wonderful to hear from Heba that, collective action works as well. And as I said, this gives us hope, but also at Cleantech we think hope is a word with its sleeves rolled up, so it's also about action, as indeed you were mentioning, Heba. We'll now meet some of the people that gives us hope and energy as well every day in our work. These are our coalition members, so it's time for the coalition announcement. I would like to invite Victor again with me on stage to proceed with that. Thank you, Victor. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we said, we're actually all here today for the entrepreneurs. and the innovators, because they will have to do it in the end, and we have to help them. But they're the ones with the bright ideas, the technical expertise. And just probably most of you are aware, but just for a brief note about Cleantech for Europe, we actually have currently 2 coalitions. One coalition of 23 companies scaling up in Europe, and we will have now a couple of new ones joining, as well as an investor coalition bringing 30 venture capital and private equity funds that invest in those companies. So today, this moment is really about welcoming the new companies and new faces to the stage. So I'd like to welcome one by one. First of all, Patrick Muller from Copar Ocean. So for everyone, it's a Sweden-based supplier of turnkey wave energy systems that generate clean, reliable electricity from ocean waves. Welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Next one is, I would like to welcome Igor Kosis from GA Drilling. It's a Slovakia-based company that will be, will help us unlock the deep geothermal power that we have in Europe and allow us to, develop firm-based. I will just ask you not to sit down because we have so many of us joining the stage that you'll have to stay on. So, next one is Gladys Le Goff from Gravity, France-based producer of low-carbon direct reduction iron and actually deploying first plant in. Then I'm delighted to welcome John Hunter from Ingrid. Ingrid is out of Sweden, a scaled-up making intelligent grids through smart optimization and large-scale battery storage. Very pertinent for everything we heard this morning on the different panels. Then we have Christian Rood from Leidenjar. So for everyone, Leidenjar is a Netherlands-based manufacturer of pure silicon anodes. Welcome. Next one, Lucie Nebu from New Heat. And for everyone, New Heat is a French-based supplier of renewable and sustainable heat for industrial sites. Welcome. We have also one investor to announce. I think he's not with us, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. But we will have PT1 joining us, Yannick de Winter, venture capital fund out of Germany, doing seed and pre-seed investments in Cleantech. So very happy to have him on board. Then Yannick, then we will have Gabriel Lazar Garrido from Submer. And so for everyone, Submer is a Spain-based scale-up facility facilitating global sustainable liquid and data AI in data centers for the most demanding workloads, reducing consumption. And finally, last but not least, I'm very happy to welcome Burkhard Straub from Vianode. So everyone, Vianode is a Norway-based producer of synthetic anode graphites with 90% lower emissions than current graphite technology. And I think, tying in the themes we had this morning, actually, Burkhard, over dinner, you told us yesterday, we're actually a supply chain ex-China, and I wasn't aware, but graphite is actually one of the most critical materials on the NATO critical materials list. So it ties in very well with the security angle we've amply discussed. So everyone, give them a big round of applause. And also, certainly last but not least, we have to also congratulate the people behind it, the heavy work. So I'd like, first of all, to call on my stage my colleague Ruben Davis, who is leading the work of our Cleantech Scale-Up Coalition. And also welcome on stage my colleague Dimitri Collin, who does all the work for our Investor Coalition. So everyone, thank you for putting faith in us and for helping us continue to deliver the message to policymakers on the fantastic innovation and exciting prospects we have. So thank you very much. Last round of applause. And then ladies and gentlemen, bear with us because Bianca, our Master of Ceremony, Bianca, will walk us through now the next item, which will require a bit of logistics. So listen very carefully.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now you've met our Cleantech heroes. It's time to go into the next moment, to deep dive into the breakout sessions. And for that, actually, to explain better than me how the breakout sessions will work, we'll have Luis Rebelo, Policy Manager at Cleantech for Europe. Please, Luis, join us on stage. You will be moderating this session, so please, over to you.
We'll very briefly explain how these sessions will go. We have 5 breakout rooms. Today, each breakout is hosted by an MEP and a Cleantech leader, who will first frame the discussion and, of course, the topics that will be discussed on each room. And, of course, its biggest challenges. Then we will have a bit of a moderated discussion with all the participants on how to solve these challenges. And then we will gather here again in 45 minutes in the plenary session after these breakout rooms, and all the MEPs and the Cleantech leaders will be here on stage with me presenting basically the main takeaways of each of the panels. I will give you an overview of the breakout rooms. So on batteries, it will be hosted by MEP Bruno Tobac and by Philippe Chahin, co-founder of Vercor, on room Jean Rey. Then on geothermal energy, we will be hosted by MEP Martin Hoisek and by Boel Stier, Director of Baseload Capital, on room Roy Jenkins. Then the third room, it's on critical raw materials. It will be hosted by Joris Stier from the EU Institute for Security Studies and by Gideon Schwitz from Scilib, co-CEO and co-founder, on room Konrad Adenauer. Fourth session on green molecules that will be hosted by MEP Niels Fleming Hansen and by Tim Boltkan, who is the CEO and co-founder of Inaratech, on room Jacques Delors. And finally, on grids and energy storage, we will have MEP Ingeborg Terlac and Claudio Spadaccini, founder and CEO of Energy Dome, on room Franco Maria Malfatti. I now invite everyone to join one of these sessions and see you all in 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Mic doesn't work. Welcome back, everybody. I know the session has been interesting and you have a lot to talk. Welcome back. Please make your way in and let's harvest some collective intelligence from the breakout sessions. Thank you very much. And to proceed to this moment, I would like to invite my colleague, Luis. I have some good supporters here. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's harvest some collective intelligence from the breakout rooms. And I would like to invite with me back on stage Luis Revelo. Please come with me here. And please introduce the chairs of the previous session and their outcomes. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Yes. Thank you so much for joining us for this plenary. I will now invite one by one our speakers to join me here on stage, and then I will ask each of them to share their main takeaways. So let's start with the batteries room that was hosted by MEP Bruno Tobak. Is MEP Bruno Tobak with us here? Thank you. Join me, please, here on stage. A round of applause. And also Mr. Philip Schein from Verkoch. Yes, please sit. Just by me here, Bruno. Yes, yes. So one by one. And then on geothermal energy, we have MEP Martin Heusig. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Vice President of the European Parliament. And also Bol Stier from Baseload Capital. Thank you. On critical raw materials, we had Joris Stier from EU Institute for Security Studies. Thank you. And Mr. Gideon Schwisch, co-CEO from Scilab. Thank you as well. Now on green molecules, we have MEP Niels Flemming Hansen from Denmark. Thank you so much. And Tim Boltkan, co-CEO and co-founder of Inaratech. Thank you, Tim. And finally, on grids and energy storage, MEP Ingeborg ter Laak. Thank you. And finally, the CEO of Energy Dome, Claudio Spadaccini. Thank you. So, I hope you had very interesting conversations. I heard great things about several of the rooms. Maybe we have five microphones in front of you. I would ask you to share from the persons who were leading each of the rooms. So, and I will start here on my left with MEP Bruno Tobak that was discussing on batteries. Bruno, MEP Tobak, what were the main takeaways in your session? Let us know, and please share also some of the challenges that were identified.
Thank you. Well, first of all, my name is written wrong on the slide.
It's not Bruno, it's Bruno, yes.
Yes, yeah, exactly. No worries. In case anyone is looking for me, my email is not... Well, what have we learned, just in a nutshell, because with a very interesting discussion that ran way too long and that had one big conclusion, which was that range anxiety is not a thing anymore in electrical vehicles. And that's why we overran, of course. No, what we did was we really saw, and thanks to Philippe here, that battery production in Europe, even though we had a few mishaps, is happening right now. Is something that is possible, that we can do, where we have the technology, maybe not all of it yet, but where we need to look at how can we support and how can we create the markets for that on the one hand. Do we need instruments such as output support? I think that what we mostly agreed on, all of us, is that by European in the whole value chain and in different areas would need to be a lot more top of mind in our legislation than it is today, if we want to create the businesses and the business opportunities, and that security for financing is absolute, and for investors is absolutely necessary, and that's why we came to range anxiety, discussing about 2035 targets on battery electrical vehicles when the change is happening anyway is just a waste of time, is detrimental, is terrible for investment security in Europe, and so let's stop wasting our time on that and look forward. But Philippe can contradict me if I was wrong.
Thank you. I won't be contradicting you, especially on that. Yes, thank you. My first message was, yes, indeed, battery manufacturing in Europe is happening. Vercor started 5 years ago. We have now more than 1,000 employees. We have a full production pilot plant in Grenoble, and we are starting our gigafactory in Dunkirk as we speak. Inauguration is scheduled for next week, and we have already produced the first cells. So we are in the race. We haven't won yet. We still have a lot to do, but we are in the race, and this is the very important message. So what's needed to make sure we get to the end? Protection, support, and also a collaboration framework will be very helpful. Protection, support could be, yes, output-based support, but also demand-based support. Protection through local content requirements, very important. Altogether, stability is the key word, and to also secure long-term investment. And the collaboration framework I was mentioning is we are open to gaining time in industrializing all the technical solutions. We think we have the competence, but if we can go faster by collaborating with especially Asian players, let's make sure we can do this on a level playing field, and for example, FDI conditionalities and many other things. So I think that was the main take. A lot of optimism in the discussion, but the need for this long-term stability and clear signals that decarbonization is the way to go.
Thank you so much. On geothermal energy, MEP Heusig, we know that geothermal is one of the technologies, one of the topics that has been raising more interest from people in Europe and also from investors. It has definitely been increasing in the last years. What were the main takeaways from your discussion?
Well, I start with my observation that I think that it's finally a time where the ugly duckling of the renewable energies is about to start changing its feathers and turn into a really beautiful white swan.
Beautiful metaphor.
Because honestly, it's downright ridiculous that we sit on this really hot ball and we're wondering where we're going to get the energy from. We're sitting on it, all of us, right now. And we are putting lots of nonsensical obstacles and roadblocks in the path of the development. And we need to turn it around. We need a proper, robust geothermal strategy that's going to address the crucial things like de-risking the pilot phase. One side having the kind of first pilot big projects but really big projects that are going to be showcasing the next generation geothermal, but then more systemically having a proper de-risking scheme, having the scheme for proper data sharing and availability of data, and a single market in terms of also the way of the permitting is done. And it's not about steamrolling the communities, but it's about actually stopping to pretend that geothermal is mining, that it's actually, extraction of hydrocarbons, because it's not. And it's very fundamental difference there in the permitting, and making it more unified across the EU just going to lower the costs there. And last but not least, let's really use this as an industrial policy. Let's utilize the skills we have, not only in the drilling and the R&D in the drilling, but also in the turbine manufacturing, looking at really this as a comprehensive ecosystem together with the off-takers. Because with the central heating in lots of parts of Europe, but also with the industrial clusters hungry for affordable electricity and heat, this is where we need to look and combine it and really direct the attention there. Thank you.
Thank you. Well captured. Yes, I think I want to circle back to what Yiga Shah said earlier today. We need to stop talking about what we can't do and talk about what we can do. And the fact is that we already have a geothermal industry in Europe. We have Iceland, we have Turkey. They're amazing and they have scaled geothermal already. There's so much expertise there. We have the oil and gas heritage, we have geological experts, And we have the manufacturer base in Italy, for example, ORC systems, creating these ORC systems already. And I think it's fascinating to see that we sometimes miss what we already have. So Turkey was the country that fastest in the world scaled geothermal. So less than 20 years ago, they had 15 megawatts of installed power capacity, geothermal power capacity. Today, 1.7 gigawatts, less than 20 years. Let's do what they did.
What did they do?
Yes. So combining feed-in tariffs and made-in-Turkey criteria and a very strong, well-funded risk-sharing mechanism, they made this happen. And I mean, we can do it. There are EU-level instruments and institutions just waiting, funded already. So, yeah, perhaps I should stop talking now. But this is what we can do. Let's do it.
Thank you. Let's move to Joris. Yes?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Critical raw materials.
Yeah, so we discussed critical raw materials, which really should be seen as the skeleton of the global economy. Pull that out, there is no pacemakers, MRI technologies, jet fighters, and none of the clean tech that we're here about discussing today. And the urgency couldn't be larger because China has tried to pull out that skeleton this very year by sharply reducing the exports of many of these materials, 10 in total, which is a lot more diverse, of course, because some materials have very diverse material groups. And out of the 34 materials that the EU deems critical, 19 are either majority mined or refined in China. Well, this, of course, comes at a time when we have to beef up our rearmament because we might find ourselves soon in a position to defend Europe with a lot less America, or in a very worst case scenario with no America. So what is the solution then? How do we get these critical raw materials elsewhere? There are clear limitations to sort of a more knee-jerk by European only approach. My personal sense is that if for critical raw materials you go by European, you'll end up with buying very little. The reason being we have very high energy and labor costs. These are low or no economic value added, but emissions intensive sectors. We have high emissions targets, we have long permitting, a dense populated area, etc. So in the spirit of
a difficult equation.
Yeah, a difficult equation. So in the spirit of not just telling what we can't do, we can do a lot. We create a lot of demand for critical raw materials, and we have a lot of partners outside of Europe that we still trust. The Japanese are very active in critical raw materials, are bringing online all sorts of projects around the world already. So are the Koreans. Why don't we have EU plus partner public procurement and content requirements where we say, well, if you use permanent magnets, these 12,000 kilograms that we need per offshore wind turbine, from a trusted country, we're now going to give you additional points in your tender when you compete for a wind park. Why don't we do the same throughout private sectors at the same time? And finally, why do we not use the strategic investment that we have now under the NATO 1.5% and perhaps even the 3.5% for all sorts of cross-cutting components, whether it's batteries or permanent magnets, that go both into weapon systems and in the clean tech revolution?
Thank you. Let's move to Gideon from Scilab.
Thanks a lot. I'm Gideon from Scilab, a German battery recycling company. We had a very vital discussion, and I really want to start with a quote from Burkhard Straube, who showed by the example of the lead-acid battery manufacturing that we already have there a 100% closed loop, or nearly 100% closed loop in terms of the materials that you need to build those batteries. And that is something that we need to build when we want to become independent for the other raw materials, for batteries, semiconductors, etc. But to do so, we have to do at least three things. And I think the first thing that stands out is we have to help, from a policy perspective, to create the market. We have to create the market in terms of building the ecosystem end to end. If we have just recycling here, but no refining or not battery manufacturing, it does not work. If we have battery manufacturing, but if we don't have the materials here, then it's also going to be a problem. We need to somehow set the incentives for that through local content, but we also have to set incentives, for example, through public procurement. And we have to prevent leakage of the material to elsewhere. This is the first thing. to create that market, we need to build the industry in Europe, and we need to help. That means access to financing. We have a gap for startups and scale-ups in terms of financing. We have to tackle that. We have to go with guarantee schemes. We have to go with access to debt for growing companies. So we have to close the valley of death for those companies who are willing to scale. And if we do both, if we build the ecosystem, if we build the industry, and if we create the market demand, then we have to set up a level playing field. And here I want to quote one of the persons from the vital discussions. We have to get rid of the stupid rules. And stupid rules in that context means relocation of people. We have super expensive labor in Europe, especially in Germany. And we make it really hard to relocate from somewhere to elsewhere. And we have those talents, we need those talents. So we have to make it easy to move and to work wherever your work is needed. We also have to work on energy prices, obviously, and we have to trust businesses. That's another quote that one of the persons from the discussion said. We have to trust businesses because often rules and regulation are not made by people who run businesses, and that is something where we need trust if we want to be successful.
Thank you. Let's move to MEP Niels Flemming Hansen that was discussing green molecules, please.
Thank you very much. And we had a great debate in our group, and I just got a new aftershave. Yeah, it's one of yours. It's very good. I wouldn't recommend drinking it, but smelling it is very good. So this is ESAF. If you take this and you put it into a Passat from 1999, the car becomes green. Now, we should not use this for cars. We should use this for planes and for ships, because that's where we have the biggest advantage of this. But we can produce it in small modular production facilities, and we can do that close to where we get the energy. And that is very important, because the energy prices in Europe is very, very different. I come from a country where I can charge my electrical vehicle free at night if the wind is blowing, because we cannot get rid of all the energy that we produce, which is stupid. So maybe we should start produce this in some of the northern countries where we have a lot of wind energy. So energy prices is one thing that is very important in order to get the price of the ESAF down, so it's more compliant to the price of the normal fuel that you put in jet planes. Then we need to look at it from a security angle as well. We can produce this on site. If we are on a battlefield, we can produce this. This is very important. So I think we have a bright future here, and of course, from the Parliament and the Commission, we need to help so we can scale up the production and therefore getting the prices down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tim, please.
Yeah, Tim Böttgen, CEO of Enertech. 3 simple messages, what we discussed. First thing is green molecules are great. Everybody loves them. We can decarbonize, defossilize hard-to-abate sectors, aviation, shipping, chemical industry, heavily needed. The second point is the technology is there. We saw the ESAF. This is something where Europe is really leading the pack. So China cannot do it with this technology. So we really have to execute this now. This will pay into Europe's competitiveness, energy resilience, and we have the regulatory momentum. STIP is out. We have the military mobility package. So now it really comes down to traction. We need to sign the offtakes. We need to get the finance in and basically finance as many projects as possible. And the third point was connecting the dots. So it's not only to produce this stuff, but the value chain is quite complex. Together with, I would say, the incubant industry, the oil and gas majors, the aviation industry, which is, I would say, very hesitant to change. So the challenging part is basically not only to produce the fuel, but to make the business case fly. And this is what will come now into the next years.
Thank you. MEP Ingeborg Dechlack, please.
Thank you so much. And we were in a breakout session about the grid and the storage of energy. And I think that was key. I think the grid is the fundament for our energy supply. And what we learned and what we discussed is how can it remain affordable and without peaks so that the price will be stable. We didn't talk about cheap, but stable pricing. And everybody within the breakout session was really anxious to see the grid package coming out next week from the Commission. And most of all, everybody's saying it's not about techniques, it's not about more cables, but it's about harmonizing the different regulations so that companies and operators can go into different markets and we can really become one union and use our skill to have affordable energy. And everybody was also saying we can lead as Europe, and we need this to lead, because we need green renewable energy. We need it for our businesses so they can have these congestions in the future, but we also need it for people, for the ordinary people, because if they have affordable energy, they will still believe in this green climate transition, which we have to make all together. Harmonization, but also prioritize, saying not just who comes first, gets first, but maybe who comes first and who needs to be first on the grid. And also the way it was called reindustrialization, the way we have the incentives. So when do I use electricity? What is the cheapest moments and what are the more expensive moments? And how can we reverse our money-making business so that electricity companies will not make money for more cables, but will make money for better use of their systems and their grids. So I think that will be very important for the new package to come out. And it's, as I said, a fundament for our green industrial deal, for our competitiveness, and also for our stability, social stability within Europe.
Thank you. And now Mr. Spadaccini from Energy Dome, please.
Yeah, so, has already been mentioned that, prioritization of connection has been widely discussed, but also harmonization has been, harmonization of the regulation, because, having the same regulation all around Europe obviously is a huge advantage. But not only harmonization in that sense, is also harmonization between, the grid and energy storage package and the Industrial Act. So, and here I'd like to synchronize with what has been said also in the battery session. So, Buy European is something that has also been mentioned and is important. So, if we can modernize, let's say, the grid, using technology which is produced and manufactured in Europe, this has a very, let's say, worth impact also on the social and on the, let's say, on the labor, and all those kind of things. So that has also been mentioned, and that is very important. And yeah, what we expect is also, let's say, some regulation incentives that will allow or buy European.
Thank you so much. This has been very interesting, and I think all of you are very, very knowledgeable. So I think it was just almost a bit of a masterclass to all of us. We still have some minutes, and I think here in Europe we are also, as was already mentioned, lacking some positive energy, some proud in being European. Can I ask you in very short terms, why are you not only happy but also proud of doing this in Europe, both on policy but also at company level? So why is it about Europe that makes, or at least should make us proud? And maybe we can start then now from Mr. Spadaccini, and then we can back to this side. I think we also need a bit of a more positive energy here.
Good. So, I mean, I feel that, I was recently in the US and they told us, have you really been able to build such a technology and plant rising only 150 million? Here in the US, this would cost 1.5 billion. So I think that the skills, the burn rate that we have in the startup side of the business is, I'm very proud of that. Scale up is the issue. So let's focus on that. Because scale up is definitely super hard in Europe.
Thank you. Mr. Teresa?
Yes, what made me very proud about Europe during the breakout session was the mentioning of solidarity. And maybe also within the US. It is important if we want to have affordable energy, we need solidarity. We need, you can have your own solar panels or your own wind and charge your car, but if you have your own batteries and the grid remains, with fewer people, fewer connections, then the grid will be more expensive for everybody. So I think we have to have this solidarity thought. We have to keep it, that everybody is connected to the grid, has reliable and affordable energy, and we all use each other's renewables, like the wind from Denmark or whatever. So that.
Thank you. Tim?
Basically, it's a simple question. I'm born in Europe, raised in Europe. I went to university. I got my studies here. The IP was developed here with European funding, so it would not be a smart move to build this up outside of Europe. But this doesn't mean that it cannot be deployed, right? So our opportunity is basically we can build up here an ecosystem and export it. I mean, this is also what made Europe rich and prosperity. And that's basically our key driver for doing this in Europe.
Thank you. MEP Hansen?
I think for me, what is happening in the world right now is probably the biggest advantage that's ever been to Europe. And what we see is that we are now looking into our blue ocean and what is our strategy here. And our strategy is that we can be the greenest place in the world, and I think that is the way to go.
Thank you. Mr. Swish?
Why am I proud to be European and build business here? If I look at Europe and if I look at the world, we are one of the places where things don't get completely crazy. I think this is something where we can be very proud. Still, we have challenges here, but I'm very proud to be in a space where not everyone is going completely bananas and is working on keeping that way. And I think the foundation for that is, to be on a more serious note, is that we have a very strong education here. We have a very strong foundation in terms of people. And this is the most important thing when building a business, when building an ecosystem. We have the people here. So we have the most important tool that we need to be successful. And I think that is what we need to leverage, and we have to set the frameworks on that. We talked about that, financing, infrastructure, energy, all those things. But the most important thing is the people, and that is what makes him proud.
Thank you. Joris?
Yeah, one of the things I'm proud of is that Europe is very rapidly shaking off some very naive ideas about the geopolitical times that we're living in. The idea was we are interdependent and therefore we won't be coerced. What have we witnessed this year? We were coerced twice, once on the Trump tariffs and the other time on the Chinese critical raw materials within a year. And I think where the solution lies is really the people that we have in Europe and some of the spectacular research and startups that we have, whether it's on semiconductors or on batteries, etc. The key challenge is how do we build these out to really globally competitive firms so that we hold way more choke points in the global economy and we can actually wield our own leverage and make sure that if a rival power is trying to coerce us, we can say, well, then do without our key goods that we produce.
Thank you. Bull?
Yeah, a lot of good things said already. I'm very proud that democracy is holding here. We're staying the course on the green transition. It's tough, but it's still working. And I think it's up to us now to show that democracy, or 27 of them actually, diverse, beautiful, but also strong together, can actually make it work. That we can make the clean industrial transition work and create prosperity, wealth, and jobs. Let's do it.
Europe actually always is beating itself throughout the history. And it's time we realize that we actually are able to deliver unimaginable things, also in a positive way. And this is something where I strongly believe that, we don't actually have to do it for the planet and for the climate. We have to do it for our own sake, our own security, prosperity. We have to do it for the people. And if we have this mindset, we'll be able to do it. And yeah, drill Europe, drill.
Thank you, Philip.
What makes me very proud of being European is I think Europe is leading the way in fighting global warming. This is not somebody else's problem. We are attacking this problem. I've been in the automobile industry for 35 years, and knowing that fossil fuels used in the automobile industry is a big part of the problem makes me wonder. So let's change that. Then we are moving to transitioning to electric vehicles, making batteries in Europe, and leading the way. And I'm very happy to hear that Europe is viewed from other parts of the globe as a place of stability and democracy. And this thing, I think this is helping. It's not finished yet, but I'm very proud of being part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Tobak.
Well, I was very happy to see in the discussion that we had and in this whole room that there is a lot of ambition and a lot of realization that a lot of things are possible in Europe and that we are able to do them. And that for the first time in the last couple of months, I really see that people are starting to realize that whether it is sustainability, whether it is competitiveness, whether it is decarbonization, basically they go hand in hand for Europe. And I've said it in the meeting, if that's too intimate for you, they can walk side by side, but they are going in the same direction. Decarbonizing for Europe in the current geopolitical situation is both a matter of responsibility towards the planet and of competitiveness. And if we look at everyone here in this room and in organizations such as Cleantech Europe, I'd say that in this industrial revolution, because that's what it is the industrial revolution of our time, we have in Europe the capacity, we have the technology, we have the skills, we have the knowledge, we have a lot of the people. All we need now is really the ambition. And to borrow one American thing is the realization that not only do we have to do it, but also, yes, we can.
Thank you so much. And also let me tell you that at Cleantech for Europe, we are also very much proud of your leadership at corporate level and at policy level. So thank you so much for joining me in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please stay with me for a couple of more minutes. Thank you very much for this session, wonderfully spearheaded by our colleague Luis. I guess that this format, CEOs, MEPs, is becoming a match made in heaven at our Cleantech for Europe Summit. Thank you very much for all these insights. That was lots of food for thought, indeed. And talking about food, I guess that we've earned a good lunch, which is waiting for us outside. Before that, bear with me for two notes. One, people with special dietary requirements are invited to go to the concierge desk for their special menus. And the rest of us, and also them, you are invited to join our regional initiatives roundtable. So we have Cleantech for Baltics, Cleantech for Benelux, Cleantech for Central and Eastern Europe, Cleantech for France, Iberia, Italy, UK, Nordics, and Tech for Net Zero Alliance in Germany. All these regional roundtable will have our directors and staff from these regional initiatives to talk with you about how we shape policy into action on the ground. So please enjoy a networking lunch and come back here at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this summit. Yes, please join in. We had a morning that was full of information heavy, I would say, a lot to digest from this morning. So after a great morning, we are now heading into the afternoon program. We're going to talk strategy made in Europe, finance, trade, and we're going to have 2 special keynotes. So please take your seats, and it's time to dive into how policy innovation is being shaped into action. So I'm delighted to welcome on stage Deputy Minister and Secretary of State for Energy of Portugal, Mr. Jean Barroca. Minister, please come on stage. A warm applause for the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for joining us. And I know for sure that political urgency is really at the heart of what you're doing in the energy policy in Portugal. So we look forward to hearing from you firsthand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here and share with you some of the priorities we've got in Portugal and what's keeping us busy in our country. I was told I've got 5 minutes. I will comply with time. 3 key words about what we're doing. And the first one needs to, of course, be ambition. Portugal has ambitious targets when it comes for our national energy and climate plans. We keep that agenda as a core agenda, both for our energy sector, but also for our industries and our economy. So after April 28th, we have not demoted, we have not divested. We are keeping strong investments in Portugal in these areas. And we are investing in several key aspects. Grids is one of them. We want to build a stable grid that is a grid that sits at the backbone of a system that is heavily based on renewable energies. And that's one of the key aspects of our investments at this stage. Second key area has to do with renewable energy, both when it comes to electrons and molecules. So we keep the pace of solar PV investments. We keep the pace of wind energy generation. We've got more than 20 gigawatts of new projects in the pipeline, and those projects will become a reality, and that's a priority we've got in Portugal. The third area of investment has to do with batteries. Having a network and a system that is heavily reliable on renewable energies, we know batteries will play a role. In Portugal, we have a long tradition of hydro that become a natural battery, if you want, over the years, and that's where Portugal has quite a strong capacity at this stage. But there's also a strong pipeline of investments in chemical batteries. So more than 750 megawatts of new capacity will be tendered in the upcoming year. And through that, we aim to reach our 2 gigawatt hour capacity on the plans. And the last area of investment has to do with AI. We are having our own strategy to really facilitate the connection to the grid of all the data centers that are aiming to connect to Portugal. But also, we want AI to be at the use of power management. So it is about energy for AI, but it is also about AI for energy. And that's one of the areas of investment where Portugal is also committed. Second word, first was an ambition. Second is about consolidation. And consolidation for us means making the rules that we have settled a few years back to become a reality, to deliver the projects that we have committed to, and to help the projects become also tangible and real. And that's why we are organizing the system. We are expediting licensing, and that's one area of focus. We have just announced the reform of our public sector in energy, where we are investing in our public sector and our people to be able to really expedite the licensing of new projects. The third word is inclusion. We believe the transition will only be real if we are able to bring value to everyone. And that's why when we talk about inclusion, we are talking about bringing value to our people, lower energy prices, and the value, the added value, the local added value of projects through jobs and wealth, but also when we talk about inclusion, we're talking about social acceptance. We need these projects to become a reality in cooperation and in coordination with communities. And that's why also we are really supporting our new projects to involve people, to reinforce the acceptance of people of the new projects and make people understand that these new projects and the transition is going to be critical for now. The reason for that is that we look at the trilemma of energy, of competitiveness, sustainability, and security, and our priorities are quite straight. The first and foremost, we talk about sovereign energy. Sovereign and secure energy is at the core of our strategy. The second aspect and the second priority is about competitiveness. We believe energy is at the core of our development. Energy is at the core of the future of our economy, and that's why we believe these projects will bring competitive prices for our industries and fair prices for our families. And then the third is clean, because clean is the only way to go, and it's the only way we've got in Europe to achieve the other two. That's how we look at the priorities. That's how we're looking at Portugal at this stage, and then at energy as a core of our policies. Feel free to join Portugal. Feel free to invest in Portugal. Feel free to reach to Portugal. We're waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barroca, Deputy Minister and Secretary of State for Energy in Portugal. Certainly working laser-focused on grids, batteries, and making Cleantech a priority for Portugal. That's music to our ears. Thank you very much for leading by example. Next panel has a very timely topic, a strategy for Cleantech made in Europe. So I would like to call our next moderator here. I would like to call Freya Prati. Freya is a senior reporter and investigations lead at Sifted in London. She won several awards for her reporting, and she was featured in Forbes 30 Under 30. So congrats. Thank you very much, Freya, for joining us. Over to you.
King. Is that? Oh, there we go. Thank you for the intro. It's great to be here. As was said, we're going to be discussing the mix of policy instruments we need to build and preserve clean tech policy in Europe and the benefits or not of a Made in Europe strategy. So I welcome our panelists onto the stage, starting with Christian Ehler, Member of the European Parliament, if you want to come up. And then we have Alexandra Kordeka from Sejourné's cabinet and an expert, therefore, on the Industrial Accelerator Act. We then have Rensk Itzma, Managing Director Benelux from Siemens Energy. We have Günther Erfurt, former CEO of Meyer Burger. I'll wait for you to get to the stage so we go one by one. And then we have Niels Aldag, CEO of Sunfire, which manufactures electrolyzers. Thank you all for joining us. Christian, let's start with you. What has 2025 taught us or you about the pain points Europe's clean tech companies and systems face?
It's very typical to ask a German about the disaster, which we can usually precisely describe, and then we go happily for lunch, which is also, by the way, a little bit of a European attitude. So, I mean, if you look to the pain points, it's generally the pain points of our economy. I mean, we have too high labor costs. We have a lack of investment in Europe. We had a conversation with the big investment funds 2 years ago in preparation of this term, and the thumbs-up figure for the transformation of the European industry had been roughly 2,000 billion euros a year. A big proportion of that is basically to invest in clean technology. We have a capital market problem by that, if we're honest. In more detail, we have a problem to scale up between R&I, where we're good, and not so good in terms of the scale up. And then we have a fragmented European energy market, which is for smaller companies even a bigger problem than for the bigger companies. So in a way, and if I may add to the catastrophe, but I mean, politics did something, but you had been asking me the way you did, is from my point of view, is we don't have a strategic approach in terms of raw materials. And this is not rare earth. You're going to see that in copper, in nickel, in other fields. If you look to scale up the production, this is lacking. And so the question would then, which would relate to that, is do we do something about that? And so you allow me a little bit to also guide you out of catastrophe. We saw the Net Zero Act, which had been really surpassing the borders of subsidiarity for the first time. I think the market take-up hadn't been, so the political take-up in the member states is a little bit slow, but you're going to see till the end of the year that 25 might have been a good year for Cleantech. The permitting questions related to that, public procurement questions related to that, I think we see that implemented now in the member states. I think we're going to see a raw material strategy. We're going to see a grid package, which is also transversal, because, I mean, you can't just do energy, let's say, cost reduction politely. I mean, we talk about deregulation in real terms, but it's not so good to mention that in Brussels. But we get now transversals. So the grid package will, for the first time, has an aspect in deregulating environmental aspects, not scrapping that, but give exemptions for that. So in a way, we know the challenges for almost half a decade. But I think slowly we are now adopting, let's say, the framework condition which could help us.
And the push for a Made in Europe strategy is getting louder amid geopolitical turmoil. Germany, where you are an MEP, is perceived to be lukewarm on that. Is that shifting? How do you think about that?
Yeah, as you know, the Germans, we don't have the slightest sense of humor and we can't cook, so I give you a blunt answer. Let's be honest, I mean, the narrative is shifting because of the geopolitical situation. I mean, the fans of a global market are less and less. And I'd been in Belém. The negotiations were interesting, but you saw China blocking the negotiations on the one hand. But if you went to the China booth, you saw I had the privilege to talk to the technology advisor of the Central Committee of China. And he said, what do you have? We want to provide the world with a clean technology. And we would like to be the leading ones. So you see that our big competitors have relatively robust strategies. The whole question is that really going to work? So is it that if you now protect the European market and roll out clean technologies by public procurement, by whatever, no longer being naive? I think it's not that I'm saying no, but I mean the question is the market big enough for us? And if you look to Germany, I mean, on Germany, most of the European supply chains are depending, and if Germany is not exporting, it won't be enough for all Europeans. So in a way, it's a kind of, we should be realistic to nurture industry, to have first runners, to look for the capital market, for the conditions, but to believe that the European market is big enough that we would be the leading clean tech industry in the world without exporting is, from my point of view, relatively naive. But this kind of being completely reluctant, that had been overcome, as you saw already in the Net Zero Act, when we said, okay, public procurement, there is local content aspect and so. But the question is then, what does that mean for the costs? But I think, yes, it's shifting, but it's not shifting totally to protectionism, because this is not going to work.
Alexandra, if you want to come in now, we're days away from the Industrial Accelerator Act. How are you seeing member states shift based on, as Christina said, the pressing geopolitical turmoil and its relationship to a Made in Europe strategy?
Yes, I think the Made in Europe is definitely something that's quite new, and it came with this mandate in the European Commission, and there's been a lot of change of heart of the member states over time, and I think not all the member states see entirely eye to eye in how they would like to implement it, but there has definitely been a shift in terms of we need to prevent deindustrialization of Europe. We need to keep our industrial base, because the minute we lose it, that's it. The jobs are gone, the prosperity is gone, our technological edge is gone. And there's also the new global world order, where Europe is very often just sort of the backdrop of global overcapacity, which is funded by unfair state aid. So we're not competing in a world that's fair, and our industries are just not able to compete on a level playing field, which is a big concern. So I think absolutely we need to make sure that we retain our capacity to export, and that we retain the global international WTO-based order, but we're not the ones trying to destroy it. I think we just need to respond to what's happening in the world and make sure that our industry has the right conditions to prosper and thrive on a level playing field. And we have seen that change with Net Zero Industry Act, where we have announced the resilience criteria. I think the concern a little bit now is that it's not enough, because the circumvention is there, and Net Zero looked at China, but now a lot of those industries are delocalizing from China to other parts of the world and being able to benefit. So we need to make sure that we're tightening it up to have the level playing field. And that also, when it comes to things like public procurement or state aid, the European taxpayers' money goes to European industries and to European employment, because this is what delivers prosperity. I could say a word about raw materials, if you're interested, because actually today the college just adopted our new raw materials strategy, which is Resource EU, which basically very much looks at accelerating what we've been doing since 2023 with the Critical Raw Materials Act, and really making sure that we do have the diversification, and we do support the industries both in the EU and our third country trusted partners to ensure that we do have the raw materials. We will be setting up a critical raw materials center next year, and we will be looking at ensuring that we have the promote, protect, and partners angles of it. So we have the financing, we have the regulatory framework, we have the support that those industries are needing to make sure that we do have access to the critical raw materials. And it's just an acceleration of what we've been doing before. I'll stop here.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought up raw materials. I think a lot of people perceive the European strategy as reacting to crises, so Trump, China, raw materials, as you've just talked about. How do we pivot that to kind of going on the offensive and acting before these things happen? How do we make that shift, do you think?
Well, I think, it's very easy just to say, oh, Europe's just reacting and we haven't been thinking about those things for a while, but we actually have. And when the Commission presented the Green Deal Industrial Plan in 2023, it was quite quickly setting out what we need to be doing to stimulate those industry and to keep our tech edge. And we came up with a Net Zero Industry Plan, we came up with a Critical Raw Materials Plan. But of course, the world's accelerating, so we need to make sure that we go faster. And this is what the Industrial Accelerator Act will do, this is what Resource EU is doing. But I think we need to strengthen implementation, but we also need to really look ahead in terms of what it is. Where do we want our industries to be in 5-10 years' time? Because we may have the most amazing electrolyzers in the world and the more kind of techie edge, but we need to ask ourselves whether just being the best in the world is enough to stay competitive, or whether there's an instrument that we need to be using to stimulate and protect our industry and really make sure that we do not lose that technological advantage like we have had maybe with the solar in the past.
Before we go to our founders and businesses at the end of the panel, Christian, I want to hear from you. Policy can't sort of bet on every technology. Where do you see opportunities? How do you map the different technologies?
I mean, I don't want to be the party pooper, but I mean, if you simply look back ex post what the Commission, the Parliament, the three institutions had been perceiving in the early 2000s as strategic technologies, they were all wrong. All of them. It's a disaster if you look at that. So in a way, I personally doubt that, although I appreciate Commissioner Sejourné or the DG GROW, I know them for 20 years, is able to pick winners or sort between winners and losers. I simply doubt that. It never worked. I mean, I believe in miracle. I'm a former Catholic, so I have to do so. But I think we talk about robust framework conditions. And that simply means, I mean, the raw material strategy is a good first step, but there is no global approach from the Europeans. We don't address Argentina, we don't address the South Americans robustly in order to organize investments in Europe. We have half a year where the big mining companies, which are not in Europe, are looking to Europe and saying, do we take that seriously or not? And I think we are too slow. We have to have an investment scheme of that. We have to mobilize private capital, and we have to have, and that is not the fault of the Commission, we have to have a common European strategy. I mean, try to buy molybdenum in the world. I mean, since the Cold War, the world was separated in influence zones, and basically on molybdenum, you're going to see that's Russian, Chinese, and Americans, and we are still very naive on that. I think we're getting better, but globally we don't have a strategy, and we have half a year, and then the wagon track goes on. So in a way, I think, yes, in terms of industrial policy, I mean, we should link a little bit smarter technology investments, public procurement. As I said, the framework conditions, the permitting takes much too long. I think we have to look to market gaps. But the principal question in Europe is, from my point of view, the capital market. That is really a challenge for companies. I think all the risking instruments for first movers, that's all okay. But the European Union picking the winners in technology races, I mean, just forget it. The public sector is simply not able to do. We don't have public servants who would have the knowledge, because if they would have the knowledge, they wouldn't work for the public sector. So brutally said. So in a way, I see that we have to concentrate investments, but I would say it is really the framing. Do we have a deepening of the European market? Do we have grid? Do we have a strategy to import industry? Do we really, are we able to deregulate? And I say that brutally, it's deregulation in some terms, because we might not achieve all at the same time: CO2 reduction, sustainability, and competitiveness. And that means we have to make compromises on some things. So in a way, I say that openly. I'm here for almost 30 years. The went, and I mean, perhaps it's my unfriendly day, but these wet French dreams of top-down industry policy never worked. There are a few examples in the past, like Airbus, where we had imperfect markets, but this idea that we are now driving with a bulk of public money, industrial policy or technology policy, besides putting an emphasis on spending more on R&D, look to market gaps, enable the capital market, perhaps mobilize for the time being also raw materials funds and things like that, but mobilize private capital. This is not going to work, and it's an illusion, to be honest.
I was going to say, do you want to come back to that?
I couldn't help myself. It's not about picking winners. It's about creating the framework for our industries to thrive globally and against unfair global competition. And we do have a range of instruments to do that within the EU, but of course we also have our trade defense instruments that we're using to make sure that we are preventing global overcapacities. We are looking at instruments to prevent things like price manipulation, which is what's happening with China on CRMs. So you're absolutely right. It's a holistic approach. We're looking at investments, we're looking at grids, we're looking at permitting, we're looking at energy costs. So it absolutely has to be an integrated approach, and this is what the Commission has outlined in the Clean Industrial Deal of early this year. And I'll also tell you that I'm sure you'll be very delighted to know that the Commission is actually unlocking funding for a molybdenum project in Greenland today. So we are really looking at diversifying our resources and ensuring that we are working with our international partners to secure what our industry needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We can come back to some of these questions as well. Gunther, I want to bring you in because you worked in the solar industry for, I think, over 20 years you have, and you were running Meyer Burger. What can we learn from the collapse of Germany's solar industry for other clean tech industries we've got today?
So first of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me as maybe the alarm beacon of what can go wrong when implementation of EU clean tech policies entirely fail. So I think I need to ask you back, how much time do I have? No, just kidding. So I try to do it short and crisp. First of all, I would strongly disagree with your statement that that politics cannot set boundary conditions and not strategize, in the sense that we clearly understand what leading technologies are looking like, for a very simple reason. Other regions are doing it, and they are doing it very, very successfully, above and beyond clearly China, but also the US is doing it, India is doing it, and other nations are also following the example. We heard a lot about Turkey today. Others are doing it. The European Union is the only world region that is still falsely believing in so-called free markets, which have never existed in energy business, will never exist in energy business, and are even more needed to set clear conditions or come up with clear boundary conditions and strategies when new emerging technologies need to be developed. So that's one thing. The other thing, we talk a lot about politics and what needs to be implemented by politicians. I also believe we have another weakness in Europe, which is opportunism in the industry. So I recently spoke with the last remaining company, you can guess who that is making transformer steel, transformer green steel. And the people were telling me they have no solution anymore to survive in Europe. And if a company, a wind project, for instance, would use European steel, green steel for transformers, it would increase capex by 1%. Customers are not willing to pay the 1%. The same happened in solar. The same is currently happening in inverter business. So the entire residential market for solar inverters has gone to China. Next to come is utility projects. Everyone knowing in Europe who knows energy business is that Chinese inverter manufacturers can switch off these systems from China, like the Europeans can also do from Germany and Austria. So these are the elements that emphasize why I'm so strongly pushing on politics, setting these boundary conditions and understanding it. So the second thing, or the third thing I would emphasize, and then I'm stopping, is it is also an illusion that we can do help the industry regrow or to grow, Cleantech for Europe, if we only focus on elements like the NCIA, that, by the way, has been watered down through the process and is so weak in the meantime, or the upcoming IAA, because number one, they take way too long until they are implemented. The NCIA is not yet nationalized, cannot be used with a few exceptions in Austria and Italy that are expiring at the end of the year. But we also need very, very clear trade politics. And when I see a trade balance between Europe and China moving towards the Chinese advantage, if we are waiting for another 5 years, I think we don't need these summits anymore because our opportunities will be entirely gone.
I was going to ask you if you think the lessons of that have been concretely felt enough, but it sounds like.
Well, I'm telling about whenever I can. I think what frightens me, to be honest, I've been warning in the last years that the same thing that happened to solar is going to happen in other industries as well. And we are currently seeing it in automotive. We are seeing it in precise machining. We see it in other clean tech areas. And when I look at my esteemed colleagues in these industries, I see that they are in the same mental state that the solar industry folks were in 2008. When the Chinese came up selling a few modules, including myself, we were laughing at them. They will never make it. They're also slow. They can't do it. And look where they are today. And But we also need to understand China buys markets. We have to really, really differentiate between prices that we see and their own cost. The Chinese solar, only the panel manufacturers, they are losing or investing, depending on how we translate it, $10 million per day in the European Union with dumped solar modules. 10 million per day. It matches about the losses they are piling up, not including state subsidies they are getting. So it is an illusion to think about that we can, work a little longer, drop a few public holidays, and increase retirement age and get back to competitiveness. It won't work. So we need, in my view, instruments like the NCIA, the IAA, but also very, very clear trade measures against China. And this should be smarter than just putting a tariff in place. In the solar industry, we have come up as an industry, not only a company, with a concept that was called a resilience bonus, which would have Chinese importers still allowed to bring the product in at dumping prices if they want, but that would have secured this small growing portion of European manufacturers. The cost for the German, under the German feed-in tariff law, would have been 25 million per annum in the first year, 40 in the second, 80 in the third, and it would have gone up to a maximum of 400 million a year. Comparing, if we would have tariffs in place, it would be 1.5 billion. It was close to be going through the German parliament in the Solar Package 1 that still sits in Brussels and is not yet released. But it failed, I think, with our Free Democrat Party, who did not agree to it. And the entire concept fell apart. And in the meantime, in the last week, we've heard that the last remaining and probably globally most modern solar glass factory in East Germany is now also gone. GmbH, which is a fully automated place. I've never seen a factory like this in China or elsewhere. And we are losing step by step an industrial base, and will do in other sectors as well, if we continue following this logic that politics cannot do anything and we cannot control it and the market should decide, because there is no free market.
Christian, do you want to come back to what Gunther said?
So what I said before and what we're doing is we care about framework conditions, the European market, anti-dumping, anti-subsidize and so on. That is within the instrumentarium. I'm just saying the idea, and that will be the discussion between the Parliament and more or less the Council, but the Commission crying, is the idea that in the ECF we are now going to subsidize individual companies. And I think the Northvolt example showed how problematic that is. I think it had been this Parliament, and not so much the Commission praising themselves about that. The Net Zero Act was not finished. We had been really robustly putting technologies, companies, the upstream and the downstream in the annex of the Net Zero Act. We are not naive. I'm just warning about industrial policy and what is actually competitiveness. Because we really have to differentiate what is competitiveness. That's the competitiveness of companies in global competition, and the other things are resilience questions, that's sovereignty questions, and so on. But the only thing I'm saying, and economically you might doubt that, but the idea that we are now completely closing our markets, and the European market has that size that we can make our industry survive, is an absolute illusion. And I think in principle terms, the question is, why is it that the solar industry had been going down in the first run in the early 2000s? It was high subsidies, but it was high costs. It was a regulatory framework which was not fit for purpose. I think we should understand that these principal framework conditions are the challenge of Europe, and we can't heal it in individual sectors. That we should be smart, that we are raising our research program, that we should, for first runners, that we should care about market gaps, that we should care about capitalization and stuff like that. But the idea that with public money we are picking winners and losers, as it is now right now in the ECF proposal. That is what I'm not convinced about. This old dream of industrial policy, politics is choosing who is going to survive. And if you look to China, let's see how that will go. If you see that on the regional level, China's public finances are crippling, that bankrupt practically. So you're going to see also these bubbles. I mean, it's not that we are just the only idiots in the world, and the others are doing so smartly. I mean, let's see whether the state-driven economy like China is going to work. I mean, as long as the renminbi is not convertible and so. So I'm not naive. We should do anti-dumping things and so, but to believe that the European market is the dimension where we can achieve growth in Europe solemnly, that is not going to work. And that is exactly what I'm saying. In the case you're mentioning, you're right, but we would have, that is political failure, because with this solar glass producers, we could have protected him, because it's the only solar glass producers not using hazardous waste in glass production. So that is, there you could say, there is a comparative advantage, and we didn't care about that because our environmental law would have opened us possibilities to protect that. That is WTO compatible. But to think that we are now raising the borders and that makes our industry survive. I mean, look to France. That is not the perfect example of doing that. And that's the only thing I'm saying, you know, this kind of promise that now the European Union is doing industry policy. We care about the framework conditions, anti-dumping, all these issues are at hand. But the question is it really that we are now deciding on specific technologies which are going to fly? And that I personally doubt.
I will give others a chance to respond to that in a second. I want to bring Niels in. As I said at the start, you run a Cleantech scale-up Sunfire, which builds electrolyzers. Do you see the same risks as Gunther? And perhaps where do you stand on Christian's points?
So also from my side, thank you for the invitation. I was just thinking when Gunther was speaking, we operated from a similar region in Germany. I thought I need you as a wingman for the next things I'm doing. This was very helpful, thank you. And I think I agree with a lot of what has been said. The European Union can set certain basic conditions. It shouldn't pick specific winners with subsidies, but it should create a ground where we can scale up, where we have the chance to bring our unit costs down. So I think a lot of what has been said, I agree with. I would like to start on the China question, because this is what Gunther has been speaking about. There is similarities and there is differences. Starting with the similarities, maybe we have to compete in terms of costs and prices in the long term. There's no way around that. We have a technological edge, which solar used to have, which we might not have that much in battery. On electrolysis, we clearly have a technological edge at the moment. On the disadvantages, I think this is not, I think everyone knows here, I think in this room, electrolyzers are not technologies that you can mass produce, put in a box, and then ship to Europe at half the price of what is being done in Europe. This is not how it works. This is industrial chemical production process technology with complex interfaces, with a lot of maintenance and service requirements, with cybersecurity aspects, and so on and so forth. So I think there is a differentiating mechanism also towards Chinese suppliers that is bigger than what we saw, for example, in solar. So I think this creates a certain protective layer, which is important to know. So there is a real chance that we will compete and positively against Chinese. There is a clear pathway of how we can reach fossil parity, how we can also compete with other solutions in the longer term. But what is important for that is that we can reach scale. And reaching scale is something that in the beginning requires a certain level of support and requires a hopefully not too fragmented European market where we can operate.
And this is where I see a clear threat from China at the moment. We have seen a couple of weeks ago, some of you might have caught that, 40 Chinese companies saying that they want to end vicious and chaotic below-cost pricing and telling lies to the market in terms of performance. And I thought, oh great, they're presenting on a silver platter that they're basically dumping their equipment into other markets. Only 1 week after this agreement, a Chinese supplier won a tender with, again, 60% less costs on the equipment, with below 100,000 euro per kilowatt on the stacks. This is just just from an engineering perspective, impossible to achieve those levels on a cost basis and making money. So I think we're being delivered on a silver platter that something is wrong. And I think, and that's my last statement in that respect, that we have to be smart about protecting the companies that we have in the upscaling phase, which, and I come to Alexandra on this point, every European taxpayer's euro that is being spent on demonstration projects in the hydrogen bank, on IPCEI, and more importantly, every demand-side incentive that is being created, like RED III, transport or industry, should go to European companies. Once we've reached scale, we've brought down costs, completely fine to compete in an open market if there's no dumping taking place. But in the meantime, we need that level of protection, and we need it urgently.
How would you assess the impact policy has had thus far on the industry you're in then? You've just mentioned some of the mechanisms.
Look, so I think the European Commission has done great with the Green Deal to spark a new industry. Back in 2020, nobody was speaking about green hydrogen. So setting ambitious targets, talking about this topic, implementing RED III for transport, for industry, all those things have been great. We have policymakers have done a good job at creating what I call the kind of the framework conditions necessary. How can I buy green power? How can I certify my systems? What norms and standards do I have to fulfill, and so on? Instruments have been created to support what I call the first mover disadvantage. The Hydrogen Bank, the IPCEI programs, they are not there to cover the green premium, to close the delta between fossil and green hydrogen. They are there to cover the initial disadvantages that the early movers have. Where we've been a bit too slow is on the demand side incentive side of this. But what we're seeing right now is that the Renewable Energy Directive 3 for the transport sector, now being transposed into national law, is starting to really create demand on the market side. My company now has about 840 megawatt of signed contracts with significant penalties that prevent our customers to step out of those contracts. Most contracts are FID'd. The pipeline is growing. We're investing in production capacities and so on. So there is really a positive kind of development triggered by RED III transport, and that should give us hope, and it should give us hope that it makes sense to kind of recalibrate on the things that are not yet working optimally. So RED III industry, the steel industry, fertilizer industry, where things are not yet working optimally well or well enough to spark green hydrogen. And I think that's where in the next stage the focus needs to be put on to continue the rollout of green hydrogen at a large scale.
Renske, if I can bring you in, Siemens covers a wide range of energy technologies, wind, grid, tech. Talk us through the state of those industries in your view. China, again, is obviously a big part of this. Talk us through that.
Yes. Thank you for the question and also the invitation. We are Siemens Energy, so it's a carve-out of Siemens a few years back, but still a global player in technology for energy, indeed, with over 100,000 employees around the world, 60,000 here in Europe. And as you rightly say, we're a key player in these technologies, wind and grid, and I think actually we're somewhere in the middle in between these technologies. And that maybe also brings the bridge to the other side to say, rather than picking technologies, really look for your policies, what stage, what phase a technology is in. Because, when I look at wind, for instance, at the moment, where my own background is most in, it's really in that stage we need to stay humble, but it's a global technology where we have a very strong footprint, especially in offshore wind here in Europe. And at this moment in time, it's really time to bank on that. So I'm very optimistic on it. We have done a lot in the last few years. We now have almost 40 gigawatts installed here and in Europe. And in the next few years until 2030, we think that will still double. And after that, the targets change from who you ask, but we go on similar growth rates. And with that, we have built a great industry in Europe at the moment. So we have factories, but we also have ports, we have vessels all around European technology. And the industry had issues. It grew pretty fast, or very fast, I would say. It also had quality issues in that. And then when the targets exploded a few years ago, there was a supply chain constraint. But it has gotten mature. It has also mature problems in that way. It needs to be financed at this moment in time. But I think there's a unique possibility now to say, let's not stop this. And what we see at the moment is a bit of deceleration in that sense, also from individual governments. And that is really a pity, because there, I think, what you need to do as Europe is stimulate the market. Make sure you can do that locally, and make sure that supply chain that now is ready can deliver its products in Europe and can secure all these jobs in Europe. And in that way, we will compete in global scale, and there will be components in a global scale. And we also need China to build wind turbines and to supply their market as well. But let's make sure, indeed, when we do have stimulation, when we do have public funds going into technologies, that we secure those European jobs and incentivize our European industry.
Can you talk a bit more specifically about how we do that? Which policy you would like to see to stimulate the ecosystem, as you've just said?
Yeah, so I think there's two sides of it, indeed. And it's not only about protecting, it's also about stimulating. And again, back to the phase that we're in. So we see for technologies like wind and grid that the Net Zero Industry Act is a good basis to say, okay, let's recognize that a part of technologies should be done in Europe, but let's also go through the components and see what is really most required. So look at cybersecurity, look at all your wired components and make sure that they're completely understood and controllable from Europe. And look at the also for the grid, similar, look at that and say, okay, with this we can do quite some standards for Europe, but the market is also mature enough to do a part of it itself already. Then when we look to other industries, I agree, like hydrogen, in a sense, Europe has a unique possibility at this moment in time to have the complete value chain here and really be a technology leader worldwide. So there we fully support that. In that way you say, okay, here we go more into a system where we will use also the Industry Accelerator Act to still put further restrictions and say, let's protect this at this moment in time when there's still a lot of subsidies going in, that the demand is still needing to be created. So therefore really basing and using the different tools that you have based on the phase that technology is actually in.
Gunther, do you want to come in? And I'm wondering if the perspectives we've heard, if you think there's enough of an acknowledgement about the lessons we learned from previous industries in the way we've just heard talked about.
I at least cannot see it, which does not mean that there are not a lot of considerations about it. And I mean, we've been in a state of emergency already 4 or 5 years ago in terms of the geopolitical setting. It was different at that time. It was not so much a focus on defense, but we were just going through a pandemic that has opened our eyes that we have a resilience problem in various industries. And then there was a wave of support coming also from the EU, I have to say and admit, but also in the member states. And then when supply chains normalized, we dropped the efforts. And I think that's a big problem also for the industry. We need very consistent, and not only within a 4 years legislation period, policies that help the industry doing good planning and creating the boundary conditions. And I think there we have room for improvement.
Alexandra, we've heard 3 industry voices. You've taken a lot of notes. I want to hear your response to what we've heard.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll just sum up also what we're thinking in Accelerator beyond just Made in Europe. The point about Made in Europe is, I think, like we've heard, is public money for public industry, for European industry and European jobs. And it's absolutely not about closing the market completely. It's not about autarky. It's about creating that environment for European industry, which has to compete with massive Chinese overcapacities. I mean, we've just heard that. So this is, it's not a level playing field, so we need to be addressing this. The other dimension of Chinese policies up until now were the foreign direct investment conditionalities, where European companies investing in China were required to do tech transfer. And that tech transfer has happened, and now we have global competition. So one of the instruments we're looking at in the Industrial Accelerator Act is indeed reversing that and making sure that those companies with tech edge coming to invest in Europe would have to share tech transfer. Some other companies would have to have conditions like local employment or local sourcing to really make sure that we leverage the single market that is such a big asset of the EU, and perhaps we're not leveraging it enough internationally. Cybersecurity is another dimension we're looking at. I think, we've talked about it, the solar inverters being switched off, just, the security of our grids and our general energy systems depending on products from China that can be steered remotely. It's not just competitiveness issue, it's a security issue. So this is absolutely something that we would need to be looking at and making sure we're not naive. And I think I'll stop here. Thanks.
One last point at the end.
I just wanted to tell you a quick story. I had a phone call with one of the largest Chinese companies that asked me to exchange thoughts on the hydrogen market. And I went into that call openly and wanted to listen, and eventually they were trying to ask me if Sunfire could be used to bring Chinese technology to the European market. And I spoke with them and eventually said, well, is that a two-way street? Is there a way that I can also sell my products into China? And literally 6 people on the other line of the telephone conference immediately started to laugh and say, no, sorry, you haven't understood this right. This is a one-way street from our point of view. So I think we need to acknowledge that, and we need to be strong about that and fight for the industries that we have. I think this is extremely important. And one other thought that came across my mind was sometimes we see that things are working, and I have the feeling that we then try to make it bigger, and then things get lost again. The Hydrogen Bank in the first auction round created and had no protection against China, and 40 to 60% of the tenders that were selected were with Chinese suppliers. In the second round, some criteria were implemented, and 0 Chinese bids won in that auction. We're in the third round now. It seems that we're rethinking about how to do it, and I think there we should just use instruments that have been working and try and be a bit smarter than we've been in Gunther's industry in the past 25 years.
Thank you. That's a good place to wrap up. This is a huge topic. We could go on a lot longer, but we have run out of time. Thank you all. That was really, really interesting. Thank you for joining us, and please, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. That was an electrifying debate. Now it's time for a much-awaited moment of the day. But to introduce this moment, I would like to call on stage my colleague, Joule. Joule, over to you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Great to be with you once again today. We've been discussing throughout the day this idea of leadership in clean industry. Obviously, the key reason that we're here in Brussels today is that this leadership needs the policy conditions in Europe to succeed. And so today we're particularly honored to have with us Madame Teresa Ribera, who is the Executive Vice President for a clean, just, and competitive transition at the European Commission. Executive Vice President Ribera, you're not just any European Commission official. You are the leader in charge of coordinating the Clean Industrial Deal, specifically boosting clean technologies and all the competition aspects that come with this. Before your role at the Commission, you were third Vice President and Minister for the Ecological Transition in Spain, and in that role already a great friend of clean technologies. EVP Ribera, on behalf of the entire European clean tech community here, represented by companies and investors, we want to thank you for being with us today, and more importantly, for being a champion of the next generation of European industry. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for this very warm and nice I don't know. Now it works. I was saying that thanks a lot for thinking about the importance of Europe in this clean tech race. And thanks a lot for being committed, investing, and trying to identify the best ways, mistakes, but on the contrary, to take advantage and to boost the opportunities for Europe, the Europeans, and I could say the capacity also to show and to learn to develop partnerships with other people in other countries, with other business communities that are also engaged and are willing to reach similar goals. So you say to lead or not to lead. That's quite a challenging thing. We can always say that leading is a joint adventure where we all need to contribute, and that's something that we Europeans know. We have learned along the years that long-term competitiveness is very much connected to the right identification of the challenges, the context, the way to proceed, the complementarities of each of us, and the fact that we remain together when trying to respond according to something that makes sense. So thinking in the mid and long run and not just in the very short term incentives or responses or compelling conditions. So if we take this into consideration, we also know that whatever we do today will mean that we keep on our capacity to stay in a leading position, or we may blow up. But it is also true that it is quite important to make the right decisions, keeping the capacity to be flexible and to adapt the realities of today. The clean tech dimensions relate to many things, but I guess that today you are mainly thinking on energy, on green transitions connected to digital transformation, and I was hearing about that in the previous panel, what it could mean and how the digital transformation, the digital transition, in many occasions sharing similar raw materials, and with no doubt pretty demanding in terms of the skills and the capacities that we need to develop to ensure that we can create the opportunities, are very much interconnected. So yes, clean technologies are now at the heart of Europe's energy security, competitiveness, climate goals, geopolitical strengths and leadership, possibilities to develop partnerships, possibilities to face threats and challenges. So securing reliable access to the technologies that will be shaping the global economy is absolutely key. We know how to do things. We have the strengths. We have the research, the knowledge, the skilled labor resources, the corporates. We have done lots of things, and now we need to be sure that we do not miss the main avenues of continuous progress in this field. So if this is the case, the immediate question is whether we are able to keep these capacities in Europe, the clean tech manufacturing capacity, so that the proximity markets do allow the sense of potential in terms of reinvestment for innovation and to keep on leading for the time to come. Today, 2/3 of the 3 trillion euros in global energy investment projected for 2025 will go to clean tech. That's quite an incentive. And Europe remains a major global player, particularly in wind turbines, grid technologies, hydropower, high-end heat pumps, and biomethane. Of course, there are many things where we identify that we have not been able to keep such an important position, and even more, the reality is that we identify that a big industrial champion, such as China, dominates large parts of the value chain in PV modules, in PV systems, in battery components, in permanent magnets for wind turbines. So clean production is increasingly a condition for market access and investments, and we need not only to innovate, but to scale production across our territory and to ensure that the next generation of responses can take place in the European soil. At the very same time, we know that we count on something which is quite attractive. We have a large, high valued single market that gives us the scale and the predictability, but this market still remains unfinished. This market is still a fragmented market when we speak about energy. This market is still facing bottlenecks, fragmentation, difficulties. So we may need to have a look on how we can dive into this single market as part of a very relevant imperative. So to explain why, the President of the Commission in the State of the Union reminded us it could be good to complete our single market by 2028. Maybe energy and clean tech can be a great ally in ensuring this success. Because if we fail to do so, risk of a gradual loss of industrial capacity, and so the economic base that sustains our social contract could be in danger. Our partners around the world also expect sustainable and responsible value chains and would like to use their raw materials to provide an opportunity for a better prospect for their economy. Today, we have adopted some very relevant packages in the college around these topics. We know that this is an issue of economic security. We know that this is an issue of creation of wealth. This is an issue that relates back to the quality of our jobs. This is an issue that relies very much on counting on the financial capacities and the cost of capital that provides the right conditions to enter into this new race to improve our capacities in clean tech. Allow me to comment on some of the elements that may be important to pay attention to, things that remain as a challenge when thinking on how we can invest in our own capacities to keep this leadership position. First challenge, the demand uncertainty, how we can ensure a strong and predictable demand for clean industrial products from clean steel to green hydrogen. We know that we still face uncertainties. We have the impression that in the very short term, the incentive is to go to the cheaper products instead of betting on the high quality and long-term profitability clean tech. So, yes, when thinking about the response in the clean industrial deal, the sense is that we need to guarantee a market for clean industrial products with clean standards, using the procurement rules, the leverage of the public procurement as a means to ensure that there are off-takers, that there is an increase in demand, and that we can lower the average price of things that could be increasingly needed and demanded in our markets. Second challenge, funding complexity. And there we see that sometimes in a messy manner, but that the US held steady and China invested massively. We Europeans went through a very relevant fall by nearly a quarter in heating grids, in digital networks, in clean energy and R&D. The latest data provided by the World Bank show that China has been invested in the last 10 years around 41% of its GDP, more than 10 times the EU's public investment. And that is part of the explanation on the scale of Europe's investment gap. So how we can ensure that we can keep on investing in what it may be needed collectively, public and private investment, so to create the conditions to ensure that we do not miss this trend. Europe is exporting up to €500 billion of capital every year while starving its own economy of investment. Why? We are reliable, we are predictable, we are stable. We should be a great destination in terms of patient capital investing there where there's a high-quality market, strong demand, and a possibility to make good profits. We may need to count on some regulatory tweaks that tilt capital back toward Europe, funding European companies, European innovation, European resilience. I will comment on this later on. We must unlock private investment at scale by developing innovative blending public and private financial instruments, using public guarantees to reduce risk, and so on and so on. Things that we know and that are within reach. Third challenge, access to markets. European companies compete at home with the highest standards in environmental protection, labor rights, and product quality. Around the world, we see efforts to adopt standards that may be similar to ours, but we also see efforts to bypass our rules. So how we play in this interface our single market with companies complying with high standards and interested people to enter into the single market but not complying with the same type of standards. We want to keep the level playing field, both inside Europe and globally. Our market functioning requires fairness. So how we can address these things to ensure that uneven rules do not create tensions. Again, we need to use our toolbox to monitor compliance, prevent circumvention, ensure fair competition, but work in both dimensions, external policies and internal policies. Over the past 12 months, this new Commission has been trying to listen to you, to hear your concerns, to understand how we can respond by laying down the foundations of a more robust strategic approach to the clean tech industry. This is why the Clean Industrial Deal came up as a proposal, a strategic understanding on what type of enablers could help into this effort and to develop quite a long list of measures that will need to be undertaken. Some of them have already been supported and adopted, some of them are on their way. But we are moving away from fragmented project-by-project support towards a coordinated Europe-wide industrial strategy. So the sense of union, the sense of predictability, the sense of strategic vision is still quite important. We are strengthening public procurement rules to create predictable demand, so to ensure that this lead market has a chance to happen. We are enhancing standards for low carbon materials and expanding carbon contracts, and we are trying to expand the infrastructure that could help into a better integration of many of these clean tech solutions that are required in this new energy era. So we will come up with a very relevant grids package, probably the most relevant package in the European history, and still with many ideas rounding on what should be part of the proposals to accelerate investment, reduce bottlenecks, improve planning, and create tens of thousands of new clean energy connections. That is part of a broader strategy to implement Europe's new priorities with the clean tech sector at the forefront. A dedicated scale-up fund that is being improved and designed according to the messages that we hear from this community, among others, and a genuine savings and investment union that will channel Europe's vast savings into the continent's future competitiveness, reducing our reliance on external capital. Today, we have adopted, as I say, through the relevant packages, dealing with the market integration and supervision, the market capital, integration and supervision strategy, the economic security package, and the I don't remember, high quality jobs in the future to come. So things that can help into what we may need to combine the different pieces to support this clean tech bet, to keep on Europe leading this work. We have always competed through high standards, responsible business conduct, technological excellence, and a strong social foundation. And this is still the case. And too often, what we hear, what we identify as the relevant mood in a room is uncertainty or lack of confidence on our capacity to overcome the difficulties in these turbulent times. But in fact, we know that we have the strengths to keep on doing and building to ensure that these are the very same sources for our global credibility. I'm sure that this decade will be the decade to define whether we remain as an attractive destination for investment, a credible geopolitical player, and a standard setter in the global economy. And I'm sure that you, being the ones behind the corporates, behind the investors' decisions, behind the identification of the new profiles and skills that will be required, could need to say loud and clear what else we may need to do in order to ensure that we succeed. Thanks a lot, and do remember that we need collectively your determination to turn our potential into reality and to keep on leading. Thanks a lot.
For all the thoughts that you've shared right now. I wanted to ask maybe a few follow-up questions before you leave us. And most of those on topics that we've discussed this morning here at this conference. And these might be on much maybe precise kind of policy files that are coming up the docket and that have a strong relation to how these business cases are being built in the room. The first one is on carbon pricing, and you mentioned it. For us, it's really the backbone of demand creation for clean technologies in Europe. If you don't have a carbon price, then there really is no incentive to go for the cleaner solution in many cases. I know you've been a great defender of the carbon price, especially for heavy industry. But we get the feeling that the timeline and the ambition is now being put in question. I wanted to hear if you have any thoughts on the next few months and how do we make sure that really this backbone of our policy remains in place?
I think that it is quite clear that it remains in place. It is important to stick to this conviction on decarbonizing the economy as a great source of opportunities from an industrial perspective, innovation perspective, but also setting a standard that could be quite appreciated elsewhere. So I think that it is very obvious that this is a very relevant instrument to achieve these very same goals. We have come up with a proposal providing a pathway, a roadmap towards 2040, and it is very obvious that there are things that we also need to take into consideration. For the time being, we have managed to get the low-hanging fruit those things that were easier and more obvious and that require an effort, but we enter into an increasingly more demanding context where we need to combine this signal in terms of pricing with other elements. So, of course, it needs to be manageable. It needs to prevent other type of spillover effects that could not be desired. For the time being, it has worked very well, and it has mobilized lots of similar decisions in many other jurisdictions. The last steps towards the full decarbonization of the economy will probably require other type of measures that could allow us to get into the positive incentives to keep on doing without introducing burdens that we cannot afford. That could be the exercise that will have to take place next year when we will enter into this discussion on how we review our understanding of the functioning of the emissions trading scheme, what other tools we may need to identify as possible tools, how we have managed to work with this indirect cost support to those companies that could be facing delocalization or that could not handle with the impact of an increased price of the electricity or their industrial production because of the CO2 price.
On competition policy, because this is also one of the main areas of your portfolio, we had Francesco Starace earlier on stage, former CEO of Enel, talk about how the dynamics of competition have completely changed in Europe, where we used to really worry and focus on intra-European competition, and now most of the game has moved to a global competition. In your mind, how do we enable the building of European and global champions based in Europe? Does our competition policy need updating?
I appreciate very much the thoughts, ideas of Francesco Starace, and I don't know if they were related to competition policy or to the single market development, because my sense is that, yes, it is true. The world is small, and we need to remain united, and we need to get rid of those around 45% equivalent tariff cost because of the fragmentation of our markets. That's not competition as such. That's just ensuring that we can count on competition tools within the right scale dimension, the European market dimension. And that is very important, and this was one of the points that I tried to make. Please remember that many of this additional cost is because we have not achieved the right scale in order to be able to bring up these eventual champions. Then we enter into the competition things. And yes, I think that to a certain extent, what we identified very early is that there is a strong willingness of the different public institutions to support a quick transformation and modernization of the industry. And this was why we decided to come up with these upfront guidelines to ensure that whenever there is someone willing to use public subsidies to support the quick transformation of the industry, it was based on the best standards, taking into consideration the lessons drawn from the previous recent years of support to the energy system, and to enter into something that could deliver in a level playing field context. To be added, something that is already in the pipeline, how we can understand and provide upfront guidance on corporate operations that could facilitate through horizontal or non-horizontal movements a much more positive and effective performance of the different corporates within the European Union being able to compete elsewhere. I think that this is quite an important avenue of work. This is where we are right now, working on the new merger guidelines to take into consideration that we need to protect innovation. We need to think on the dynamic efficiencies that may provide new criteria to assess the pro or the anti or the non-pro decision to support this type of corporate operations. But we also try to come up with something which is very important in the context of clean tech and sustainability, which is how we can build safe spaces so to ensure that there is no suspicion on whether cooperation for a very relevant public interest goal in the European context, which is to speed up clean tech and transformation, may take place not at the price of harming the rights of consumers or deleting any type of competition setting.
And maybe finally on trade, you brought up the huge dependencies we now have on China in a number of clean tech sectors. Maybe talking a bit about the country that you know best, Spain, which I find incredibly interesting, one, because it's become the undisputed leader in clean energy in Europe, and it's an extraordinary achievement.
They had a very good minister, you know.
I've heard of her. And on the other side, if I may, we also see stories of large Chinese industrial players settling in Spain and not really using Spanish kind of knowledge, but instead kind of shipping thousands of workers to build a plant. I wonder how you see this trade-off between how we cooperate with China, how we compete with China, and how we develop the trade instruments to make it work for Europeans.
Okay, so I get rid of any national example, but I think that this is a very important question, and this was the question that we tried to respond today with this economic security strategy, and I'm sure that it will keep on going in the time to come. I think that to a certain extent, we have not identified these economic security conditionalities as something that was relevant in an open economy as ours. And now we discover that we need to pay attention to these elements too, because there is this horrible trend of weaponizing everything, including the access to raw materials, rare earths, elements that could be very important for the new economy, or including the fact that the world has been evolving, and in certain circumstances, or in certain fields, and clean tech is one of them, there are new champions. And of course, we need to keep the lead, to catch up, or to overcome. So this means that we need to have a different relationship, being firm there where it matters, including keeping the bar in terms of standards, environmental and social standards, transparency, and involvement. As I said, maybe conditionalities when thinking on how it plays economically or how it plays socially, and how we prevent any type of bottleneck that could undermine our own safeguards and capacities. I was hearing when entering into the room some examples that reminded me on something very interesting, cybersecurity when connecting to the grids. So European champions providing these electronics and solutions that are very good players, champions in the US markets, in China markets, and they are relevant in Europe. And in Europe they need to fulfill I don't know how many thousands of pages, and in the US and in China they have to pass the controls in terms of cybersecurity before getting the connection, and once they are connected on a regular basis. So I think that we need to think differently. We need to identify which could be the conditions, including transparency, social and environmental conditions, and avoiding these bottlenecks that could undermine our safety and security in strategic goods and services in Europe. That doesn't mean saying no to everything, but thinking and working differently, being very firm there where we need to be very firm, and trying to get a better understanding on what it could be expected and acceptable, and what it could be expected and unacceptable.
Thank you very much. Madam EVP, thank you for being with us. If we could give her a big round of applause. Bianca, back to you.
Very much for this conversation. Thank you very much, Vice President. Thank you for giving us the missing keys of the long-term competitiveness anchored in clean tech, which is obviously very much linked to investment and to capital deployment. And that's particularly what we are going to talk about in the next panel, which is called No Leadership Without Private Investment. So I would like to call on stage the moderator of this panel, Catherine Carlston. Catherine, welcome. Catherine is a finance reporter at Politico in Brussels and will moderate our panel. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this panel, No Leadership Without Private Investment. I'm Catherine Carlson. I'm a journalist with Politico here in Brussels, where I follow the EU's push to establish a true single market for investment to fund its political priorities and to keep up with foreign rivals. So where do we stand now on the issue of financing? The Commission has its goal of a savings and investments union, with the idea of creating deeper and more liquid pools of capital for EU businesses to access. It's put forward initiatives on the demand side, with reforms and recommendations on pension systems and simple investment products, as well as on infrastructure and supervision, with a package coming tomorrow. And it will do more, including a review of the EU's venture capital rules next year. On the funding side, the Commission announced the Scale Up Europe Fund in October, a new multi-billion fund to invest in the most promising European companies in strategic deep tech areas. There's also the European Competitiveness Fund, which is designed to strengthen EU investment capacity for strategic technologies and critical sectors. And the European Investment Bank has launched its program dedicated to accelerating innovation across Europe, Tech EU. But those ambitious goals bring their own challenges. Can the EU change its risk appetite and dependence on bank financing to fund innovation? How can public financing best be deployed for the EU's strategic goals? Can the pipeline for mobilizing private capital in larger quantities be fixed? And how can additional financing be channeled to the most innovative companies? Those are just some of the issues we're going to discuss today in our panel. So let me introduce you to our panelists, and they'll join me up on stage in just a moment. Or maybe they can join me now, and then I can introduce them. Yeah. So we have Pascal Canfin, member of the European Parliament. Sit wherever you like. Elena Martinez, member of Cabinet Saharieva at the European Commission. May still be waiting for her. Jean-Christophe Laloux, head of EU lending and advisory operations at the European Investment Bank. And Nicolas Piau, co-founder and CEO of Tilt Capital. Okay, so I think we're waiting for Elena. So in the meantime, I'm going to dive straight in with a question for you, Pascal. So, public budgets are going to be very stretched in the coming years, meaning investment is obviously going to rely more on private financing. The Commission's talked about the importance of de-risking or making private investments in innovative technologies more attractive for the finance industry. What do you think the EU funding instruments are doing right and wrong around de-risking?
Thank you. So I think de-risking is an absolute key word. You mentioned the risk appetite. So we need to scale up as well the risk appetite in Europe. And moving from subsidies to de-risking, it's a way to increase the risk appetite, but at the same time to have it in a smooth way, knowing that a guarantee can be lost. A subsidy from a public budget perspective is for sure lost. I mean, you spend it, subsidy. Guarantee, you can take it if it works. You can give it if at the end of the day the project does not work, but you can incorporate more risk into the system. So at the end of the day, you have more risk, more leverage, more investment, without being less prudent on the use of public money, because the maximum spending you're going to have is the maximum of subsidies you would have given. So I see only advantages to move part of what we have in terms of subsidies, not all, of course, but part of it, to a de-risking scheme or de-risking spirit. Then, with who do we do that? Do we do that only with public players like EIB, InvestEU, and national development banks like Caisse des Dépôts, KfW, and so on, the usual players? Or are we able to go a bit further and also to have de-risking of funds, of investment from, I don't know, institutional investors, also through private players, private fund managers, and so on. So, of course, not de-risking without any transparency, without any criteria, without any data being shared and so on, and also being focused on some projects instead of others. But I think that there would be a huge leverage if we manage to de-risk institutional savings going to the cleantech financing through just regular private tools, not only through EIB financing or CDC in France financing. So that's why it's a new, I would say, a new way to approach things. It is partly covered already by the new, the European Competitiveness Fund that will hopefully be kept to the very end of the MFF discussion, but it's for the next, it's from 2028. So, I mean, we need to start now. And that's why I think that we should look at all the de-risking approach in all the tools today, not waiting only for the next MFF. And the scale-up fund from the Commission is a step in the right direction. We have other tools that are being designed now with more de-risking mindset, which I think, again, is a good step in the right direction. And that's, to my view, absolutely key because it's much more important for the cleantech than a lot of the simplification agenda. The simplification agenda, to be frank, and I will conclude on this, because, you know, it's the buzzword in Brussels is simplifying. Okay, so simplification agenda, frankly, when I look at what we tend to simplify, could just kill you. Because if there is no rule, there is no incentive anymore, there is no predictability, no clarity, why should I invest in clean tech? But simplification could really help you and not kill you if, on the contrary, it is smart simplification. And to my view, simplifying de-risking schemes could be a way to have smart simplification. Another way to have smart simplification is also to render the access to funding much easier. I mean, I guess you have, a lot of you have already submitted files to the Innovation Fund. I don't know if you have people in the room from DG Climat dealing with the Innovation Fund, but I guess we have people in the room having submitted a file, dossier. It's unless I'm wrong, something like 85,000 euros without any assurance of having nothing at the end. And the spending rate today is 5%. 5%. How come can we be that low and that expensive when it comes to access to the Innovation Fund? So I think here there is a lot of room for improvement that would have a direct impact on the scaling up of clean tech in Europe, because of course the innovation massively finances clean tech. So if we have more risk into the system, more leverage, and real simplification of the way the access to funding works, together it could make a difference.
Thank you. I just want to open up to the broader panel on a couple of those themes that you picked up on there. So de-risking, are we going far enough? Does there need to be more? And also the European Competitiveness Fund, this is coming. How do we make it a success?
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. Just to share my perspectives. So my day job is that I'm running the banking team of EIB. So I'm running the teams responsible for the 75 billion or so of lending per year in EIB. And some of you know as well, because one of the programs we were running is the venture debt investments, and some of you in the room we have partnered with on financing individual companies, also in partnership with others. What I would say, and I would largely agree on this principle of introducing de-risking on our radar screen, with a few caveats though. The first one is, however you look at it, and when you look into examples of Israel, examples of China, of course, examples of the States, public investments is key, is absolutely critical. And I think that has to be absolutely kept on the radar screen, in particular now that we're going to face a lot of fiscal constraints. That, of course, echoes the debate that is upcoming on the new multi-annual financial framework of the European Commission. How much do we want to do? I think for us, participants to the Cleantech community and more largely to the economic development of the European Union is going to be absolutely essential to remind our political decision makers that the use of the budget should not be shrunk as far as investment is concerned. And it's going to be a very tough battle, because you can feel that one coming with fiscal policies actually tightening. The first area where there's going to be cuts is on investments, and that is going to come to bite us very nastily. So that's the first thing to say. The second one is indeed, how do you then make best use of the public budget and the public money that you have? And on this, I agree that de-risking has a role to play, but probably not to the point where there is a free ride for some. It's very important that we keep a system where the discipline of financial repayments is really imposed, because it also obliges both those who are being financed and those who finance actually to make sure that the money is not poorly spent, and that we come to some profitable and meaningful investments. On the notion of the de-risking, I would say, yes, there is a case which has not been used very often, that we could use public money to skew a little bit the risk-return relationship for private sector, and I agree that these instruments should be explored. But there are others as well that shouldn't be overlooked. One of them is to leverage public budget, and that's really important. And I come back to the very important discussions that are going to take place, and they're going to affect us, but they're going to affect you as well indirectly, which is how we're going to use the next European budget. You know, in EIB, with on average €1 of budget, we can do €4 of lending. And it depends, of course, on the type of risk we take. You know, the higher the risk, the lesser the leverage. For some parts of the lending that we do under InvestEU can be up to 8 times or 9 times. So it's important to keep this in mind, that actually we have to use the instruments that are efficient in leveraging public money and actually transforming it into more, actually ultimately multiplying it. I also want, and it is my final contribution to this starting question, to put the specific case of equity. I think on the whole, we are going to have to accept to use more of the public money in relation to equity investments than has been the case so far. This is really where our bottleneck is in Europe at the moment. And this is particularly for Cleantech. And, you know, we've been in conversations the whole morning, and some of you really experienced that in their skin at the moment and have really difficulty finding the 200, 300 million euro equity tickets that they need to scale up. On this, the Scale Up Europe Fund, and I'm sorry that the representative of Commissioner Zayeva is not there to talk about it. The Scale Up Europe Fund is one of the solutions, you know, which is to have something to perform direct investments with larger tickets. But what we need to continue to hammer in terms of solution is the ecosystem. We need a functioning ecosystem of large pocket investors, which at the moment we don't have. And I therefore, and concluding my remark, wanted to mention that at the European Investment Bank, we have decided or we are about to decide, it's a bit of a scoop, normally in December in a few days, to put a very significant amount of money behind the European Tech Champions Initiative, which is a fund, which we have financed for already in its first version for 3.5 billion euros with 6 different member states. We now want to expand it, and it's important that this wholesale initiatives actually also come to age and at a larger scale so that we can feed the ecosystem. Because once the ecosystem is fed, once the investors are educated, once you have a number of these investment fund managers who are able to put 200 to 300 million euro tickets, then they will raise a second fund and a third fund, and then the pump is actually working, and then it takes care of itself in the future.
Thank you so much. Nicola, I want to come to you. If there's anything you want to respond to from what's been raised so far, but also to ask, you're representing the private side of this equation. What's your assessment of the private financing situation in Europe now?
Yes, hello. Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. No, it's almost the starting of the skiing season, so I'm going to go a little bit off-piste to get back to your question. I think, my appreciation is actually the previous debate between MEP Eller and Günther Erfurt was, for me, very emblematic. I think the question is, if we just go back, so I'm an energy specialist. I'm an investor and an energy specialist. What is energy transition? It's just the transformation of the largest, most complex industrial system you have. China has one big advantage. They didn't have that legacy system. It was completely failing, so they directly leapfrogged to the new system. Now we have to transform. What is at the heart of that? The heart of that is that, first, there is no example of decorrelation between growth and energy consumption. Second, the whole story of energy was about increasing energy density. Coal, 20 megajoule per kilo. Gas and oil, 40. Nuclear, 2 million. Batteries, 1 to 2. But at the same time, solar is sending to the Earth 175 petawatt of capacity every year. So the question does not become, and I think Francesco Starace was very clear, and it was a very strong point, is not about producing anymore. That's former system. It's logistics. It's about getting this energy to the right use and using it adequately, so transforming, including the demand side system. Now, what does that mean? And that's where I'm going to go back to the track. It's I think it's a complete illusion to think that you can transform such a complex system without any strategic vision, political will. So yes, I do think that industrial policy is absolutely paramount here, and I echo what Günther has said. I think it's absolutely paramount. But I think it would be too easy for the private sector to say, hey, you guys in the public sector, you need to do that. And we sit here and we wait. No, because if we really want to design an industrial policy that makes sense, we have to engage with the public sector. We have to speak, we have to interact, we have to disagree sometimes. And so I think today, as an investor, the first thing is a sense of direction and a sense of confidence, I would almost say power. And I think what Europe should be more confident. Europe should be more confident in its ecosystem, in its people, in its infrastructure, but you need to send the message. You have a direction. The European Commission and the Parliament have set a direction since basically the clean deal, etc. We need to maintain that. As an investor, the most important thing is, okay, we know that in 10, 15 years, basically the direction will be this one. If the direction starts to be that one, why would we be investing here? So that's the first thing. I think the second most important thing in our perspective is to do that, you need to recognize, to look at the world as it is and not as you think it would be. Yes, I would love a completely free, open world market, whatever. It has not been the case for ages. And Europe has always tried to portray itself as, the champion of free markets, etc. The reality is China has started its Made in China policy in 1995, saying that 40% of windmills had to be made in China in 1995. Who was speaking of wind energy in 1995 here? A very limited number of people. So that shows this sort of sense of direction, sense of long-term vision, etc. And as an investor, I can tell you, when we're talking about de-risking, that if we had that very strong sense, today what is the killer for us is, I just received again a view that apparently the French government commissioned 2 high-level executives, including the former CEO of EDF, to look at the real cost of renewables. Fine, but what does that mean? Does that mean that you're going to scale back on that? How are we going to invest in solutions in clean techs if we think that in 1 year, you might have a moratorium or something that will just kill all initiatives? So the first thing is this one. Then I'll have other comments, but.
So you have a response, go ahead.
Yes, I totally concur to what you just said, because I think we need to take the risk concept, even in a broader sense than the pure financial engineering, having tools to de-risk and so on. We are increasing the risk now by completely being unpredictable. Nobody knows. If you try to invest in the car industry, good luck to know what will be the rules in 1 year time. No idea. No idea on technology A, on technology B, on technology C. I have no idea. So we are questioning and challenging the direction of travel. We are increasing the level of risk instead of decreasing the level of risk. So that's the situation we are in. Second, assuming that we will keep on doing keeping the same direction of travel, not only for climate and environmental reasons, but also, and maybe mainly because of security, geopolitical sovereignty reasons. And to my view, these are the two sides of the exact same coin. And assuming we are going to do so, then we need to have a collective de-risking approach. By collective de-risking, I mean whatever clever tool EIB could deliver to de-risk investment, if there is no demand, there is no demand. And if you want to de-risk demand by off-take contracts, but at the end of the day, actually you de-risk the supply, but there is no supply, there is no supply. So the core of the de-risking is the junction between the appropriate rules for supply and investment for supply and the appropriate rules and spending for demand. That's where things like off-take contracts are key. And when players like EIB could be both on the supply side and on the demand side, or in France, France 2030, or the BPI, the French Investment Public Bank, investing in companies on the supply side and on the demand side, we have a chance to organize things in a way that we collectively lower the level of risk taken by both the investment on the supply side and the demand side. A good counter case, unfortunately, is hydrogen. It's a chicken and egg, and we are stuck in this chicken and egg story. There is no enough investment, so the price is too high. There is no real demand, and as long as the price is too high, and then everybody waits. We are facing the exact same risk for the e-fuel, for the SAF. And when you look at all that, if on top of what is already new, emerging, and have obviously some part of risk, we create more risk in value chains that shouldn't take this risk at all, like renewable energies, because we create political risk around where there is absolutely no industrial risk anymore. at the end of the day, we have a level of risk in the system which is just too high to be effective. So that's the risk we are in. So that's why we need first to decrease the level of unpredictability. That's why the right way to decrease the level of unpredictability is to add up new arguments on top of the ones we used before on climate and environment, but on security and geopolitics. And I think it's still widely shared, and I think that could be the good new basis to keep on in the same direction. Second, being smarter on the financial engineering. Of course, you have to monitor the risk, you have to be transparent, you have to be careful and so on, but we need to have more risk into the system from a financial perspective. I mean, it's always a debate we have with your institution and all the AAA and all the players, the private players saying, well, I have the feeling that I take more risk than the EIB and so on. So I do not want to enter into that debate, but I have the feeling that we could have more risk in the system. And we are really risk adverse. And part of the success, and what Draghi said in his report, part of the success of the US is precisely that at some point they are less risk adverse than we are. And if there is less risk, we have the feeling that there is less risk, but there is less return. Less return means less investment, less traction, less growth, less productivity, and at the end of the day, it's more risk, more than less risk. So we need to look at that on a broader perspective. And if, again, we do all this, as you said, we have the assets. We have the assets in Europe, but we need to change a bit the mindset we are a bit stuck in.
Well, you were somewhat anticipating my next question for you, actually, so I'm going to stay with you. I wanted to ask about financial rules, specifically financial regulation. I mean, I cover this every day. It's often posited as a sort of, there's a contradiction. On the one hand, you've got financial stability concerns. On the other hand, you've got competitiveness concerns. So do you think we need a rethink in terms of financial regulation to incorporate more risk into the system? Is that what you would also say to policymakers?
No, I'll give my perspective. Well, look, I'm not a specialist of financial regulation, but and I'm going to take your question from the very practical side of things. The EIB staff numbers have increased from 3,200 to about 4,200 in the last 4 years, and I think 75 to 80% of all this increase has gone to control functions. I mean, the reality of today is that there are more people controlling than people doing within the organization. So why is that? Well, certainly not because we've invented it ourselves. It's because we are committed to applying best banking practices and because the regulation has become incredibly tight and tedious. Now, maybe, I mean, as you say, it's also a political choice. You know, we've come through the 2008 financial crisis. I mean, I'm still very often meeting people who are telling me, oh, securitization is a bad thing, you know, because we had a financial crisis because of it. I mean, okay, we still live in this world, indeed, where indeed the banks and the banking system has largely contributed, also with the sovereigns, but the banking system has contributed to a major financial crisis. So we understand that things cannot be as they used to be. But at the same time, when you want to perform risky investments, you have zero incentive. And that applies not only to us, the banks, but also to all the institutional investors. I mean, you've mentioned it. It's not only a matter of putting public money to give them a subsidy to do it. It's also because it costs them, and disproportionately so, not only do they have to take more risk, but it costs them in terms of the scarce resources that they have in the capital a lot. So we need to also review this to provide true incentives, and I'm not even talking about fiscal incentives, which also are not very often present. And when they are super fragmented all over Europe differently. So nobody of a pan-European investor needs 27 qualified lawyers, fiscal lawyers, to actually understand how the system works in all the different member countries. But so there's way too little incentive coming from the regulation and way too little fiscal incentives to make this happen where it really matters, which is indeed where the part where it's most risky on the equity side and on the critical technologies.
I'll go to Nicola and then back to Pascal.
Yes, I absolutely agree, and I also agree with your previous comment when you said, our job is to take risks when we invest. So we shouldn't be de-incentivized to take risks, but we just need to be able to take the right risk. Where we have a problem right now is that we see that the need for risk-taking in the market is very different from the risk aversion in the investor world. So typically, to put it very simply, most of the institutional investor world are absolutely allergic today in Europe about investing in EBITDA negative company. I'm not even talking pre-revenue companies. Huh? Yeah. Forget it. And to your point, I think what EIB, so of course here I am biased, but because EIB and EIF have put quite some money in our fund. But I think this is what EIB and EIF has been doing. The problem is the private sector is very, very reluctant when you say you raise a growth capital fund. Today, the unanimous message I get from investors is, yeah, absolutely, there's a massive market gap, absolutely. Oh, you have 35% of your fund that's going to go into negative EBITDA companies? Ooh, no, this I don't like. This is too risky. How can you scale up? If it's exactly when you apply to a job and you say, no, we're looking for a first-time job, but it would be good if you had 3 years of experience. It's the exact same thing. And so I think here there's a massive issue. And I would add one thing also, which is more relating to finance, but of course for us it is key. Because there's this sort of massive Damocles sword where people are saying, okay, but the budget, etc., in all member states. Yes. But if Europe had the same amount of its savings going into investments than in the US, it would free up 3 trillion euros to go there. Problem is that there's a problem of capital markets union, but there's also another issue. We're also saying, yeah, we can't invest more public money, etc. But if the savings were financing public investments, no one has a problem with what is happening in Japan, 220% of GDP, because 83% of the debt is held by Japanese institutions. And I think we also need to look at it from a strategic perspective. For us, it is critical to have a perspective that in the next 10 to 15 years, you will not have a dry up of public investment that will help, because this is what we're talking about, that will help bring the cost down to the consumer, whether it's retail customer or whether it's industrial customer. It's what the Chinese have done. You take a power modules coming out of China, it's 20 euro per kilowatt. The best ones in Europe are probably around 30 to 33. The difference is massive subsidy locally. So it's non-market competition, it's non-repairable, non-recyclable, but that's not the problem, because people are saying, you know what, I have no incentive to put a better module in whether it's my PCS, so power control system for battery energy storage, or a charging station, etc. So we really need to understand that this is how it's going to work. We need to have public money helping to bring down that cost and give clarity to the investors to say, there is a market, you can go there. And then we take our risk. This is our job.
Yes, so I think, again, looking at the notion of risk on a broader perspective, I would build on what you said, saying that all what we are about to do, what the Commission is about to do in the coming weeks on the local content requirements for Cleantech, for cars but beyond, is a way to de-risk. Because it's a way to make sure that the competition will not be made on grounds that you cannot win. That's exactly what you just said. So if we take the de-risking not a pure financial concept, but as a policy-wide concept, then, to my view, introducing smart local content requirements for technologies where we decide that it is strategic to have part of the production in Europe, because of course local content requirements could apply for some, not for all. The figures have to be different, and then we enter into a new important and difficult debate on the value chains with European players. If I take the automotive again, I can tell you that the discussion between car makers and suppliers on local content, it's blood on the wall. So it's difficult, but we have to face it and we have to do it. And maybe for sad reasons, Germany is trying to shift quite dramatically from let's stay open, we are an exporting machine and so on, to, well, guys, we are losing now ground towards China. I guess you all have in mind the figures demonstrating that for the first time last year, the net surplus from Germany, between Germany and China, started to be a net negative result. So the world, including in Germany, on this concept is shifting, meaning that we are now having the political space and ground to go for real local content provisions, which are a way to de-risk massive key value chains. A second argument, if I take again the risk issue as a broad concept, is the use of single market. A way to de-risk things is precisely to make the most of our single market. And I will give you just one example, or two, the 20th regime, meaning that it will be less risky to start and to scale if you just create one company in one country, and then it's very easy in a few minutes to be recognized elsewhere. You do not have to start again and again and again 26 times the same story. We are working on it. I'm a negotiator of this. The Commission will deliver its legislative proposal the first quarter of next year. That's part, to my view, of a broader de-risking strategy. Same for Capital Market Union or Saving and Investment Union and the securitization. What you said, it's already on the table. Because it's not because there were some obvious risk associated with the square securitization, that the basic securitization is bad in itself. On the contrary, it's good because it brings more liquidity into the market. So I think we need this. Same for the equivalent of a European NASDAQ. If you are not a startup, but you have scale and you are Spotify, you are Deezer, you are Doctolib in France and so on, if you really want to go to the market and bring more capital and grow even more, then at the end of the day, there is no equivalent of the European NASDAQ, so not enough liquidity or less liquidity than in the US. So there is a shift to the US. And then once you are listed in the US, it's not overnight, but year after year, you change your board members, you change the regulations you comply with, and so on. And at the end of the day, you start being a US company, not a EU company anymore. So that kind of thing will decrease the overall level of risk enshrined in our own European system, and that will be good for your businesses. And of course, if it is connected with the first part of the discussion, it will be good for the transition as well.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so from our other panelists, just very briefly, any closing thoughts?
I can't help but comment on what you just said, and in particular the single market and securitization. That's not really the purpose of the panel today, but there's still so much to be done. We are the largest, or one of the largest investors in securitization transactions in Europe, together with our subsidiary, the European Investment Fund. We are unable today to constitute a portfolio of credits to be securitized that stretch over more than one jurisdiction. So you can't mix French and German SME portfolios together to have a large securitization portfolio and to have a large diversification effect. You can't do that. Why can't you do it? Because the bankruptcy law is different in each and every member state. So I wanted to say, there is still a long way to go. We all know about it. I just hope, and I cross fingers here in front of you, that the Commission remains very ambitious on the 28th regulation, and that we don't water it down to something that is going to ultimately be a gadget. You know, we really need to push common standards across, and that could be used, the 20th regulation, indeed for for the financial sector, but also for many other sectors, and hopefully we'll make the best of this excellent initiative.
Nicola, last words.
Sure. I fully echo your point on local content. I think, and I think what is important is it can't be just for public procurement. It's really, I think it's any sort of financing coming from public institution, whether it's European Commission, EIB, or member states. You know, there needs to be local content. Definition is obviously an issue. I would pledge for, or I would plea for something around added value, you know, to mirror GDP, but I think what we want to avoid is the false local content, and we've seen example of that recently. I think if you implement that, you will see a change in the dynamics in Europe. You will see that because for local for investors like ourselves, it changes the amount you're able to raise. It changes your addressable market. It changes the competition. Let's be clear today. Every single technology that we look, every single company, the first thing we say, what is China doing currently? And if we have the vision that, you know, okay, the Chinese, because let's make no mistake, they're super good. They are super good. And what they've been doing in the last 5 years in particular, they haven't been working on the products. They've been working on the industrial processes. And this is key because they're actually getting more efficient, more qualitative, etc. So the first thing we ask is, what is China doing? And this is a killer because the companies that are here, they need time to scale up. If you give them time, we will invest, and we will invest in a much more important way than we've been doing so far.
Thank you so much to the panelists for their insights. Let's have a round of applause.
Thank you very much to our moderator and our wonderful panelists for this session. I take one main idea: we need collective de-risking is a must now. And another one, maybe Europe should be more confident. We should all be more confident, maybe even more after a cup of coffee. We have now a short coffee break, 15 minutes. Please be back here in 15 minutes at exactly 3:55. Thank you very much. More confidence in Europe. Yeah. Hello again. We are back for the final stretch. Please take your seats. What a day. We've had a wonderful day so far, and we are back for the final stretch, as I said. We've talked so far about technology, capital, industrial policy, and I guess that the flavor that the discussions until now have left us is that we have too much bad news for complacency, but we have too much good news for despair. So let's keep building on that. And now it's time to talk about the elephant in the room, which is called trade policy. So I'm delighted to call on stage our next moderator, who is Cilia Agostini, director at Cleantech for France. Cilia, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining this high-level session on a new global order, Cleantech and trade policy. We're meeting at a moment of rising trade tensions between the EU, China, and the US, and there is a real risk for Europe. The risk of being sidelined while China and the US are moving fast and acting aggressively to defend their clean tech industries. This raises big challenges for Europe. First, how do we protect our industries from unfair competition? How do we secure critical materials and technologies? How do we keep clean tech innovations and productions here in Europe? And how can we build win-win relationships with the US and China? I'm very happy to be joined today by a fantastic group of experts. Thomas Pellerin-Carlin, Member of Parliament and co-chair of Cleantech Friendship Group. Welcome, Thomas. Burkhard Ströber, CEO of Vianode. Welcome, Burkhard. And Fridtjof Desner, co-founder and general partner at Planet A. Hi, Fridtjof. And joining us live from Tokyo is Joseph Delatte, Head of Energy and Climate Studies at Institut Montaigne. Bonsoir, Joseph.
Hi.
It's about midnight or 1 a.m. for him. Yeah, that's why I said, well, good. Yeah.
It is indeed very late in the night for me.
So, Joseph, we'll start with you. Joseph, thank you for being with us from Tokyo. You study Asian industrial policy in depth. And of course, when we talk about clean tech, critical raw materials or microchips, China is the elephant in the room. What lessons can Europe learn from other Asian countries that have been dealing with China's dominance for much longer? Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me well. Yes,
yeah,
I think so,
well.
because I hear myself, so yeah. So thank you very much for this invitation, and greetings from Tokyo indeed, where it's midnight. So I wish I could be there with you physically in Brussels, but in a way, it's actually joining from Japan. It fits this session relatively well. Because if we are really serious about a new global order for clean tech and trade, which is the title of the session, we must also be serious about what Europe can learn from those who have faced China's industrial policy from the closest, much closer than what we have. So I will answer my question in three parts. The first one is the uncomfortable reality Europe must face about the Chinese industrial policy. The second one is what Japan, Korea, and others like Taiwan, for instance, actually do when facing with this reality. And finally, what Europe should concretely do or perhaps change in its trade and industrial policy if it wants to address the challenge that we face. So in terms of the reality check, across batteries, solar, wind components, but also increasingly electrolyzers, and of course, critical raw materials, Europe faces a structural asymmetry with China. China is almost systematically dominant upstream, particularly for critical minerals, is vertically integrated at scale, heavily subsidized at the provincial, central, but even in between levels on all sections of value chain, which makes it very difficult sometimes to monitor what China is doing. And China is also explicitly strategic in its use of industrial overcapacity. And Europe, by contrast, we are very open, quite fragmented, and deeply hesitant to politicize economic power, if I may. So let's name the elephant clearly in the room. This is not cyclical trade imbalance that we are dealing with. It's a structural industrial dependency problem. And this is where other Northeast Asian nations, where their situation is quite instructive because they face the Chinese reality much more closely than us, and they never believed the illusion that interdependence alone would neutralize power. So what can they teach us? What Japan, Korea, and others can teach us? There are four art lessons mainly. The first one is that strategic sectors are never left to market alone. So in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, for instance, semiconductor, battery, display, power electronics, hydrogen technologies are not just industries. They are increasingly seen as national security assets, particularly for energy security. In Japan, for instance, they do not hesitate to subsidize TSMC in in the semiconductor on their soil, even though TSMC is a Taiwanese company, to restrict export to China or to coordinate very closely their industrial policy with the US under extreme pressure, by the way. Europe still treats clean tech too often as only a climate topic or a competition law problem, whereas Japan, Korea, Taiwan, etc., they now treat them mostly like an economic security question. So the second lesson is that de-risking, which is a very zeitgeist word in Brussels, is not decoupling, but it is not neutrality either. Japan and Korea, they do not decouple from China. They actually trade massively with China. They invest in China, and they depend on China for key output. But they now also aim to never allow one single source dependencies in strategic choke point. For instance, it's the case for rare earths, where they try to have diversification, and with some success in the case of Japan. Battery precursor are the same, semiconductor equipment, and specialty chemicals as well. So they are building redundancy, stockpiles, and alternative suppliers, even when it's more expensive. And that is one of the critical dimensions. Sometimes it's more expensive because it's more secure. But in Europe, we usually still think mainly in terms of price optimization, while in Tokyo, they really think more in terms of resilience. So the third lesson would be that joint venture are instrument of power and not a trust exercise. It's really absolutely central in China's strategy. There's been super important in their way to attract foreign technologies and to become so good as they are now, or even in innovation now, they are even very, very good. And Japan and Korea, they really have learned that lesson. And today they respond to this challenge by selective technology protection, tight export control, but also very strict screening about inbound Chinese investment. In Europe, meanwhile, in the cleantech sector, for instance, we still grant 100% market access, or almost 100% market access, full ownership of joint venture and plant production, and very weak reciprocity requirements. This is not openness in my view. It's unilateral exposure. Finally, the fourth lesson that we see from Northeast Asia is that economic security is fully institutionalized. In Japan, for instance, it has a dedicated economic security ministry with legal powers like on supply chain, on energy, on data, on infrastructure. And in Europe, we are very fragmented and we have a mix of stakeholders, competition laws, and emerging instruments that are created only after crisis. I mean, if I wanna have a very shock sentence now, it's like we are still governing in the 2030s almost with a toolbox of the 1990s. So, in concretely, what Europe can change? Europe cannot understand that we cannot compete with China on price. It's impossible due to the scale, due to the heavily subsidized economy that we don't want to copy. We can only compete on strategic organization. This means four shifts. The first one is to move from open strategic autonomy to enforced economic security. Treat batteries, grid electrolyzers, power electronics as defense-grade assets, and accept that overcapacity is a weapon, not only a price opportunity for us, and that dumping is an industrial strategy, which is currently what we see in EVs and in the battery sector. So trade defense alone is insufficient. We need forward-looking industrial shielding and not only ex-post tariff. So we should move from unconditional market access to reciprocity by design, and for instance, by enforcing a European majority joint venture model in strategic sector like batteries, etc. Because this is not protectionism, this is just symmetry from what's happening in China. The third dimension that we should change is to move from subsidy dispersion to industrial concentration of firepower, meaning that in Asia, for instance, in most Asian countries, they pick sectors, they select few firms and few technologies, and then they back them massively. In Europe, we still multiply small funds, particularly between member states. We dilute the impact and we struggle to reach scale. So cleantech winner, they will be capital intensive, long cycle, and geopolitically contested. So they need to have support from government. And finally, I will conclude with that. We should move from trade naivety to alliance-based industrial power. So we should not confront Chinese over-dominance in cleantech alone, but we should align with Korea, Taiwan, Australia, and all others, including India, by the way, that could help us not only to create our own ecosystem, but also to diversify the global cleantech ecosystem. So that will be it for me, and I wish you wonderful discussion.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Joseph. Many thanks, Joseph. I hear a wake-up call for Europe in your intervention. So now it's the perfect transition to move to the European side with Thomas. As an MEP and co-chair of a Cleantech Friendship Group, how hopeful or how concerned are you about Europe's clean tech landscape today? And do you think the EU should take a stronger role in the trade policy to protect and grow our clean tech industry? And finally, where should the EU place the balance between openness and protection?
Good afternoon, everyone. Before diving into my answer to that question, I just want to tell you what I was doing yesterday evening at 1 a.m. I was in Parliament. We were negotiating with Energy Commissioner Dan Jorgensen and the Danish presidency, and we found a deal 15 hours ago, to end all imports of Russian gas in Europe. We are ending 20-plus year long mistake of naivety. We are able to do that, obviously, thanks to the courage of the people that put this on the table. Like we would not have gotten that without the Danish and the Polish presidencies that we had this year. We would not have done that without Dan Jorgensen, the Energy Commissioner, without the courage of Ursula von der Leyen and many others. But also, we would not have done that without you and without the text that you've been developing. Because if my colleagues from the EPP were able to have the courage to take that choice, even people coming from Germany were able to take that courageous choice, is because we know that now we already have all the technologies that we need to be free from Russian gas now and to protect ourselves from over-dependence on Trumpian LNG also in the future. And to me, the fact that your meeting is happening today in a way is a very happy coincidence. And I hope that by closing that terrible parenthesis of EU dependence on Russian gas, we are also opening a new world where we will be not only cleaner and more competitive, but for God's sake, we'll be safer. This leads me to agree with a lot of what Joseph said. I just want to be, like I've been a politician for a year and a half now. Everybody makes mistakes. But I'm first and foremost a researcher, and I think we need a few concepts from time to time. Everything that Joseph talked about, that naivety, is backed by a specific way of thinking about history that the US historian Tim Snyder, who is an expert of Central Eastern European history, calls the politics of inevitability. And when you hear people at Digitrade, at Digicomp, and others, they are still in this 1980s world, like the kind of Francis Fukuyama world. And I know that world very well because that's the world my teachers taught me. I remember when I was still a student 15 years ago, listening to people telling me that the future is unavoidable. We will all become democracies. The rise of the middle class in China, Hong Kong, will inject the virus of democracy in China. You remember those? There are still many people in this very little bubble that needs to be burst, the Euro bubble, that think like that. Even people that are very serious. I had a nice dinner with a minister, I will protect his name, a minister who is very conscious of the Russian threat. But when we talked about Trump, he told me Trump is, quote, a hitch. A hitch. It's not a hitch. We've entered in a new era where we can no longer, and for the foreseeable future, we can no longer rely on the first global superpower that has been so essential for us to be free and to be safe. So more than ever, we need to take our future in our own hands. We need to abandon that very nice utopian idea of the politics of inevitability. We need to put Fukuyama back in, the history books of, some ideas that were nice in the 90s, but they were proven wrong by facts. And we need to embrace what Tim Snyder called the politics of responsibility. What do we do now? And since I was elected, I had the chance to go to Ukraine. I'm regularly talking to Ukrainian people. I think it was 2 days ago, there was a massive attack on the electricity grid, and the Russians did what we call in the military a double tap. So you first attack the grid, you wait 10 to 20 minutes for the workers to come back, and you strike the grid again to kill the workers. That is what is happening. And one thing that I always take away from my discussion with Ukrainians is that they don't waste time wondering what Trump will do, what Putin will do. And I hope we can spend less time wondering what people that we do not control will do. And in the case of Trump, like, nobody knows what Trump will do, not even Trump himself. And spend a bit more time wondering about what we can do in the here and now to protect the industry that we have and to promote the industry that we see emerging and to make sure that we plant the seeds for the industry of the future that we need. So this leads me to the type of trade policy that we need to have. In Brussels for the last year, like, everybody talked about Mario Draghi and the report. Like, it's, I mean, it's a bit ridiculous, the number of times that people talk about him. And they always like cherry pick the things. So I just want to talk about another report, or rather the other author of another report, another Italian Prime Minister, Enrico Letta. And Enrico Letta said that we need to make Europe in a world of bullies. That is the world where we live now. I would wish to live in another world. We all do. But that is the world where we live now. When it comes to trade policy, I mean, I had a lot of notes of what we need to do in terms of defensive mechanism, but I think Joseph said it all. I'm not going to repeat what he said. Fully agree on joint venture, on tariff, on everything. I just want also to bring a bit of offensive spirit here. Let's have a little bit of pessimism of intelligence for a second, and then a bit of optimism of the will. In this European Parliament where I'm currently sitting, we have a totally new political reality. For 74 years, the Christian Democrats have chosen to make an alliance with other Democrats. And therefore, the Christian Democrats, together with the Liberal Democrats and my group, the Social Democrats, have been building Europe for the last 74 years. We've made mistakes along the way, let me be clear. But can you name better years in European history than the last 74 years that we have had? There is not a single century that is more desirable than the last 74 years we've ever had. And that union of democracies, of democratic forces, was a pillar. It's September 2024, for the first time, the Christian Democrats, or rather their leader, Manfred Weber, chose to make an alliance with the far right, not only to ally on a single vote, but to work hand in hand together. And I fear that some people in the CDU, a minority now, but some people in the CDU want to govern with AfD, with the far right in Brussels, to show that they could do that again in Berlin. I mean, this was a question that was asked to Friedrich von Papen, a Christian Democrat, in January 1933. He chose to put Hitler in power. He really thought, von Papen had a high opinion of himself, he really thought he could control them. We know what happened. And history does not repeat, but sometimes you see dynamics with people that are similar, that are doing similar choices and similar mistakes. And for the past year, that's what we've been seeing. More and more, some people, thankfully not all, but some people in the EPP choose to make an alliance with the far right. That is the starting point of their political alliance. And then they need to find topics on which they can do that. They cannot do that on Ukraine. They cannot do that on Russia. They cannot do that on the budget. They cannot do that on research because the far right believe that vaccines is a hoax and that the EU should not finance research against breast cancer. And one of the topics that they found has been climate and the environment. And that what we've been seeing with the so-called first omnibus, that is a disaster. They call that simplification, but they're even cancelling stuff that had been already implemented by companies themselves. And so now, I mean, everybody who knows me knows that I'm a strong believer in the need for climate action. Like, do we need an environment? Yes, if we want to survive as humans. But currently, this is actually harmful in the political discourse in the European Parliament, unfortunately. And so we need, also for Cleantech, to find another narrative, and the security narrative is key there. There is the security narrative in terms of, let's say, not becoming over-dependent vis-à-vis China. Joseph told about that. I'm just going to conclude on what should be our theory of victory as European against the war that Russia declared on us. What makes Putin powerful? Oil and gas. That is it. The money that Putin invested in his army last year, Russia at a total war footing, was 140 billion. 140. The Russian oil and gas revenues, 250. So we just need to halve the Russian oil and gas revenues to have peace on our continent. Not because Putin will become reasonable, just because he will become North Korea. A country where it's shit to live, where you have a leader that barks, but that is not an actual threat because he doesn't have the economic means to become a military threat ever again. How can we do this? The Russian gas regulation is one small step there, but we need to take that fight globally. And when engaging with India, when engaging with Japan, let's obviously focus on the common concern of managing our Indian and European interdependence with China. But also let's remember that the world will be, and Europe will be a safer place if Indians rely more on Danish wind turbine than on Russian gas. So that's my call for you, to make sure that we engage this, and please, in the work that you are doing, also engage with people from former military, because we need that. And if we have that, then I can tell you, I don't have a pro-climate, I don't have a secure pro-climate coalition in Parliament. I might have it from time to time, like we had on the European climate law, but I know that there is a pro-democracy and a pro-Ukraine coalition in this Parliament, and I hope together we can help all the people that understand the Russian threat, that clean energy revolution is the long-term solution to defeat Russia.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and congratulations for the advancement and the victory about Russian gas. But I have a feeling that we are solving a problem with Russian gas and maybe creating another one, because you know we are maybe in system A, and if you want to the system B, you cannot just switch like that from the A to the B, and so that's victory. Is it the meaningful that tomorrow we will rely to the US for the gas because we need to electrify our system? And what do you think regarding the US and the EU agreement, where we have huge commitments from the EU to the US to buy US gas?
This is obviously a concern that we had even in the discussion on that Russian gas regulation. And we have a specific article that asks each member state to adopt a national diversification plan to reduce their consumption of gas overall, and obviously Russian gas in particular. Here, I mean, we need to be realistic. When we will fully cut our dependence on Russian gas, we will import a few more BCMs of US energy for a few months, maybe a few years. The exit strategy, and it's clear in the regulation, it's renewables and energy efficiency that is enshrined in the regulation, and that is not new, but it's also the term energy sufficiency, so sufficience for the Germans and sobriété for the French, that for the first time is introduced in EU law, and that also has a key role to play. So here we need to be pragmatic idealist. We have to be idealist on the objective. And the very existence of the European Union took a lot of idealism. Like in 1949, 1950, thinking that we would create some kind of super state that will make sure that the French and the Germans will not go into Belgium to kill one another, that is quite an idealistic idea, and it worked, and it is working. So we need to be idealistic there, but very pragmatic on the way there. But here again, the more onshore wind, the more electric cars, the more we deploy those technologies here.
It's the key point. Is how do we stimulate our demand? And you know, in France, we are considering to have a revision of the prediction of the demand on electricity that are lower than we are expecting. So it is the common point of how do we stimulating our demand, and it's a perfect transition to go with you, Burkhard, on the industrial reality, because Vianode produces synthetic graphite, a key alternative in a sector dominated by China. You seem to have strong traction in North America, with customers willing to pay a premium for secure their supply, but less in Europe. What would it take for Vianode to scale here in Europe?
Well, let me give a little bit context of Vianode in answering the question. As you said, Vianode, we're producing synthetic graphite. And synthetic graphite, as mentioned earlier today, is a critical mineral. And in fact, it's the most critical, NATO-critical mineral. And it's also the largest part in terms of weight of lithium-ion batteries. So it's very important for energy transition. and for electromobility. And today, 95% minimum come from China. So we're 100% dependent on China, more or less. And to close the loop with the sustainability, with the Cleantech, our technology is an innovative technology reducing 90% of the CO2 emissions. So today's solution in our industry coming from China is not sustainable. It's not sustainable in terms of resilience, in terms of political and economic sustainability, and it's not environmentally sustainable. Now, having said that, I would like to, answering the question, I could go through the day because all the arguments for my answer have been given during the day. Let me start this morning with Chirag. He said, Vinode goes to North America because of the capital. That is right. We go to North America because of capital. Why do we get capital in North America and not in Europe? Because we have payback economies. We have got a good business case in North America, but not in Europe. Why do we have a good business case in North America and not in Europe? Because in North America, the challenge is addressed holistically. Today, we talked a lot about subsidies, subsidizing the industry, subsidizing the build-up of the industry, of capacities, of scale-up. But that's not sufficient. The demand side is just as important. And that is really what is being addressed holistically, supply and demand side in North America. And when I talk about North America, I talk about Canada and the United States. So it's basically the same. And it's being addressed by, we heard about unfair pricing, about non-sustainable pricing in Europe. The prices that we have in Europe will not enable scale-ups, will not enable a nascent industry to be built up. So we need to be defensive. We need to tackle this. That is being done. It's done by IRA from Biden, but it's also done by the OBBBA from Trump now. So that's maintained, the demand side. We talked about local content requirements. Yeah, we talk about local content requirements, but what is the consequence if in Europe we don't have local content? In America, it's very clear. If you don't have local content, you don't get ITC, you don't get tax credits. So you can pay substantially higher prices to ensure resilient supply chains, and you can pay the high prices, and you have a great business case as a cell manufacturer, for example. In Europe, you don't have it. So what I'm saying is we need to address the demand side. We need to create demand in Europe. That will enable the industry to get offtake agreements. If we get offtake agreements, we get capital, we get funding. If we get funding, we can scale. And if we can scale, we can build, at least in the Western world, leading companies being competitive. And I think that's what it has to be in the end, competitiveness. But I'm strongly convinced we can be competitive if we get the scaling done in Europe. And the Canadian government, in the latest budget announcement for the next year, they want to come with a concept of a government backstop. So basically, a governmental offtake agreement with industry, which would mean we could sign an offtake agreement with the industry. There's huge demand for our material, but it takes time for industry to negotiate. The government could sign an offtake agreement, which is bankable. We could get funding, could get started, and by the time we have the factory and the SOP, we've signed the offtake agreement with the industry.
Yeah, you're talking about the founding, Burkhard, and so it's the perfect transition to bring the investor perspective, because Planet A recently joined a group of European VC funds traveling to China. And what did you learn from that trip? And do you think Europe can still compete globally in clean tech?
Yeah. I mean, first, I think we're all here because we care, and we did the trip to really understand what we're up against. And I love to live in Europe, and I love this to be a place where lots of businesses thrive. And yeah, if you really look, what they've built is nothing short but impressive. What they have been doing, how strategically they have been doing it, and the recent Nobel Prize was going to three persons that basically said, look, you're only going to have a growing economy if you not only innovate, but if you also scale. Only then other nations will follow and kind of will try to achieve that. And maybe like the trip we did is kind of we 10 days from Shenzhen to Peking, and kind of BYD, CATL, lots of different companies we did visit. Yeah, and seeing the massive scale and speed they're doing, maybe I can break it down to three things. I think one is talent. The pool of talent is so rich. I mean, they've been going to the world best universities across the globe and coming back. Lots of them are coming back and putting their talent to work and being proud to do that. And connected to that is the hunger, saying they're really hungry to kind of put China up on the map. Well, I mean, not the map, like to really help to strive. And then second, I think the level of strategic planning is like they clearly said, okay, we want to win batteries, solar, EVs, climate technologies, robots, and they did so, and they did it for a foreseeable future. That this is what they want to do, and they executed in it. And just you need to acknowledge how they're doing that. And Joseph was alluding to that. I think it's also really impressive. But then I think what was most impressive to us is the ecosystem and the speed they're able to manage. Basically, I mean, you were talking about offtake agreements, and I think it's clear for corporates to partner with startups because the innovation is just better, and that needs to be included into the next release of the software, of the hardware, of whatever they're doing. And when I see our portfolio, I mean, we've been seeing Ineratech and Traceless and others here, like impressive companies, or they're building it, but they really need to fight for offtake agreements, and it's not as straightforward and easy. And if you see on the other side, corporates picking up the innovation super fast and quick and innovate, then the whole ecosystem kind of is acting like a flywheel. It's getting faster and faster, and then financing is suddenly not a problem anymore. And it's just impressive to see the scale, and then also obviously the supply chains, how fast they're working and how brilliant they're working. And I think it's also something which we need to accept, that we need to partner in some cases and have a good strategy how to partner, to not lose the IP in the process, but then kind of isolate your IP and then still make use of the value chains which they've been building. And we need to take that into consideration, and I sometimes think we're not seeing the scale of the time. It's not a linear curve we're working with, it's like really exponential. And like being a bit behind translates to either you can save this industry, yes or no. And I think that is something I don't see we fully recognize.
Thank you very much, Fridtjof, and thank you to our experts for sharing their expertise this afternoon. I'm handed to Jules because we have a big session next to this panel. So thank you very much. Thank you all for following us.
So, thank you to all of us for bearing with us until so late in the day. I know it's been an intense one, but that's what we need here in Europe to make this Cleantech sector work. We have a bit of a special treat for you all to close the day today. I'm going to sit here, and first off, what I'm going to do is to call back to the stage our best American friend, Jigar Shah. If you could give him a round of applause. Both opening and closing our event. There you go. And to join us on stage, I'm incredibly honored to welcome for the last session of the day, Commissioner Hoekstra, European Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero and Clean Growth. Please welcome. Yes, please do. Please do. So, Commissioner Hoekstra, we're delighted to welcome you here at Cleantech for Europe Summit, not only because you're a European Commissioner, but also because you actually come from the private sector, so we might have a chance to talk about a few things, you know.
You might.
And the first question, I think, should go to you specifically on the Clean Industrial Deal and everything you've worked on this year to make life a little bit easier for this crowd. Can you tell us a bit about this work? How has this first year been in the Commission, and any specific things for the Cleantech community that you'd like to bring up?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the intro, and very good to see all of you, because you are working exactly in the domain where I and we would like to have more of, right? So that's I think the easy part in terms of the audience here. Sometimes there are more difficult conversations scheduled in terms of, you know, what ambition the Commission has and what an audience has in terms of expectations. I think it is fantastic what you're doing. And if anything, for all of us in this room, the sky should really be the limit. Secondly, I'm thrilled to be on the stage here together. We've had a couple of excellent conversations before, all in the process of learning how things have been developing in the US, how we have approached things in Europe. Probably both are not perfect, but how then to basically bring this hugely important topic forward. And what is, of course, at the heart of this is that, in my view, this whole transition, and that brings me also to your question, this whole transition that we're currently facing is, in my view, about a combination of three things: climate, competitiveness, and independence. Climate, competitiveness, independence. And if you are ever going to wonder what is the mantra that I'm going to repeat the most in the next 4 years, it is exactly that. So, and why am I so hugely impressed by what you guys are doing, and why do I need more of you? It's actually because on each of the three elements, you play a pivotal role. We need more climate ambition. Why is that? Well, very simple, because the problem is going to mushroom into something that is even larger than it is today. Forget about everyone who's just talking about altruism and the planet. This is just a harsh economic reality in terms of the damage that we're currently incurring, particularly in Europe, because Europe is heating up twice as quickly as the rest of the globe. So we're talking about tens and tens and tens of billions of euros per year, and the number is only going to go up. Competitiveness, I don't need to explain that to you. Let's make sure we're not just the winners of yesterday, we're going to be the winners of tomorrow. And third, independence. If you want to build a new system, if you want to be more independent, you cannot just stay with the logic of today, right? You do need to make sure you have way more clean tech, you have way more investments in the grid, you have way more battery capacity, you have way more interconnectors in the European electricity system, because frankly, it's not one market, it is 27 markets, and on and on and on. So the good news is this is going to stay with us for a very long time, and certainly for the next 4 years of this commission. And I will do my utmost to push this topic like there's no tomorrow.
Well, can we applaud him for that?
This was easy, right?
Well, let's get out to business. So, no, very concretely, I think the couple of topics we've discussed with this crowd today in terms of where we're struggling. One is on demand creation. How do we make sure there are real markets for these technologies being developed and scaled in Europe? Second is finance. How do we mobilize both the public and private finance to make this work? And the third is on trade, where, to be quite honest, I think we've been naive for a long time in completely opening our markets without reciprocity. How do you think about these three elements?
I mean, each of them I could spend easily 20, 30 minutes on, right? But let me just pick up on that second one, and let's also make sure we have a dialogue, because I'm always learning a lot, and I think the complementarity of the view is hugely important. More than happy, by the way, to also touch upon later on the second two, but I just don't want to be too long. On that last one, absolutely. We have been living in, let's say, this world of Ricardo economics, where more trade is always better, which might have been true at some point in the late or in the early 90s, and it's certainly true in the books that we were using when we were in high school. But that world has shifted fundamentally in the last 10, 20 years. It just took us a very long time to see this shift happening. And that means, and I'll just give you one example, that means that what we have seen in the solar panel industry is at least to some degree happening all over the board. So here are the figures, and many of you will know the details much better than I do. Fantastic market, more than 90% European some 15 years ago. Competition completely wiped out by heavily state-subsidized stuff coming in from abroad. Now, I'm all for competition. I'm one of the few politicians who truly think that competition is a good idea because it gives consumers, all of us, better stuff for better prices. But the thing that we have forgotten is that competition needs to be fair, that there needs to be a level playing field, and that simply was not there in the case of solar. But it is also not there in the case of steel. it is doubtful whether it is there in the case of cars. And the list goes on and on and on and on. And that is something that we absolutely need to change, and where you need to be able to count on politicians at a European and a national level to do more to make this happen.
Jigger, you were confronted with some of these issues during your time in the Biden administration. How did you combine, I guess, industrial trade policy and the public funding to approach some of these questions of dependencies?
Running in that glass?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I wanted to offer you a glass of water, but
I'll serve while you
okay, so let me. I think that the commissioner makes a great point. The way that I think about it is more national security, economic security, climate security, right? But I think the same framework he's using. I think on the national security front, look, I think we all need to stop being naive around the fact that at some point, if we're bringing all of our transformers and all the other things in from China, then they will come to our countries and say, you will vote this way in the UN, otherwise we're gonna cut you off on these essential products, right? And I think that we all just have to be very clear about the risks that we're taking in this area, right? And I think for a long time we were not being clear, and we thought that the extra 3 cents a watt that we were getting in reductions in solar panels was worth it. And it's not worth it. Now, it's one thing to say that it's not possible to make it in the United States as cheaply as we want to, but it's not fair to say that you can't make it in India or Turkey or Jordan or Ethiopia or other places where they actually have manufacturing facilities. And so I do think the EU and the US could say, look, you have to buy from these diverse areas, and we're going to put tariffs on Chinese solar panels such that you make it indifferent. On the economic security front, look, I think that we are in a place right now where electricity equals economic growth, right? And we have the tools, Europe in particular, right? Europe has been the leader in demand flexibility. It has deployed 10 gigawatts of batteries this year and all these things. But what it has not done is force the utilities to change the way that it does business, right? So the grid strategy is coming out here pretty soon. I don't think that the vast majority of grid operators in Europe view batteries as part of the grid, right? So when you're curtailing 3.5% of the wind and solar power, right? The other thing you can do is actually build batteries at 1/10 the cost of building a new transmission line there and capturing the excess power, transmitting it when there's excess capacity. But it requires an entirely different way of thinking about how to run the grid. I mean, the Irish have thought for a long time that we need a super grid. We still don't have it, right? So I think that at some point, if we are going to move to this decarbonized grid, which I think we all aspire to do, we have to be able to power Spain from Germany. We just do. And we have to get the French off their ass, right? I mean, we're running those nuclear plants at a 73% capacity factor. All of the nuclear plants in the US run at 92%. I don't think it's because the French are unable to run at 92%. It's because the French pride themselves in lowering the output of their nuclear plants. Ridiculous, right? Run them all at 93%, because then you have the lowest possible cost, and then connect the grid to all of the other countries so that you can dump the power when you have excess power to the other places, right? And I think it's critical to, on the one hand, say to the EU, you're extraordinary at these demand flexibility software packages like Kraken that's now going public or whatever else, and you need to tell people, here is the 10-year plan. Yeah. You will be this flexible by the end of 10 years.
Yeah, I think on France, it's because we're in such a great fiscal place, that we can afford to not sell electricity. Do you want to
but the last thing I would say on that, I think it was inferred, but is that if you do that, then you'll be able to meet the 3 to 5% load growth per year and electrify the entire transportation fleet.
Yeah. I don't know if you wanted to react to that, but if not, I'm
going to be even more politically correct, and I'll leave this conversation between the two of you. But you wanted to ask another question. I don't want to spoil it with a bad answer.
Take us to the more painful place around public funding. We've discussed this a number of times with Jigger. This is why Jigger comes to see us so often, is to help us out on this front. And I think the reality for many of the companies in the room is they've had all of the funding they've needed to develop their technology, to take it to early commercialization. But whenever we get to scale, something doesn't work out. We have big pots of money available in the EU, both on the public and on the private side, by the way. For some reason, this community just doesn't seem to be able to access them. And we're happy to get a bit into the why and the how, but keen to get both of your, I guess, your takes on how do we solve this challenge of capital.
Yeah, maybe first on a more generic level. I very much agree. We need way more funding in the whole space. So we're talking about grids, we're talking about interconnectors, we're talking about the ability of certain types of companies to filter back to the net. We're talking about, of course, batteries. We're talking about solar. We're talking about wind, and in my view, we're also talking about nuclear. And in all of these areas, we need to invest significantly more. That means more public money from member states. That means more public money from the European Union. That means, of course, private sector funding, but also think about pension fund money. Think about the Danish and the Dutch pension funds who are sitting on huge amounts of money and are looking for opportunities of exactly these type of long-term, maybe slightly dull in some cases, relatively secure investments like the grid. So why not allow them to get in? So you get public, you get private, and you get a mixture. And I think the mistake policymakers sometimes make is that they then think, well, but this is a lot of money. Well, yes, it is a lot of money, but let's compare it to the base case. In the base case, we still need to continue to upgrade our grids. We will still need to deal with all the additional electricity capacity that AI is going to require, where we would be still importing oil and gas. That comes not only at an expense in terms of dependence, but also in terms of financial value. And by the way, at the same time, the climate problem is getting larger. So I think there is a perfect case to be made in terms of why this is worth our money. And again, climate competitiveness and independence. Now then specifically on how do we make sure that you get more funding? And I think this is a very fair ask. One of the things that we need, by the way, in many member states, and I've tried also as a finance minister, I admittedly admit with moderate success, if at all, to make sure that we will dedicate massively more money to innovation and knowledge development, because we know that those are the two main sources of not current, but future economic growth, right? So I think it is fair to make sure that you push the envelope in member states. What I think you should also be able to expect from us, and where I can play a role, is that the money that we have available, for example, in the Innovation Fund, that is not only going to the incumbents, but also to the challengers. I think that is a fair ask. By the way, that's always difficult, right? Read any report on this and you see that, I mean, almost by definition, politicians are most visited by the incumbents because those they know, those typically employ more people. So you will always have to fight for the right to get a seat at the table. What we can do is make sure, and we're doing that with the Innovation Fund, that actually the money goes to all categories already, that we're agnostic in how we do that. That works to some degree. But personally, I think we need to do more. And in the Innovation Fund call that we're going to launch tomorrow, we're specifically going to make sure that we're taking the type of companies that are the challengers and the smaller ones into account as well. Will it be perfect in your eyes? Probably not. But it is at least, you know, another attempt to make sure that companies like you have a seat at the table.
It's great to hear. Yeah. Jigar, any learnings from your time at the LPO on how to make this process seamless for clean tech companies?
Well, I think we can go through the specifics, and the Commissioner and I have certainly done that in the past. But I think that it's important to just understand the goal, right? And the goal is that the EU has done such an extraordinary job of innovation and has done for decades. But specifically in the 2017 to 2023 timeframe, where you have huge numbers of companies who have reached their technical milestones. And now they are burning $2 million of cash per month in salaries, et cetera. And they cannot wait for the solution, right? So ultimately, if they don't feel like a solution is coming that meets their needs, they absolutely have to call their friends in Canada to say, can you help me, right? And I just want to make sure that we're just all being crystal clear about not judging those companies for, either way, if they don't figure this out, they're going to go out of business, right? And so So I just think it's important to understand like what the bar is, like, because if you get to 80% of it, you're still failed, right? And so there's some percentage of those companies that can succeed at an equity-heavy approach, which is what they're doing now, right? And so they're raising a lot of equity. They happen to have some overlap with the defense mission, and so they can get a defense contract. It's great, and that's great, right? But for the rest of those companies, they're going to have to leave if we don't hit this absolute standard, right? And we can complain about like, well, we don't want to be perceived as picking winners and losers, and we don't want to be perceived around this and that and whatever, but ultimately it's resulting in people not getting the satisfaction that they need to get their shareholders to get them to the next level, right?
Can I maybe make 2 comments? And what I love about Jigar is that he has given this optimistic version of European innovation to politicians all across Europe, right? And their typical response is, no, really? Are you talking about us? No, you must be talking about the US. And then he said, no, I'm talking about you. And I think it is helpful, right? Because it is that there are many things that we still need to improve, and many of you actually experience that on a daily basis. And yet, at the same time, it is helpful that particularly an outsider is actually giving us also the credits for the things that do work well, because we do not necessarily have a culture of celebrating our own success, and that is needed in the overall mix, I would say. The second thing is, and there I just want to be very straightforward as well. If you look at the data, and that is not just about Cleantech, but more startups and scale-ups, Europe is actually doing pretty well, typically better than the US, when you're looking at the startups. So it is not, and that is a problem that we used to be having 20, 30 years ago, that people, don't start up anything. That used to be a problem, at least in the member state I know best, but probably true across the continent. We've exchanged that for another problem, and that is that when these companies are on the road of becoming successful, become larger and larger, they realize that, frankly speaking, there's no capital market. Frankly speaking, it is not that easy to start doing business in the neighboring countries, that actually the home market, on average in Europe, is not more than sometimes a couple of million inhabitants, in some cases tens of millions, but not comparable to the US. And then at some point the question comes, should we stay here or should we go? The one thing I really want you to do, because I think we're solving these problems, there is a hugely bright future for all of you here. It might not arrive today, but it will arrive, I promise you. The moment you're honestly thinking about leaving, give me a call. Let's make sure we find 20 good reasons to stay, right?
Plus 32. What's the number?
No, but honestly, I think, this is, I think we really have an obligation, and I know that, of course, I cannot then come up with a paycheck. I cannot then create the capital market union the next day. I know that you have all sorts of fiduciary duties, why you always need to look for the best business opportunity. And at the same time, I think we do all also have a stake in the future of this continent. A stake that is about its economics, but it is also about all the intrinsic stuff that we have enjoyed ourselves. So it's not perfect. We're trying to make it better, but we need to have you here to make sure we're building it better. So that I at least then want to have the opportunity to have a dialogue and make sure that we fix the problems we can fix, and have entrepreneurs like you be successful here at this continent. That is actually the name of the game. If we solve that, then truly the next 10, 20 decades are very, very bright.
And if I may say, your team has been incredibly open about discussing with all these people in the room, and really fantastic work. Maybe one last question before we have to let you go. We've talked about funding, we've talked about trade. A last point on demand. Your colleague Teresa Ribera was in this seat a few hours ago, and we talked about how the carbon pricing market is really the bedrock of creating demand for clean technologies in this room. Do you have any thoughts on the opening negotiations on that, and any other ways to create demand for clean technologies in Europe?
So personally, I think there are a couple of things we need to do. One is indeed that if you zoom out, that the most effective thing we have done, not only to create clean tech at scale, but also to make sure that we're dealing with the climate problem, is this market-based system called carbon pricing. And what is always striking is that friends from outside are increasingly banking on this as well. They're doing the same. I was at the COP 2 weeks ago, and that's It's hugely complicated, but one of the common denominators is that at least in some shape or form, the Mexicans, our friends from Chile, from Brazil itself, the Chinese, Quebec in Canada, California in the US, the UK with a link to the ETS, and a range of others are actually doing this or are about to do this because it works. And that is also why, if I were an investor, I would bet on what you guys and girls are doing, because the trend is gonna, I don't know exactly whether the trend is gonna be quick enough. From a climate perspective, I would like to see more speed. But I do know that this trend is gonna continue at scale, even with some of the hiccups we're having. So yes, we're gonna future-proof that even further. We are certainly going to make changes and improvements to the design also in Europe, which again will be to the benefit of those in your domain. But the bigger thing that is happening is that this truly is, as the saying goes, an idea for which the time has come. And that makes it so powerful.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hoekstra, for being with us. If we can give him and Jigar Shah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So before we close this summit and have a few well-deserved drinks, I wish to take a final minute of your time just to say a few words of thanks. We're right after Thanksgiving, and I'm in a grateful mode right now at the end of this summit. So putting these summits together, you might not notice it, but it takes a lot of effort, and it's quite draining. It's a lot of stuff coming together and a lot of pressure. I hope you haven't felt the pressure too much, but that's just how it is. And there are really a few people in this room that made this whole day possible and made this whole experience possible. And I want to make sure that we're giving them a big round of applause. So first, I'd like to call to the stage the most important person in this summit that you haven't seen on stage yet. And that's Anna Ledro. Anna, if you could come on stage. Anna has been with us, I think, for 4 or 5 months, and she dove straight in and really made this summit a huge success. So thank you, Anna. Bravo. The second person I want to call on stage is our extraordinary MC that made this day so pleasant, Bianca Dragomir. Our incredible star from the South. Next, honestly, the entire Cleantech for Europe team just did an amazing job with this day. So Victor, Ruben, Dimitri, Louis, if you want to come on stage, there you go. Coming right at the right moment. Dimitri. I don't know where Ruben is. Louis. All right, get them in, get them in. Do we get Ruben and Louis? No? Ah, Louis is here. You're so discreet. Okay. And finally, just because this is not just a Brussels operation, but we're actually active throughout Europe, and we have incredible teams that are doing this work. Come here. A round of applause for Ruben. Okay. We have teams across Europe that are just doing an incredible job. So I want to call on stage the Cleantech for Benelux team, if you want to come to us. Round of applause. But also the Cleantech for Italy team, where are they? Maybe I think they're drinking already. That's fine. There you are, Federico. Okay. I'm going to step here because we're going to have a lot of people on stage. You're going to notice that half this room is Cleantech for initiatives. Cleantech for UK. Is the UK team here? Charlie and Sarah? Sarah's over there. Come here. We've got Cleantech for Central and Eastern Europe that is with us as well. Magda, come here. We've got our friends from Cleantech for Nordics and Cleantech for Baltics with us as well, I think. Okay. And then finally, the only one that's not called Cleantech for, which is Tech for Net Zero. Tobias, I don't know where you are. I think he's already maybe. Ready to go. Okay. And with this, my friends,
huge thanks to all of you for sticking till the end. Let's go grab some drinks and see you next year.
All right.